who have not registered, kindly, you can go back at the entrance and register yourselves. We need to know who has attended this symposium, and then you never know, we shall continue contacting with you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all are aware, today is the last and the very last day of our symposium, the 2 days engagement, and we are expecting the guest of honor to arrive any time from now, and that is none other than Honorable Peter Ogwang. And of course, the moment he arrives, we shall alert you so that we welcome him in a special way, and the program will continue as it is, of course, arranged. A brief recap of what transpired yesterday. We had a prayer by our brother Nelson Kalyango, and shortly after, the anthems were sung. Then the Commissioner Special Needs and Inclusive Education, Madam Sarah, gave her welcome remarks. And of course, in her communication, she welcomed all of us for attending this symposium and apologized on behalf of the guest of honor for not being around, and also hinted on the theme and the objectives of this symposium, and then the outcomes. Thereafter, we had another presentation from the ED Nudipo, Madam Esther Chozira, who appreciated all the participants and partners for supporting this symposium and making this possible. But also reminded that the government's commitment should also continue, and engagement for persons with disabilities, and also our inclusive education policy to be handled as fast as possible. That was her appeal. Then, after that, her communication, the ED NAD. NAD is the Norwegian Association of Disabled. Mr. Edson also welcomed and appreciated all the participants for attending the day, and reminded people to have a positive mindset about people with disabilities. Then Madam Esther Akwe from UNICEF also talked about the same, changing mindset of children. Of course, if you don't tell them and show them that they're also human beings and change that negative attitude, then they may not appreciate. But of course, also fronting education for girls with disabilities and refugees, and of course, how best they can be trained. The day, of course, progressed very well. Then we moved to the keynote speaker, who was none other than Dr. Wisdom Pra, and of course, as the name suggests, Pra is the very wise gentleman from Ghana. He told us about the structures of inclusive education in Ghana, and then the models they use or they have in Ghana. And of course, he also told us about the success stories of people he has supported, he has helped in Ghana. He told us about the achievements of inclusive education in Ghana. Remember very well when he was telling us the story about the first deaf and the blind person to graduate in Ghana. That was so exciting, and we really appreciate. He gave us a very rich presentation, and I believe the majority of us picked a leaf. And of course, other presenters gave in what they had for us, their packages. But I want to assure you that it was a very, very exciting moment for those of you who missed yesterday. Now, of course, Madam Sarah, who is the commissioner, gave her closing remarks, again by appreciating all the participants and thanking the partners for making this symposium possible. And she also reminded us that today at 8:30 a.m., we shall be having the guest of honor. And I believe he should be right now on his way to Silver Springs Glory to join us. And of course, he will give us his guidance, and then the day will progress like that. But I want to thank you very much for keeping time, and thank you for the good spirit of supporting inclusive education. Let's work together, and let's change the mindset, as most speakers, of course, alluded. Let's change the mindset of these people so that we can move in the proper direction. Maybe my brother Semakura, if you have something to add on, you can, meanwhile waiting for the guest of honor. And if not, then you can also give the guidance. I thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Bennett. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to, he called it day 2, but I think he also called it the last day. Which one is better, day 2 or the last day? Because when you say day 2, some people may keep counting, thinking we are still here. I think we are agreeing that it is actually the last day. So thank you very much for making it, as he has indicated. He has said it all. I only want to draw our attention to more recap of what happened yesterday. If you have managed to get the newspapers of today, they are all talking about this symposium. I don't know if you took time to find out. Me, I did. And in my hands here is the New Vision paper of today. And the New Vision paper has interesting headlines for those of us in this space. We may need to know a few things. One is that schools have been directed to send lists of redundant staff to the ministry. Government to redeploy 7,600 teachers. There's a challenge there. We know that down at our schools, there are those who don't have enough load. The problem may not be theirs, but maybe the problem is that there are fewer people taking the subjects they teach. There's a long discussion in this paper around that. And I know there are teachers in here who could be interested in that detail. When I open the paper again, it talks about many other things. But I think one that is directly for us here, before I leave the teacher's story, it actually says here, there's a summary of what the Education Service Commission found out as far as teachers are concerned. Over 7,600 teachers are cheating government on teaching period. They are there, but they don't have enough load. The summary also says that 348 teach less than 5 lessons a week. The summary also indicates that 1,890 teach above 5 lessons, but less than 10. What is the official load, by the way? I think secondary, the official load is 24. Not so? Okay, it goes down to tell so many other things that some teachers are doing that are not right. And I'm only praying that none of us in this room becomes a culprit of that. Now, I'll move to what concerns us at this symposium. Yes, the page here. This picture was taken live from the stage here. And I see Shao. I see Blessing in the middle here. I see our university master's student. I forget the names of the others, but I think Grace is also there when they came to sing for us here. And attached to the picture is a story of what is happening at this symposium. And part of the story is that government to teach sign language. I think this is extracted from the discussion that Burnett mentioned, having come from NCDC. I think that is good news for us. I am hoping other papers have also reported about the same. Let me just look for more that concerns us here, because we are discussing disability. Okay, I think there's one last story somewhere at the end here. And yesterday when I read the same paper, it mentioned that MTN had offered to build a dormitory at Salama School for the Blind. Don't you think we need to clap for MTN? We need to clap for them. Next time we're organizing a symposium, we'll definitely make them part of us, because by then they would have contributed already. There's a headline here that says, making sense of the competence-based new curriculum report card. I know there are some parents even in this room who are still struggling to understand that report. The 1.2 over 3, the 1.5 over 3, all that is challenging. Okay, very quickly. And all this is just to give a few minutes to our colleagues to arrive so we can see how to proceed with other activities. Where is the other news that concerns this conference? I think the other news is here, the picture is here. Busoga 6 people with disabilities shelter. And the story indicates that there was a run in Busoga, which run was meant to create more awareness on disability. And I see people with spinal injuries. Actually, the focus was on people with spinal injuries. And I think they must have raised the number of funds and so on. So you can also pick interest in reading the story. They are complaining about the many border accidents, and they are saying these are part of the cause for the spinal challenges that many people have. I think that is what New Vision has around our discussion. Does anybody have another paper there? Did anybody try to buy? Of course, there's also an indication that the African team is playing today. As we prepare for the finals, Morocco is taking on France. Those of us who are very African are confused as to which team to support. Morocco is typically African, but some people again want to connect it to the other side, especially our friends from the other side. Now that we challenged them, they are saying, no, this one is an Arab country, but it's an Arab African country. But when you check the French team is more African than French. So whoever wins, it is all for Africa. Okay, quickly, just in a minute, Daily Monitor is also here, and the headline is Armed Cross-Border Attack Leaves 19 Dead. But from yesterday's discussions, you also learned that when there are such emergencies, then our people with disabilities suffer more. I know that if somebody gets to stick to the story on disability, you see people are just moving from their homes. How about those in wheelchairs? How about those who can't move? Were they left home? That is all challenging. I don't know whether there's something to do with this conference, this symposium. Let me check monitor. But I saw, yes, there is. Yes, Generous is here. The picture is here, and she's telling us learners with special needs to start their own science subject. And there's a long story there. Isn't all that news around our symposium? It is. And so the symposium is not a local one. This paper is read across the world. People don't have to get the hard copy. They just have to go to Mr. Who? Hey, Mr. Gogo, whichever you want. And as I talk, I want to welcome our keynote speaker for yesterday, with his smile as usual. He has just entered. Okay, police accident, blamed on reckless driving. Yeah, I'm just looking for something related to disability and inclusion. housekeeping blunders that endanger your home. In the story here, I read something to do with the tiles that are used in some homes, which may be very dangerous to our people living with disabilities. Especially those that are very, very shiny and so smooth. Then, what else? What else? Okay, you can look out for all the other newspapers as you think. I'm sure there's a long story around today. Burnett, what did we say we are doing around now? What is coming next? I think we do not have to wait for the guest of honor. We just have to get started in today's program. Can we have Shao? And I think that's what you planned. Come and tell us what we should have following each other after now.
Thank you very much, Brother Henry, for giving us the news headlines. And I think you can do better if you could join also that team. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have just arrived, I want to use this opportunity to welcome you once again. Our brother, Dr. Wisdom, thank you for being part of this memorable day. We are going to begin this program right away. We may not wait any longer. Since it is the last day here, we should try and finish a little bit earlier so that people are free to go back to their destinations. But remember, as you leave this symposium, make sure you have that positive mindset about people with disabilities. And that's what we agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's now roll the program. We are going to begin this with a prayer, and we have our own Pastor Raisha Kakwerere of Amaziba Ministries is here in the building. He's the one to give us the opening prayer. And thereafter, we shall move to the discussions right away. And if you look at the program, it is very clear. Daniel Areño, my brother right there from UNEB, is going to walk us through as the session chair. And I believe the presenters are ready as well. So shortly after the prayer, I'll invite Mr. Daniel Areño to come and lead us through the next discussion. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, may we get on our feet for a word of prayer as Pastor Raisha Kakwerere, the CEO of Amaziba Ministries, come over for a word of prayer. Please, you're most welcome, Pastor.
I will request us to stand up, if you don't mind, to honor the Lord and respect the Lord. Thank you so much. Father in heaven, we want to thank you so much today. What a day. This is a second day, and we call it our last day of the second National Education Symposium 2022. And Father, the main emphasis and the theme of this symposium, as it is, inclusive education, a journey to sustainable development. We want to thank you. The different entities, different organizations, all together coming with the Ministry of Education, inclusive education, coming together entirely speak about the vulnerable, the people who are not considered as very, very important, the neglected, the people with different disabilities, we want to thank you for all the ideas, for all the discussions, for all the questions and answers. I want to pray today in the name of the Lord that as the men and the women of God come here to deliberate and talk and communicate and share, every idea, as the Bible says in Psalms 127, that unless the Lord builds the house, those who build, they labor in vain. I pray the discussions, I pray the symposium, the second one, will not be in vain. That every idea discussed will materialize. At the end of the day, it will reach those friends, our children, our brothers, our sisters with the disabilities. And that's the idea, that Uganda can have a sustainable development when everyone is included. I give you glory as I commit this day to you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And everybody will say, amen, amen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity, moderator. Amaziba Ministries, Amaziba actually is a Runyankole Chiga language. It means wells. So the idea is the opening of the wells, or considering what has been considering, or restoring, the opening. It comes from the book of Genesis chapter 26 and verses 18, and it says Isaac he opened the wells of his father. So part of the inclusive education here, we are saying what the idea, it's bring God's idea that what God intended must come to pass or must be considered as very, very important. So we are reopening of the wells. And as a ministry, we stand for 4 pillars, that is church planting, leadership development, scripture translation, and pastoral care.
Thank you
And
very
all
much.
this
Thank
comes
you
into
very
this.
much.
Thank you
We
so
shall
much.
know more about Amaziba later. And thanks for the prayer.
Thank you, Pastor Elisha, for that wonderful prayer. I believe we are going to have more blessings as we deliberate in this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my joy and pleasure to invite Mr. Alenyo Daniel from UNEB to come and take his seat, and after we dive to the discussions. You're most welcome, Mr. Alenyo. I now hand over this microphone and the seat to you to take her through. You're most welcome once again.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I wanted to just make sure that I was talking to human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 people that are rarely appreciated in every organization, rather every function. And that is the MCs. There are people who always miss teas, they miss drinks, they miss food. Wow. Let us appreciate BB and Chema. Thank you for guiding us through. I've been an MC in many functions, and I talk through experience. We are in day 2, or rather final day. Yesterday, colleagues, we have been talking about issues that we want. A lot of issues were demand-driven. This morning, we want to look at a different chapter. Because we are saying we are lacking this, government should do this, we are lacking this, people should do this, and so on. This morning, we are privileged to have an opportunity to listen to what is on the ground. and what is on the ground is based on research. I'd like to invite some two very special people amongst us who are going to lead us through in this morning's discussion. Please join me to welcome the personality of Jane O'Leary. I don't know whether I'm mentioning the right name. If you're around, please come. Jane, is it O'Leary or Leary, whatever it is, they'll put the name right. And then the other personality is Chris Gibbon. Okay, I'm told that these two personalities are going to present online. So we are going to request our technical team to get us these two persons online, and then we get on. However, as the technical team gets prepared, I wanted to tell you again that yesterday, I've been asked to remind the presenters, Jane and Chris, that you need to switch on your mics and cameras. Switch them on so that we are able to be in touch with you. That is a message for Jane and Chris, who are our presenters this morning. So, as I said, as the technical team works on, we are saying that through yesterday's discussions, we had a lot of wisdom presented to us by wisdom. We were so much blessed. We were also so much graced, generously moreover, with a lot of hope, and we were very fortunate. All these were personalities of yesterday that were giving us a headway. And I want to believe that today we are going to have more blessings, because Jane and Chris are going to talk and tell us about the teachers. They are going to say something about the research they did in Uganda concerning the teachers, because we are talking about inclusive education. Yesterday, as I said, much of it was demand-driven. We want this, we want this, we want that. Government should do this, partners should do that. But today, we want to hear exactly what teachers are doing on the ground as far as inclusive education is concerned. So I want us to pay special attention to this so that we are able to see the balance in between. As the technical team gets ready to contact Jane and Chris, they're already ready.
Can you hear us, Daniel?
Yes, we are getting you now.
Good morning. Good morning. We're
Yes, good morning.
going to put our video on if they will allow us. Sorry, we had a problem. Good morning. We are not being allowed to use our video. The technical team need to, it says hosts need to allow us to use our video so you can see us.
Can you see us now? Can you see
Yes,
the PowerPoint?
yes, we're able to see.
You
Proceed.
can see our screen.
Yes.
Right.
Fantastic.
Okay, we're just going to go through them. We are here in Porto, and we are delighted to be part of the symposium. Unfortunately, but we very much have been following yesterday, and also are delighted to make our presentation to you today. So our presentation, oh, hello.
We just
You
don't
have
know how to do that.
Yeah, sorry. So our presentation is about improving the learning experience of children with special needs and disabilities. So if I may, I hope you can see our slides. So we're going to just move through our slides.
Can you see? Just speaking to a blank screen. Can you see us?
Daniel, can you see us and hear us?
We are hearing you.
Hello?
Yes, we are hearing
Can
you.
you see us? Can you see our presentation on the screen? And can you see us on the screen?
At the moment, what we're able to see is the paper title, Improving the Learning.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Excellent. Then we will get started.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay. So, I don't know if this is going to work. This is quite revolutionary for an online presentation. But at Chininga Education Hub, we do a lot of teacher training in inclusive methods. And as everybody in your audience will know, the best way to teach children with disabilities is to use learner-centered methods. So Chris and I felt we couldn't be here presenting to you and just talking to you. So we are going to begin our presentation. The medium is the message. We're actually going to use a very simple strategy that all your teachers there can use in the classroom so all the children, whether they have visual impairment, hearing impairment, cognitive impairment, intellectual impairments, whatever, they can all participate in the learning we are about to do. So we do need you, all our participants and people in the audience today, to please take 9 pieces of paper from your notebook. You can work together as a group. We love the fact you are round in a table. So if we'll just give you a few minutes, Daniel, if you can let us know when to proceed. But if all your audience in there around their table could take 9 pieces of paper from their notebook, and we're going to ask them to write on one thing on each piece of paper. And we're going to put those up in a moment. So each of these are the barriers for inclusion that we heard you talking about yesterday. Over the different presentations, we heard people talk about all the different barriers. So we've made the note of them, and we have put them in a list in the following slide. We ask each of the tables to write one of those barriers on one piece of paper. So altogether you will have 9 pieces of paper. Is that clear, Daniel?
It is very clear. And
so these are the 9 barriers that we took from yesterday's discussions that were noted, the barriers to inclusion. So on each piece of paper, can you write as a group one of these barriers? We're going to give you maybe 4 minutes to complete that task.
Right. Thank you, Chris and Jen. Let me re-echo that to the participants. We have been given an assignment. And remember, Chris and Jen have been following us from yesterday, and they have pointed out the 9 barriers. So in your tables, as a group, work as a group, not like groups, and identify one barrier. That's what Chris and Jen are telling us to do. And then yes.
So on each piece of paper, you have 9 pieces of paper on your table. And on each one piece of paper, you're going to write one barrier.
Right. 9 pieces of paper on each table, and each paper should be having a barrier. I think they are doing that, and you have given us 4 minutes.
Lovely. Yeah.
And I've offered to become a supervisor
And a
Thank
timekeeper as
you.
well.
Let me turn around and check.
Facilitator.
What I get is that each table should have 9 papers. Not
Yes,
so?
Small
that's
ones.
right. 9
Yeah.
pieces of paper on each table.
9 pieces of paper. On each paper, write
A barrier.
1
Yes,
barrier.
correct.
Exactly. So if each person tears out 1 page from their notebook, 1 or 2 pages, then we should have 9 pages. So we're going to work as a group.
Yes, now we are seeing your faces very well.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah,
I
good
think we are the
morning.
first people to present online.
Yeah, thank you for those nice smiles.
But this is an experiment for us all, whether we can do a learner-centered online presentation.
And it's working.
Let us see if it can work.
It is working.
Very good.
Yeah. All right, 1 minute
Chris
gone.
is Chris is just going to read each of the barriers out, should anybody be struggling to see.
Okay.
So we're hoping that you have 9 small pieces of paper on your table, and for each one, you're going to write 1 of the barriers. So you will have all 9 written down. So
Right.
these are what we have concluded from our work with inclusive education and also listening to your conversations yesterday.
Right.
Barrier number 1 is negative attitudes and perceptions about disability. So that's a very common one. So if you write that down on 1 piece of paper.
I think
The
they are
second
doing
one
that.
is
They are
a
doing
lack
that.
of assistive devices. So by that we mean wheelchairs and walking aids, hearing aids, braille resources, computers, any kind of assistive technology. A lack of differentiated learning materials. This is another one. So you can write that on your 3rd piece of paper. Then an over-reliance on traditional didactic methods. So the teacher standing at the front, writing on the chalkboard, and a limited use of learner-centered strategies makes learning very difficult for our children with disabilities who need more child-centered approaches.
The 5th one is a lack of continuous training in inclusive and engaging or learner-centered methods. So just 1 course, maybe for 1 day or 2 days, doesn't tend to have the impact. It needs to be continuous. So we are picking up new ways, feeling more confident to use these methods over time. The 6th one, everybody will have this one, a lack of money and resources to actually improve inclusive education. The 7th one is a lack of understanding of the different types of special needs. Yesterday, there were some very powerful speakers who told us that disability can be invisible, and special needs can be invisible. A child with dyslexia, dyscalculia, even sometimes a child with attention deficit or autism, they don't look disabled. They don't look necessarily they have special needs, but we know that they do need extra support to be able to access the learning in class. So an understanding of all those different types.
A lack of support for those tasked with putting the policy into practice at school level. We know that at government level, there is lots of excellent policy that has been written, but that policy is not always transferred onto the on-the-ground level into schools. And our excellent head teachers are sometimes struggling with finding the support that they need to put policy into practice. There's also the final one, the 9th point, is a lack of access to therapy and rehabilitation services. So Children with some, for example, some physical therapy to help them walking may be able to access school if they have that therapy that will help them. Children who have speech and language challenges and may not be able to access education because of those challenges can be helped to learn to speak if they have speech and language therapy. Nutrition therapy, we have many children who are struggling to access the education, or they are finding themselves disabled due to a lack of nutrition. All of these children can be further helped if those rehabilitation and therapy services were available more widely across the country.
Right. Chris and Jane, thank you very much for those 9 points that you have pointed out. I would rather we give the audience a minute to internalize what you have said, and then you, you take over from there.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
We'll give one, but then we'll tell you what you're going to do with your papers.
Right.
Because you're going to rank them in a very special way called a Diamond 9.
Okay. So, participants, take a minute to internalize what you have written. And Chris and Jane are going to give us an assignment or a way forward in as far as what they have given us is concerned. This is very interesting. You know, people following us from yesterday's presentations, and they are able to summarize the 9 key areas that they feel, in their view, is part of the message they want to communicate to us this morning. So, half a minute remaining. Okay, Jane and Chris, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the next thing is we actually want to now facilitate a really good discussion between your members. They will all have different perspectives about the importance, or what's the strongest barrier, that's the most important barrier that we have to address. So we're going to ask you to do an activity called a Diamond 9 ranking activity. You're going to create a diamond shape like you see on the slide. At the very top, you choose the one barrier that all of you agree is the biggest barrier to inclusion. Underneath it, you can choose 2 barriers that you think are really, really important, huge barriers, but slightly go underneath this, the most important. Then on the 3rd row, you can see you can choose 3 barriers. 3 barriers that you would rank at about the same as being very, very important, but not the most important, that you have to address in your organizations. Underneath, on the 4th row, you can choose 2 more. And on the bottom, you have to decide which is the least important barrier that you have to address in your organizations to enhance inclusion. So it's there is no right answer. The main thing we have to say, there is no right answer. Everybody, according to their perspective, will choose a different order. But what we are doing is facilitating a very deep and meaningful conversation where we really are interrogating and discussing these issues. You're going to have to, for example, you may have to argue with your colleagues at your table. You think differently to them, but you all have to finally, as a group, agree on your ranking. So I might have to persuade Chris that this one is more important than that one, and this should go here. So we're going to give you 5 minutes to rank those barriers and agree as a table which one is the most important down to the least important in the Diamond 9, okay?
Is everyone clear on that?
Yes, very clear.
Okay.
Yeah, colleagues, as a matter of emphasis, I think we have heard what Chris and Jane have said. So in your groups, not as individuals, but in your groups,
Yeah.
this is part of inclusion, activities in inclusion. Discuss and agree, ranking the most important on top. Then you look at the second level, the two. The third level, we have three. The fourth level, we have two. And then the fifth level, we have one. So it's a group discussion. Make sure you are all involved in the activity. They have given us 5 minutes. And our timekeeper is moving around.
Daniel, you have it exactly. Thank you very much
You're welcome.
for reiterating.
We should hear lots of discussion as groups are arguing, discussing how they're going to rank this together.
Right. I will join the monitoring group.
You are a great facilitator, Daniel. You are.
Thank you for appreciating. Yeah, I think the 3 minutes are over. We are remaining with at least 2 minutes. So try to summarize now so that
Exactly. And Daniel,
Yeah.
Daniel, very importantly, there is no right answer. There is no correct answer.
That's
It's
right.
just a tool to help with it, really get us to think about the barriers and which are what the biggest ones from our own perspectives.
Right.
So there is no right answer.
Okay, colleagues, I think we have had it right. There is no right answer and there is no wrong answer. So whatever
Exactly.
opinion you have is the right one for you, for your group.
It's a valid one.
Yes, valid one. Thank you. So 1 minute remaining in the interest of time.
Can we ask our teacher, are our participants involved? Are they engaged in the activity?
Yes, they are. I can see them
Fantastic.
discussing in a
Good,
group.
because we can't see that.
Yeah.
Only you can see that, Daniel.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being very observant.
Ah, thank you. They're sharing us now.
Now, Chris and Jen, when you come back, please remind us of where you are. Which country are you in and how is the environment there and so on? Is it
So we
winter?
are in Uganda, but we are in Fort Portal. So we're in Western
Oh.
Uganda. Unfortunately, we can't be with you in person. When the dates were changed, we had a clash, but we are here with you in Uganda. Chris and I have very long-term residents here. I've been here since 1997, Daniel.
Wonderful.
So a long, long time.
Yeah,
A long history of working in education
Right.
in Uganda.
In Chaninga,
In Chininga, which is in Fort Portal.
in Fort Portal.
And we're going to
right.
tell you a little bit about us once we have completed our activity.
Right.
Is it, are everyone almost finished, Daniel? Do you think people look ready?
Yes, I think now the teams are ready. I think we have finished the 5
Okay.
minutes. You can take over from
Lovely.
there,
Okay.
please.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Okay.
Over to
So
you,
we're moving
Chris.
to the next. We're moving to the next slide. Why did we do this? And I think it's to demonstrate to your audience that it doesn't have to be inclusive, doesn't have to be many expensive resources. It doesn't need to be very difficult. The teacher just needs to change. Instead of just writing those barriers on the board and you copying them, we have done an activity whereby all the children, all the learners, whether you are visually impaired, hearing impaired, even if intellectually you would struggle to follow some of this, by working together as a group, using Talk for Learning and having a visual thing that you can move really would help to engage all learners. And I hope that's what you saw, Daniel, is everybody engaged as they were working out how they were going to rank.
Right. Now, Jane and Chris, just hold on there. May I request the audience that discussion is over? Let us pay attention to what Chris and Jane is telling us. Yes,
Doing the activity.
they were still discussing, so it's important that we draw the attention to your presentation now. Right, you can proceed.
This is a good sign when your learners don't want to stop doing the activity. It's a good sign that it's worked well.
Yes, it is.
But yes, the point is we hope you had a really interesting discussion about those barriers, and a very meaningful one, but in a way where everybody had a chance to give their opinions, to clarify how they felt, their thinking. And as we said, if you had a visual impairment, by talking about it in a group, you could still access the activity and the learning. If you had a hearing impairment, you could see it visually on the cards, on the paper. And actually the process of talking in a group, questioning, challenging each other, arguing, no, this should go more important, I think this one, is very good for deepening the process of our learning and moving it into our long-term memory. So just showing in a very simple way how a simple Learner centered strategy could be used in every classroom without any additional resources, really. But a lot of learning discussions went on in those 10 minutes. Right.
So that brings us nicely to some more information about Chininga Child Development Centre, who Jane and I both work for. So Chininga Child Development Centre begun in a direct attempt to try and address some of the barriers that you were just discussing. So our founder is a gentleman named Steve, and him and his wife Asha gave birth to a son who had very severe special educational needs. And when they moved around in Uganda trying to find support for their son Sydney, they realized that there was very, very little available. And being the people they were, they realized that this was not just about Sydney, their son, but it was a problem that was faced by many, many children with disabilities in Uganda. And so they set about establishing an organization to try and offer support to those millions of children with disabilities out there in rural Uganda, as well as in the cities of Kampala.
So what Steve soon realized is that he, as Chris said, he was one of many. And as we know, and was talked about yesterday, the families feel stigmatized and discriminated. They often feel ashamed of having a child with disabilities. Is it because of witchcraft or God has punished them? So just like so many of our families, Steve and Asha also went through those feelings of shame and guilt for having Sydney.
So many parents, as I'm sure you know, of children with disabilities are led to believe that it's somehow their fault, that it's something that they have done wrong that has led to them having a child with disabilities. And we ourselves worked with a child last week who was being tied to the bed and hidden in the house because the parents were ashamed of that child and were feeling rejected by their local community, causing them to reject the child and not take proper care of it. So that belief that it's the parents' fault is a very strong curse that parents have to suffer.
Even when they do go to look for help, especially in rural communities where we are in Uganda, but I know it's also true in the city, where they find that professional support, where they find a physiotherapist, a speech and language therapist, teachers who actually know how to support their child. It's so difficult to find that, those services, and particularly to find it in one place, which is what we do at Chininga.
These next two statistics always bring tears to our eyes. So, and this is a UNICEF statistic, so it's not from us, but only 9% of children with disabilities in Uganda are enrolled in primary school. So 91% of children with disabilities do not attend primary school. They stay all their home or out in the mud by their houses or locked in bedrooms, 91%. And when you put that against the next figure, which is that there are over 2 million children with disabilities in Uganda, that's millions of children that are being deprived of the right to go to primary school. So they are not being included in our Ugandan primary education system.
For us, that represents a figure in the Western region where we are based, over 7 districts, 41,000 children are living with disability. And as Chris said, 91% of those have been excluded from education.
So, and then just a little figure at the bottom there, or a big figure that we're very proud of, which is that our organisation, Chininga Child Development Centre, now works with over 1,000 children every month. So in an effort to try and improve the situation and address some of the barriers that you have been talking about?
So we have a very holistic approach demonstrated by Joseph, one of our Chininga Inclusive Schools children. We have therapy and rehabilitation from birth, important that the intervention happens early. We have Chininga Education Hub, which leads professional development for in-service teachers, pre-service teachers. We work a lot with our coordinating tutors and with our district in terms of offering teachers training in inclusive education. And a part of that is our school, which we'll tell you a little bit more about. And then we also have Chininga Mobility, where we make assistive devices. There's other parts. We talked about the advocacy. Lots of work in our communities advocating for people with disabilities and changing attitudes. Many of our mothers are single mothers. Their father has abandoned them. So we have Street Business School, whereby our mothers can earn some money, independently generate income, where they can then afford to pay for their child with disabilities to come to school and get the extra support. So a holistic approach is offered to that myriad, those many barriers that we talked about.
So Joseph, you will recognise in the centre of our wheel there has Down syndrome. So I'm sure that many of you are familiar with Down syndrome, but it is very challenging for children with Down syndrome to be included in the education system. So the original branch of Chininga Child Development Centre was all about therapy and rehabilitation. It was recognised very early that if children were to be included in the education system, some therapy was needed to help them. So at Chininga, we offer physiotherapy. That's for children with physical challenges. Occupational therapy, speech and language therapy, which is a huge issue, and it's impossible for children to attend primary school unless they have some speech and language support and can learn ways to communicate with both their teachers and their fellow pupils. We offer orthopedic services and also nutritional support, which as the economy, as we all know, people are struggling greatly at the moment, and nutritional support has become an increasingly large area where we're providing extra support for our families.
So as we said, what probably interests most of you today is our inclusive education, Chininga Education Hub, and our model school. The model school, we only have a small number of children, but most of those children have special needs that would make it very difficult for them to be part of the mainstream. But they work alongside typical learners. So we're going to show you a few pictures and shortly a video about what we do. So at Chininga Education Hub, we believe very much and have shared with you this quote from the World Bank. Given the addressing the learning crisis requires supporting teachers who are the single most important driver of how children learn in schools. So it is our belief that it is through training the teachers and supporting the teachers to be able to better cope with having children with special educational needs in their classroom where we are going to make the biggest impact. So that is why at Chininga, we put a lot of our time and energy into running professional development teacher training programs so that those supportive teachers can feel confident and equipped and professionally ready to cope with children with special educational needs in their classrooms. And just a quote again that we felt was very powerful: improving classroom interaction through learner-centered practices, simple ones demonstrated first in our first part of our presentation, is the single most important factor in improving the quality of teaching and learning. So if we can get our teachers to use more strategies and feel confident to use more strategies like we did this morning, then we will include many more children with special needs, but actually improve the education for all children.
So Jane and I and our Ugandan teachers that are very rapidly overtaking us. I was going to say following in our footsteps, but overtaking us. We run professional development programs. The programs are, to run the full program, are 2 years long. So the program has 6 modules, and each of those modules consists of 6 full days training. And you can see on the photo there, the certificates awarded to our last cohort of wonderful Ugandan teachers who really engaged with the program and gave us lots of very positive feedback about how the program had supported them to use more interactive, engaging and inclusive methods in their classrooms, and how the impact of that was then feeling much more receptive to having children with disabilities enrolled in their schools or signed up in their classrooms.
And the theme of the symposium is sustainability. So over those 2 years, we are building our participants in our programs their confidence to run courses and training, mentor their own teachers in their own school to be more inclusive of children. So they become the leaders of inclusive education in their own schools. So we wanted to make the point today that far too often we find that we are leaving our teachers in classrooms woefully ill-equipped to support children with special needs. And part of that is it's difficult, as we said, there is a lot of theory, but there is very little practice of how do we do this practically in a classroom that is often overcrowded, too many children with limited resources. So we believe all of our training is giving the teachers real practical strategies that they can use day in and day out without necessarily having access to all those very expensive, costly resources, computers, all sorts of things that we do need. We still need to advocate and get them. But for the time being, we must still make sure all children are included in learning.
So our course, of course, has a theoretical content, but it's also very practically based. And the activity that we asked you to do with Diamond 9 is an example of the sort of activities that we do, that we hope that also teachers can transfer into the classroom. We work on making learning aids with our teachers, made from local resources that will cost them nothing. Because going back to our barriers, we are forever experiencing the fact that there is little money in the system and people don't have money to go out and rebuild their schools or buy expensive resources. So part of what we do is very practical, hands-on, improving classroom pedagogy for children with disabilities, but without spending lots of money that, of course, nobody has.
Now, Jane and Chris,
yes.
Can I interject, please?
Please do.
You are doing very well so far.
Thank you.
But may I request you to try to summarize what you are presenting in the interest of time?
May we summarize with a very short video to finish?
Please do, yeah. Which
just shows our inclusive model school and the whole in a very, well, we hope in a very enjoyable way. So let us show you our video, which is just a few minutes, and then we are finished.
There is no sound. I don't know whether it's a technical issue or that's how the script is. But if we're able to read very fast, it's okay. They are summarizing. So try to exercise your eyes very fast. For those with visual problems, I would request the neighbors to try to summarize for you. Yeah, very interesting. I think this is a moment where the sign language interpreters, your skills are tested. But you can try to pick the highlights and sign to the colleagues. We are doing all that in the interest of time. They are trying to summarize, telling us exactly what is happening in Chaninga. Right. Jane and Chris, are you able to hear me? Jane? Chris?
Thank you, Daniel. We will finish there. I think we are out of time, but I hope our video gave you an insight into some of the grassroots work happening in and around Fort Portal.
Yes. Right. May I request you to make your final remarks before we open up the discussion, please?
Not really. We have used our time. We have used our time. If we are interested to hear any remarks from.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we give the wonderful ladies a very thunderous hand clap? Yeah, Chris and Jane, you have done us well. I mean, we are so happy. We're able to learn a lot of things from you, what you are doing, and the experiences that we have shared together. I would like to get from the audience their perspective of what you have presented to us. So you take your pen and paper.
I think we pick like three, about three.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, even before, colleagues, before you react, there are very important issues that the duo have presented to us. Looking at the experience, yesterday I was listening to the education officer, Shema, giving us that background of how special needs education started in Uganda way back in 1952. He was talking about Andrew Cohen and so on, having a relative. And here also in Chaninga, they are giving us a similar experience. In 2013, a couple had a child, Sydney, that experience, and gave them a wider perspective on the SNE in general. Now, they have given us the statistics. 9% of children with special needs are enrolled at school. So where are the 91%? Those are some of the questions which I'll answer. They have also tried to say something about the teachers. And they are saying that many teachers in Uganda lack the necessary skills and knowledge. They have the paper qualifications, but those qualifications are not necessarily portrayed in the practical aspect in the classroom. So a lot of things that we can look into it. So I would like to take this opportunity
Yes, that
to
opportunity.
request you, maybe 2-3 people, to make a comment. I'm sure
Let's
Jane,
have three for now.
3 for now. Jane and Chris are online. They are listening to your communication, your comments or questions.
Okay.
So be clear enough so
Number
that they're
one
able to
is
pick.
here, number 2 is there, and number 3 will be somewhere behind there.
Yes.
Okay, number 1.
Good morning. I'm called Justine.
morning.
I'm working with Thinker under research, but I'm attached to Backup Uganda. So I was just inquiring about the training of the teachers. Is it paid for? Because I've seen they have that kind of facilitation where they teach teachers on how to relate with these kids. So I would like to know whether there is a payment made so that they train or they do it at their free will.
Just cross-checking.
Okay,
Jane, Chris, are
number
you
2?
picking on that?
Yes.
Oh, good.
So as an organisation, we are entirely donor funded. So we are reliant on donors, mostly from abroad, to give us the money to be able to run these courses so that we can run them without any cost to the participants.
Right.
So
Chris, what we are going to do,
teachers,
we are going to get all the comments over to you, then you respond at once. Is that okay?
oh, okay,
Right.
yep, that's
Second
fine.
person.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everyone. I am Pius Owedu. What I want to say is just a comment, actually, on what you've said. So I think where the challenge comes in, and the disparity basically in reference to someone's qualifications and the impact in the classroom is this. Most people are just going to school, teaching schools, maybe universities, pursuing education, because they think it's the last resort, But now we want to come from a place where we go for teaching. We want to go and become teachers because we are intrigued. We have a certain burden on us to make an impact because it's out of passion, but not because out of desperation you've almost failed in life and you think, no, becoming a teacher is the last resort. So I think we want to come from a perspective where we are becoming teachers because we want to impact the world. And like that, we shall be able to support everybody regardless of the disabilities.
Wow, thank you.
And Daniel, did you know that the Bible confirms what he has said? The Bible, I think the book of James says that not everybody should yearn to become a teacher.
Aha,
Yes.
I love that.
The other person was here.
Yes, Chair,
Yes.
maybe if we could also engage participants online.
Yes.
I believe there could be some comments in the chat room.
Right. Technical team, take note of that. After that comment, we can at least get a comment from people online.
Thank
Please.
you very much. My name is Stephen Elipu. From the presentation, we've tried to analyze the 9 barriers that were put across, and we looked at the negative attitude as one of the major or the most ranking barrier that is affecting inclusive education generally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me confirm if there is any message online. Can we get to the chat room over here? Oh, they are
Yes,
written
there's
down.
lots. We can see them.
Okay, you can
Okay,
see them.
that's
You can
great.
actually see them. I just
Yeah.
wanted to amplify for the people here.
Yes.
Okay. The people online are saying there is an urgent need to increase funding of in-service training among teachers in schools. That was now Sefasoro. Then we have Seperanza saying there's a lot of information which we can put up if we are engaged on various platforms regarding inclusive education at secondary level. Thank you very much. We shall be picking more. Let's react to those and get into another session. Daniel.
Right. Over to you, Jane and Chris.
So very, very quickly, just to respond to those really interesting comments. Yes, our courses are for free. They are for government schools mostly, but we do have some private schools, but it is completely free to the participants. Even we cover transport costs. But we don't pay our teachers to attend. They come themselves. However, they do get a qualification at the end, a certificate that we are, we're very proud to be able to give, and our district recognizes.
So the second point I think that was made was about teachers and the challenges that teachers are under, and how perhaps teaching is not as much of a respected profession as we would all like it to be. Many of us are teachers in this room, including us. So I think we quite agree with you. And much of what needs to be done, I think, is about promoting the self-esteem of teachers, making teachers feel more valued in the work that they do, making them feel more respected as professionals, and obviously insisting that all teachers have degrees is the first step on that road. But yes, we couldn't agree with you more, and maybe it'd be interesting for everybody in the room to think about how we can tackle that problem and make teachers in a situation they feel very proud, home inspired instead of exhausted at the end of every day.
Right.
So there's a couple of questions online about secondary education. At the moment, we are only tackling primary, although we are very aware of the fact that we might need to move into secondary as some of our children grow. But we would be very interested if there's anybody out there doing work on educating secondary children with disabilities and how that looks. But our professional development courses are open also to teachers of secondary education, and we have had some teachers sign up with us. So yeah, it's not just primary.
And the other aspect we're very keen to hear about is vocational training for children, for learners with disabilities. So maybe it's not always appropriate for them to move to secondary, but they still need to learn new skills that they can. So vocational training is something we are looking at developing. So any organizations that are doing that at the moment, we'd love to hear from you.
Right.
Somebody has asked on the chat, out of the 9% of children who go to primary, how many complete? We don't have completely up-to-date figures on that, but last time we looked, it was around 2 to 3%. So a very shocking number.
Wow. Thank you, Jane and Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, can we say thank you to Jane and Chris in a special way?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Just
we will
been-
continue to follow you online. Thank you very much for having us.
And we will attempt to answer some of the
Please do. Thank you. Now, colleagues, we do not want to take this for granted. We want to thank the technical team for connecting us to these two great people who have shared with us. A round of applause to them. And all of you, don't forget about yourselves. You have done a wonderful thing. And also those online. Now, I would like to take advantage of the incumbency. MCs, allow me to say one thing or two about UNEB. You know, my name.
Yes, aware that we are also into the time of the keynote speaker,
Right.
which I know you are very much aware of.
Yes. Colleagues, my name is Alenyo Daniel. I work with the Uganda National Examinations Board. The last 6,400 from 2,426. PLOE currently are 2,436 candidates. 2,436 candidates. UCE 721. UACE 243. I would go ahead to give you the gender part of it. PLOE 1,283, male, female 1,000, you all the necessary information. In the interest of time, I want to say thank you very much and thank you for listening. Over to the MCs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel, and for giving us more about UNEB as well. I know that when we get the breaks, we need to get to him and get more detail. Thank you, Jen and Chris. Hope you are enjoying the Pearl of Africa in Fort Potro. I know that you are enjoying all the tourism that side. I was particularly concerned with the way they are pronouncing these Ugandan words so well, like Chaninga, and I think they are doing good work that side. We are not doing well on time, so let's move direct to the next session, which is going to be our second keynote speech of this symposium. You remember yesterday we had a wonderful one from Afar. We went all the way to Ghana, West Africa. This time we are going all the way to Uganda to pick our very own. And I want to invite the chair of that session, who is supposed to be Dr. Femke Mbazi, to come and chair this session. Do we have Dr. Femke in the space? Okay. Now that we don't have Dr. Femke in the space, I'm going to promote myself to chair that session so that we can move. So I want to take, but we have the keynote speaker already. Okay, if we do have the keynote speaker, may I kindly invite over here Dr. Njuchi, as we check our book to find out a little detail about him. Dr. Njuchi, kindly come over. Which side is he? Oh, he's over there. Yes, as he models to the stage, our keynote speaker has a PhD in literacy development for children at risk of reading failure from Oslo University in Norway. He has a master's degree in education. Kindly take your seat. A master's degree in education, stroke child language and language disability from the University of Newcastle, upon Tyne, UK. He has a bachelor's of philosophy in special needs and disability studies, University of Newcastle, again. He has a diploma in advanced educational studies, special needs, University of Newcastle. He has a diploma in education, special education from ITEC, Chambogo. ITEC is an old acronym that stood for, what was ITEC in full? Institute of Teacher Education, Chambogo, which now turned into the current Chambogo University. Okay. Grade 3 teacher certificate from Chambogo. He is an independent consultant in special needs education and inclusive dyslexia and autism testing and tutoring consultant. pediatric. Is something really hard here, but he has experience in pediatrics, especially on message for autism, therapist. He's a director and founder, Center for Lifelong Learning, CEL, and Njuchi Diagnostic and Therapeutic Services. He's the current CEO, Special Needs Quality Assurance and Monitoring Initiative, SQUAMI. I know that Dr. Njuchi is not only what is written here, it was for purposes of space that they summarized this, but he's a very well-known researcher, academician, so passionate about special needs education. Yesterday we had an official from Buganda Kingdom, or Mukungu. You remember Mukungu? Mukungu, was it Farida? The other name has gone. But when we chatted after the symposium, she told me that they closely work with Dr. Njuchi on so many things. Those who may not know today, Buganda Kingdom is celebrating the Buganda Disability Day. And they have a number of activities, and Dr. Njuchi here has been part of them, as well as writing for them. He'll tell us what is written for them. But yes, we welcome you so dearly, Dr. Njuchi, to come and share with us. I remember at the last symposium, you told us a lot about making things work for inclusion. We are still expecting more. The floor is yours. Unfortunately, the organizers gave you a full hour. But now me and Bennett cannot see the whole hour existing. But we want to request as a doctor that you calculate accordingly and do the needful. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, for a beautiful introduction. I think my colleagues, the IT, yeah. So there we are. I'm going to discuss with you all protocols observed. I know there are important people here, but in the interest of time, I think I will not go through the protocol. We respect everyone. Colleagues, I would like to share with you Uganda's journey towards realizing quality inclusive education, and we want to re-echo a little bit about the milestones, achievements, challenges, and the prospects. Given the limitation on time, I think I'll do it a different way. I think I will need some help with the technology. Let me hope it works. Already done. So basically, protocol observed, I think we can go. We excuse ourselves. I think I've already mentioned. Am I doing it right? Does it change? Yeah. So, Uganda's journey, we want to look at where do we come from in a pursuit of quality inclusive education. That is the overview of my presentation. Then we want to also share where we are in the implementation of quality inclusive education. That should take us, am I going back? Sorry. Good. No technology, I'll learn it. I'm a student. From there, I think we are going to share where we want to be as Ugandans. A little bit. We should have some insight. We should try to predict where we should be. Then the apparent barriers to the process. I mean, colleagues have shared that, but I think I also take an interest in just looking at a few things. And we look at also proposals for mitigating existing barriers to realizing quality inclusive education. And if time allows, we are going to look at the reflection questions, and obviously the last. So basically, as I was introduced, my presentation today is informed by my 35 years of experience as an inclusive education scholar, an advocate, because I'm a parent of a child. She's now out of danger. She's 31 years of age, whom I raised. So I've got first-hand experience. My daughter got convulsions at 6 years old, which turned into epilepsy. I struggled 20 years. Thank God today she's free from epilepsy. An epilepsy counselor and a preschool teacher and a caterer. So I've got news around there, particularly for parents who experience similar issues. So the passion is not from nowhere, it is grounded. Then educator from kindergarten to PhD. And I also draw experience as a social entrepreneur. I derive my livelihood from special needs education. So I also look at that. And I'm a manager of projects as a CEO, Squammy. So I manage day to day. And finally, a researcher. And during the presentation, I'm going to show you a product of a 9-year longitudinal study of what I've been doing with a child whom I found at 8 years, and now is a younger scientist at 18 years. He has finished university in computer science. So he'll be here to share his experiences. That's why I pray to the MC that you give me my time so that I drive my point home, because it is important that we appreciate ourselves as Ugandans of what we are doing. We are doing something. Maybe also colleagues can learn from us. But I try to be as fast as I can. I know that. As you may recall, last year's symposium aimed at building consensus about the desired inclusive education in Uganda. So we spent a lot of time understanding it. I thought we got some measure of understanding. We went away a little bit brighter, but learning does not stop. And the symposium also reflected on Uganda's past achievements in building capacity for inclusive education. That happened. If you have read the magazine or the report, probably you have seen that. And lastly, the symposium identified actionable targets, including making the symposium an annual event. That's what happened. Wow, the concept of inclusive education. We can't do anything unless we understand what it is. And I've chosen specifically to draw from the Old Testament. Those of you who have been around special needs, you know Ainsko, a British scholar. I've just taken you back to, I call it the Old Testament, because I've got newer scholars. You know, these days, we have got materials, but sometimes when you buy, you find something fake. These days, the nail we had in the 80s is not the same nail we have today. That's why I'm benchmarking from that. So, Ainsko and co-workers described inclusive education as an approach that seeks to address barriers to learning and participation, and provide resources to support learning and participation. So, participation is important to learning, and barriers are there. But I think also in the definition or in the description, there is the resource issue. By the way, disability is a resource issue. If you have got resources, you don't feel too much of the impact. But when the resources are scarce, you feel it. The support required, according to the ANSCO and the colleagues, include all activities which are formal and non-formal, that increase schools' abilities to cope with diversity. So diversity in learning and participation is brought about I'll look here because my site is running also. Maybe I need glasses too. So basically what we are talking about are the factors which are associated with the ability, and that's why specifically I chose to come with Calvin, the ability. You know, in Africa and in many nations, we tend to focus on problems other than opportunities. A teacher would cane you for failing math, and will not reward you. They put a finger where you have failed. And we are good at spending money where there is little value or not substantial. Kids with extreme abilities are being ignored. Yet, I will prove to you that you may educate one person, a bright child can look after other 10. But we are not doing that. So ability, we have been looking at the lower end of ability, but extreme abilities, I think we have not done that much. Obviously, gender, race, ethnicity, language, you know, sometimes I do this because of the experience with my colleagues who are deaf. It impacts me the way I go. I know how fast the sign language interpreters, otherwise I would be racing. But I'm aware people are interpreting for colleagues. That's why I tend to lower it a little bit. So it is deliberate. But I can move faster if they are comfortable. Sign language interpreters, are you comfortable with that speed? Or, okay. Should I move faster or keep it there? Okay, good. So I think you appreciate why I run this way. Wow. Whom are we targeting in this whole idea of inclusive education? I think it is important to be very clear about whom we are seeking to support. As I told you, 35 years of experience. There are kids we never considered in the 80s and 90s. But because of what is happening globally, we are just forced to think alternatively. On the basis of our current understanding of inclusive education, based on the UN Declaration of Human Rights, the first one, because education is a right, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, I've just selected a few just to bring the point home. The UNCRPD, the 2006. Okay, yeah, a little bit. He's kind. He's meeting my needs. Thank you so much. Wow, I'll be more comfortable this way. Thank you so much. That's great. So basically what I'm saying that we are being prompted to act differently because of the environment, the local and the global environment. There are declarations, I don't want to go there because we have done a lot of this, and last time we did. But you want to understand the practical implications. I'll be more practical than theoretical, bringing local examples, because you chose a Ugandan who has been there for 35 years. So overemphasis on traditional categories of disabilities, physical, sensory, and intellectual impairments remains a simplistic view that must be challenged. We challenge it now. Those of you, particularly my students, you knew me, I was very sharp with what I knew, but I have had to relearn. Because in the 21st century, I was a very skeptical person as far as inclusive education is concerned. But today, I'm a convert. I'll end my story. You see where I'll end my story. I believe we have to do things differently. Learners with exceptional abilities, the gifted and talented, those with specific speech, language, and communication disorders. I think the Chaninga group overstressed that. Those experiencing a wide range of psychosocial and emotional challenges and related comorbidities are often ignored. I think you know, us as schools, we used to say, if the child has got severe autism, no admission. It is just this year, personally, I have been running a school for 20 plus years, but I was not enrolling kids with autism. Because the toilet, they can put a poop anywhere and so on, but today, my hands are open for the first time. I started my schools in 1999, but it's only this year that I've accepted children with severe autism. So it's a breakthrough, and parents can testify that it is possible. I thought it was impossible, but today I think we shall share it is possible. All children can experience inclusive education. So, where does that take us? As emphasized through the various documented legal frameworks in support of inclusive education, disability is the result of an interaction between one with a condition, it could be an impairment, or otherwise, and the environmental factors. Well, yeah, thank you. So these interact, the person you were and the opportunities around you set pace for your survival. All people can survive. All people can survive in an inclusive environment as long as the condition, what the child is managed in the most effective way. On the other hand, inclusion is a rights issue that must be respected and fulfilled in a contextually feasible manner. We are Ugandans. We cannot implement inclusive education like the Kenyans. By the way, you can reflect on the per capita income of Uganda. You need so many shillings to make, so many Ugandan shillings to make one Kenyan shilling. You have to remember that. So the way they do it cannot be the same way we do it in Uganda. Whom do we include and whom are we excluding at the moment? As observed by 4, inclusion is often the consequence of invisibility. That is UNICEF. And there was a recent study that was published last year, September. The author maintains that there has been a widespread lack of reliable data on the number of children with disabilities for the longest time. We don't have data. Nobody can point a finger that there are so many children who are blind. We are using foreign statistics, for example. Everybody says, according to who? According to UNICEF, according to World Bank. What are you saying as Ugandans? What does the Department of Special Needs say? What about the head teacher? Is he aware? Recently, working with the Refugee Law Project, went to a school, close to 2,000 children. The head teacher said, we don't have a single child with special needs here. Can you imagine 2,000? Yet my knowledge of statistics tells me on disability that when you count 5 people, at least one of them has dyslexia. Dyslexia is 20% of a normal population. Count 5 people, one who has it. And you say 2,000 pupils, none has an issue, not a behavior one, not even in mathematics challenging. So, data is the issue. So the obvious consequence of absence of accurate numbers and failure to consider and consult learners in need of support deprives them the opportunity to reach their God-given potential. We are all created on purpose, but because we don't understand the children, we don't go near them, we don't consult them in research, they are passive. That's why we don't support them the way they should. You know the slogan for the disabled fraternity? Nothing for us without us. But whoever asks the children, what did you want to learn today? Who? People will think that you don't know what you are doing. You are unprepared. What is the progress so far in Uganda? At the policy level, a number of policy instruments and guidelines, local and international, are being used to influence inclusive education in the country that everybody appreciates. We have got almost the best representation in Africa and many Western countries. Our representation, even in parliament, is really unique. We are doing very well there when it comes to policy. On the other hand, it should be noted that Uganda still lacks a comprehensive policy. I think I'm not the spokesperson for the department, but at least we are aware. The policy is at a close level. It may be interest ourselves to know why it is not getting finalized. Since 2012, the draft is being pursued. How many years now? 10 years we are pursuing a draft. So we are doing everything. There is no, our policy is not signed into law. Research and innovative practices. There are emerging efforts in this critical area, but independent and replicated studies on implementing inclusive education in Uganda by Ugandans is still scarce. In Uganda, by Ugandans, it is critical. The way you would do your thing is not the same way a Mzungu would do it. There are ethical considerations. Who does the research matters. As I mentioned, most studies informing key interventions are done by external donor agencies or scholars from abroad. The resultant conflict of interest embedded in such studies restrains valid and reliable outcomes. Notwithstanding, however, the study by USDC and Enable 2017 stands out as a key reference for implementing inclusive education in Uganda. This is an area which needs further investment and support by all stakeholders so that Ugandans do their own studies, not studies to be used to raise funds, but studies to make changes in children's lives. It is critical. Research, innovation, and capacity building. There is an emerging wealth of undocumented innovations in support of inclusive education in Uganda. Many civil society organizations have signed memoranda of understanding and are implementing research, innovation, and capacity building initiatives in inclusive education. I know my colleagues here, UNAD, wherever, Nudipu, all are doing research, but we don't have a pool where you can see these studies. So we need our pool, a Ugandan pool, which we can really reach out and see what others are doing. Chaninga we have seen. There are so many things they are discovering, but where are these findings put? In a pool where you can go and do a meta-analysis of what is happening. So we need to move a little further. In the interest of time, I've got two innovations that I'm closely associated with. I had many, but I pulled out two. To inform thematic areas, identification and assessment. Because as I presented last time, these are the backbones. There is no way you replan unless these children are identified. Big challenge, we don't know how many they are. Secondly, we don't know how, we have not assessed, we don't know how many have been assessed. There is a project which is going to be shared by KCCA because they do real assessment. I want to invite my baby, a son that I've worked with, Calvin Lubowa, a Ugandan young man. 9 years ago, I discovered him. According to the tests I did, he qualified to be gifted and talented. Is here, is going to share with us. He turned 18 on which date, Calvin? 4th October? Yeah. So he's just transiting into manhood. So Calvin, I'll be just interviewing him just to save time, or you want to run? Whichever. So he's comfortable. So Calvin, I met him when he was in primary 3. There were issues. He had even gone, they had reached Butabika Hospital with suspicions that maybe he's running crazy. There were a few issues around there. But he's going to tell us briefly. I gave him 5 minutes, and he's a very good timekeeper. I trust him. For over 9 years, even if you lose a second, he's going to complain. He says you are not keeping your time. So he's the most frustrated. While with the presentation have been going on, I've been on trouble, on fire. He doesn't understand why people cannot keep their time. So he has complained from yesterday. Calvin, you are here to tell us a little bit about yourself. Short summary. No, just say it. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. I'm here. Just to brief them.
All right, then. Good morning. Okay. I mean, this is probably obvious, but my name's Calvin Labour. You know, I'm 18 years old, or at least recently 18, but, you know, same difference. And, you know, I've known Dr. Nguchi here for 9 years. I mean, I can thank him for the fact that I'm here today. Because, so, like, basically, before that, people just thought I was just a stubborn kid. Because I was usually getting into trouble for things, or, like, you know, just questioning the teachers and stuff. Did you guys hear what I said just now? I'll have to go back to the beginning. Yeah? Okay, check 1, 2, 3. All right. So I'll just go back a bit. So I've known Dr. Nguchi here for 9 years, as he's already said. So I'm very grateful for how he's helped me over the years. Because I'd probably be stuck, and to be blunt, I would be stuck in a rut without him. Because, basically, I met him at the recommendation of the principal of the primary school I was going to at the time. Because, you know, because she was like, maybe he could help. So she told my mother that, and my mother takes me to Dr. Nguchi. Then sometime later, I get assessed, and they're like, what? Okay, long story short, he's like, how do I put this without coming off as arrogant? I'm sorry, I tend to be worried that sometimes I might come off as a little arrogant. So basically, he's like, that Calvin's a very intelligent boy, and that if he goes through school normally, it'll be a waste of his intelligence. At least I think that's how it went, right?
Yeah.
You know, so I get,
145 IQ.
135, not 45. Yeah. Okay. You know, so I end up getting accelerated in 2015. P5, P6, P7, all in 1 year. Aggregate 12. Yeah.
So every time, every month, every time we cover the class. P5, P6, P7 in 1 year.
Yeah.
And we got 12 aggregates.
Okay. So then I end up going to Seta High for secondary, but that didn't end well for me. You know, they were a bit too strict in my opinion. You know, so you know, I end up leaving acrimoniously for various reasons that would take too long to get in here. So I end up shifting to Tambo College School. So, you know, they continued the acceleration program from there, but at a bit of a slower pace. So, you know, so come 2018, I'm getting ready to like do UCE, but then some more complications come up. Like, for example, I'm originally doing just to select just a small number of subjects, just so that I could keep my concentration. But the problem was, UNEB hadn't told us we're supposed to do a minimum of 8, so we ended up doing 7 instead. So when I'm starting to register, they're like, oh, sorry, just remember to tell you right now, you have to do 8 subjects, even though we knew about this for an entire year. Yeah, congratulations, UNEB. Yeah, that's very helpful. Okay, sarcasm aside, I took it up because, well, I wouldn't be able to do the exams otherwise. Then I had to take on 2 extra subjects because the system had registered me according to the system, I was supposed to do my UCE in 2019. So because I was starting in 2018, okay, they were like, either you wait until 2019 to do UCE, or you do all science subjects, i.e. pick up biology and chemistry. So I really didn't have a choice, I had to pick them. So then, I go into the exams, I think I do my best, but then the results come back and I have 3rd grade. I mean, I've been told it's not that bad, but I tend to be a perfectionist, so I was very, very disappointed with myself. Like, I really thought I didn't want to go back to school after that. But then, again, Dr. Nietzsche helped out here. I got recommended to this international school, and I think it was a British School of Kampala. It's in Muyenga. Getting the fees was very difficult for my father, but we managed, and despite the pandemic, I managed to graduate high school. So at the top of my class at just 15. So I took a bit of a break afterwards. Okay. So after that, took a bit of a break. 1, because of COVID, and 2, you can't, if you keep going continuously, you'll burn yourself out. So then I tried applying for this opportunity Dr. Nietzsche knew about in Canada, but COVID saw the end of that. So I tried applying locally. So I picked International University of East Africa, but there were some complications with that. Crap, it looks like I ended up going over my specified time. But so I'll try speed running this. So long story short, I had to end up settling for a diploma because the results because what I'd done in the international school did not equate to a degree. So I took it up, although I'm still a bit sour about that. Yeah. So so I graduated this year. Actually, just in November.
Thank you so much. Just a little bit. We made so many hurdles. Yeah. He knows what is right and what is wrong. Thank you, Calvin. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, basically that is one project that we did together, but we made so many hurdles at the secondary school level. My plan was to have Calvin do secondary in 2 years because he had the potential. We applied the acceleration, but the school we went to, they didn't know, they were unaware. And he was beaten for poor handwriting, copying with the copying notes, a child who is younger, they could fill up the notes, and he was beaten, he said, this is stupid, I can't understand it. So, saying that word in a secondary school, a big secondary school, you know what happens. They may kill you. So, we went, and when we reached UNEB, thank God, the former executive secretary, understood that. I think the current one, Daniel, I think understood it, but it was a tug of war to do exams before you are ready. They say, why are you making a kid, grow faster? They were asking me. I had to beg. I said, please give me a chance. They gave me special permission, and there we are. But the other hurdle was at National Council for Higher Education, because he wanted to do degree straight away. He had the potential. But they said, this does not exist. In our books, they asked for me, where is the inclusive education policy that you are using? I said, I think it is in a draft. So we had all these challenges, but finally, he had pursued three diplomas in 2 years. 3 diplomas in 2 years, and he had passed well. But all that was squashed. They said the only thing we can give him, we can be rated like a senior 6 equivalent. You know, this is all lack of awareness. He would have graduated much earlier. Now there he is, a young scientist, and I'm thinking prospect. He wanted to join university in January, but I'm saying no. I think let him have hands-on, because there is no, intelligence is not intelligence without problem solving. He should solve a few problems. As we are speaking now, we have been to Daily Monitor, is going to be writing articles. He is an upcoming political economist. He understands politics very well. And he understands how transition can come without shooting a bullet. He knows, for this country. But anyway, those are reserves. We have got a repertoire of things. Yesterday, he was able to analyze professor's paper. Before he finished, he had written a good piece, making an analysis, a comparison between Ghanaian education and our own. That will be passed on. He did. I'll share with him. So how he sees things and how we can move forward, moving closer. If we want to make, to benchmark from Ghana, he has already written one. But that was possible within that same time. I kept saying, don't please, keep quiet. But he said, no, you see, when in Ghana, you see how that's where they differ. I think here we are doing better, but they are better there. I said, please, you know, they are listening to this. But now we have a piece, scholarly piece. He's publishing 2 books. He's authoring, they will be published in the United States. Where you don't think, you don't agree. You want to clarify. Come. You know, that's how young children who are gifted disturb in classes. You must be able to give them the time. And that's what he does every day. When I say something wrong, I say, no, I'm not 13, I'm 14, or it's not yesterday, it is today, or next year. Can you clarify on the books, please?
Right, just to clarify, there's 2 books, but I don't know whether they're going to be published. I mean, maybe here, but the problem is I don't know if people are very interested in them. Oh yeah, and speaking of which, I actually started a 3rd book yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Calvin. So basically, what are we talking about? At one point, I thought he was only gifted but not talented. But lately, I discovered his talent is writing. Yeah? He is intelligent, he's in politics, but also Daily Monitor, they have given us, but it is going to be competitive. He's writing 3 articles, which they are going to vet, and he's going to begin earning money, because they pay their writers. So that is going to happen. Now, the last presentation. This is Babatoria Talent Quotient. We have battled with children with special needs. I want to invite Mr. Kasekende, if you can come and use it, 5 minutes, or that can be 4. This is a new initiative. We have been teaching our children, but some of them reach university when we don't know what they are going to be in life. We burn money. I'm a victim of that. My son did a course in Chambogo, 3 years. Another one did it at Makerere, a Bachelor of Entrepreneurship in small-scale business management, but is my secretary. Can you imagine, after spending millions? So I think the gentleman here is going to share, there is a new technology that you can use to identify a child's talent fairly early. I've seen colleagues or people who have worked in executive offices after retiring. Somebody who has been a chemical engineer and he goes to rear pigs. And his life becomes miserable because he didn't have a clue. He didn't study agriculture, but he has this takeaway. If you can do something that you are talented in, you move faster. And that's where, talents is where our passions are. So Mr. Kasekende, kindly share with us this new technology and how it can improve Ugandan system. You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Njuki.
I'm imagining Mr. Kasekende is aware of the time constraints. Thank you.
Certainly. I'm called Benoni Kasenene, and I'm the country director of Babatoria Talent Quotient. Babatoria Talent Quotient, we identify talent
by brainwave technology, brainwave test technology. It is also known as neurometria science. So we are able to use a device that will draw a map of the neural setup of the brain, and then we are able to know what you are endowed with. We are able to know the personal qualities of a person. The test is done in just 30 minutes. The personal qualities, your thinking type, whether visual or analytical, your emotional, memory retention capability, your stress resistance capability, your mindfulness. We'll know all this, because if you know your talent, then we also need to know what approaches on the teaching platform. As I said, the test is done in 30 minutes, and the report is generated automatically in less than 15 minutes. And then we have specialists that can interpret the report. Neurometria is an improvement of psychometric, for some of you who know. Psychometric was very subjective. Neurometria is very accurate. Human beings are not involved. We are just using that device. It is an EEG device, the same devices used in hospitals. And we have all certifications. We have certification from the international up to National Drug Authority. This technology helps in early childhood development, in guidance for teenagers and adults, and also in human resource management. It also helps in special need education. We have already tried it out. And specifically in special need education, it will help in, we emphasize talent-oriented education, to be able to single out. Because if you know what, we had a video which we were trying to play yesterday, we don't have the time. We will look at one of the parents had an autistic child, and we identified, before that they had problems. The child could hardly be in class for 30 minutes, for 20 minutes. And they tried so many things, nothing was working, and they tried him in music, they tried him in everything. But when we applied our technology, we discovered that this child was into robotics. And as we speak now, the child is inseparable from school. He's always in class, and he spends hours in class, and he has done a project already. We have that video. Anyone who's interested, we can share the video with you. I don't know. So we are situated there. You can come for more information. And our location is in Iluoa, inside National Housing Estate. We also work with Dr. Nduchi. We intend to work with Dr. Nduchi in helping to establish what for us we call talent-oriented special need education. Converting your talent, your special need education talent-oriented. You're welcome.
Thank you, Wanaka Sekende. So, colleagues, I think that is the new thing that is coming. We want every Uganda matters in development. As we say, no child should be left behind. Even in economics, nobody should eat free food at home. That is our thinking. Nobody should be riding another person's back. In my school, I've started beginning next year, and I don't allow pocket money in my school. The child should do something, say it to you, you give money. So I've banned from February, no pocket money. If you bring pocket money, sorry, you take it back. Until this child will sell you something on a VD, then he earns money. I look after the kid, make sure that he's eating, is having everything, but beginning the VD, the child will have something to sell to you. You buy it generously, and that will be stock. Then they will appreciate that there should be a relationship between learning and earning, because there is a missing link between learning and earning. Let me conclude, colleagues, as, because we know, I'm concluding. Colleagues, what is it that we should be doing to take us further? Stakeholder engagement, I'll not say much. Already we see results from the department, what they are doing and how much they are achieving. Inclusive education is feasible if we engage as stakeholders. We work together, we bring on board whatever we have. If for me, I don't have money, if I have knowledge, I come and share it. That's all I have. I don't have $1. So, what more can we do? All stakeholders to embrace inclusive education as a human rights issue while remaining cognizant of the unique needs of each specific category of learners. The learners are many, but we need to go. We embrace inclusive education, but tactfully and flexibly, because these children will never be the same. Every child has a purpose in life. Ensure that all stakeholders are aware of the nature of learners with disabilities and special learning needs and appreciate their roles in supporting these children. Government, we feel, we need all of us to prioritize the development of a disability information management system. As I mentioned, we don't have data. Data is critical. We need to do it like yesterday. Obviously, we are aware of these barriers because the previous session, Chaninga did demonstrate this very well. I think I will not go into this, but we have diverse culture. Maybe I didn't hear that one go through, but our cultures, we need to turn them into a resource. Every culture, God has created it as unique to be a resource to the development. But obviously, we lack a comprehensive custody policy. Madam Commissioner, I think this is important. Putting numbers to the policy will be critical. How much do we need? Sometimes I'm reserved. I think maybe they don't give us enough because we don't know how much we need. Sincerely speaking, if you mention a figure, and so we need 10 billions, you may find that probably that money is not enough. We need to be careful. We work all together to help the department come up with a costed policy. Let me see how I conclude. Inclusive education is a rights-based issue. No matter the circumstances, inclusive education is attainable if stakeholders apply positive attitudes and commit to do their best within their means. All of us have means here. If we commit, it is doable. Inclusive education is challenging, but doable. Very challenging, but if you commit, you put your heart to it, it is possible. If there is a comment, one or two, but that is upon my boss, I would say,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. You can take your seat briefly. Any information coming from the MC? Oh, I thought you had something to add. Thank you very much, Doctor. And indeed, Doctor and all your other colleagues have done us so well. The second keynote address is also very pregnant with information that we need at this symposium. So ladies and gentlemen, we just want to allow like 4 questions or comments or queries. Maybe Doctor told a lie somewhere. You may want to say no. All observations. So may we see the hands up for that? There's a hand up, Bwana Burnett, a hand up behind there. Just the extreme end of this column. Okay, and as you get there, Dr. Anjuchi,
Please
indeed
be brief and precise.
Yes. Oh, there was one far behind, but you've decided to pick that. Okay, let's pick that one very fast.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. And I would like to ask this question. When do we expect the inclusive education policy document to be approved?
Very direct and clear question. The answer will come.
Secondly,
Yes.
what standard minimum measurements do we have to qualify a school to be an inclusive school? Thank you.
Minimum requirements for an inclusive school. Burnett, extreme end on that very column. I know Doctor noted, but the question also somehow requires an answer from Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Dr. Njuchi, for this wonderful presentation. While we were presenting, we had some observations. And we want to ask you, in Uganda today, is our curriculum effective? Because an effective curriculum is supposed to provide a teacher, a student, school leaders, and community stakeholders with a measurable plan and structure toward the delivery of quality education, in which you mentioned inclusive education. When we look at our system, we have teachers who are trained at the primary teachers college, that is grade 3, where you started. Then we have grade 5, either at the National Teachers College or at universities. And we also have universities which offer degree. Now, we have a course that we do that qualifies us, a unit that qualifies us to be teachers. That is professional education studies. In it, there are various units. When we look at the key players, NCDC, National Council of Higher Education, and all the others that are involved, a teacher is a key player
And
in
I see you
implementing this
summarizing,
policy.
my sister.
Yes. Is key in implementing this inclusive education. Wouldn't it be an ideal solution to have inclusive education, whichever way they choose to include it as a unit, a study unit, a course unit in the PACE, so that when a teacher is churned out into the world of work, is able to deal with these children to whom this inclusive education is for.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the last
Any
one,
other?
the last one for today is coming from my sister here. Doctor has taken note and is going to answer in a minute as well. Meantime, I request Shao to begin moving up here because I know, oh, they are still enjoying a break moment. Okay. After that break, Shao, we've come to learn that you're about to get back home for other activities, so we want to get a final entertainment from you that will help us appreciate the keynote address from Dr. Njuchi. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Thank you, Mr. Njuchi, for the wonderful presentation, protocol observed. I'm Susan Joyce Nakato, teacher by profession, secondary. I can call it a concern. We are glad Mr. Njuchi showed us one of his products, the boy who came in front.
The gentleman.
The gentleman, sorry, because he's 18. When we look at the way our school programs are organized, we have 1 to 7 for primary years, 1 to 4, that is O level, and 1 to 2, and that is A level. I believe there are so many things they considered to give these ranges in school. Then how effective is the prolonged learning? Because the gentleman told us in 3 years, I mean from is it P5 to
Okay, we actually got all that detail.
Yeah,
so the
something
question
like
is,
that.
how effective is prolonged?
Yeah, how effective is
Thank
it?
you very
and
much.
can it apply to all learners with disabilities?
Very
Thank
wonderful
you.
question. Thank you very much. Doctor has heard, and doctor want to give you this mic to answer in 2 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. Colleagues, thank you so much for the questions we have asked. When do we expect the policy? I think Madam Sarah is in a better position. I don't know.
She will answer
it is above, at the right time she will.
Yep.
So at least before we leave this place, you'll get to know the answer. Secondly, standard minimum requirements for to implement inclusive education. Positive attitude, flexibility to share the meager resources, and to have goodwill to do the best you can within the limitations. Those are minimum to me. Third, the curriculum, is it effective? Basically, I think I want to say, depending, yes and no. You know, the curriculum was set, although we had Madam General Kazinda yesterday telling us the interventions, but these are fairly new interventions. Probably they have not been even experimented on. But the efforts are on, but Ugandan curriculum was tailored around the so-called normal child. A child who deviates from normal is left hanging. So far, there is a lot of work that is waiting to balance the equation. Last is about the teacher, how teachers are prepared. I think that's it. I would like to make a general comment and say, knowing and doing are completely two different things. It's not true that the one who knows is the best at doing. So, teacher training in many countries, you start from the classroom, then you go to the lecture room. It is different. These days in Uganda, it is quite a different story. You spend the minimum of time in practice and a lot of time in the classroom. So we don't use the PBL, problem-based learning. Some of us who studied some years ago, we spent more time to become the teachers we are today. 3 days out in school for kids with special needs, and you come back to the college to learn the theories. Thank you so much. God bless you.
A round of applause for Dr. Njuchi. And thank you very much, Dr. Njuchi. I'm hoping there are many other concerns. Kindly write them down. We shall present them to him. And if there's a moment for sharing more answers, we shall. MC, I see you looking at me. What do you want to tell us?
All right, so thank you very much. Session chair, Mr. Semakura.
Let me wind up my session and then hand over to you. I'm also of the view that since tea has started happening, possibly we do a working tea as we prepare. So, Doctor, thank you very much. Those of you came in after Doctor had been introduced, I think from his talk, we could see that he's a manager, he's a researcher, he's an entrepreneur, he's very passionate, he's full of experience. But I've also seen that he's an explorer. Because as you saw from the example he gave us, he explored a person who had been ignored, and he has turned that person into a very great person. Doctor, the delay of 10 years is really big, but I think there are more documents that have actually taken more years, which are very critical. Do you people know the Marriage and Divorce Bill? Do you know when it was first drafted? I think it was about 40 years ago. We need it, but it hasn't come out. But otherwise, Doctor, yes, we take note of that. We take note of that. And then we...
Yeah, basically, I feel really bad because the lady asked about the prolonged learning in school. I thought maybe a brief comment would suffice.
Please do.
Colleagues, I think spending less or more in school depends on an assessment. There are kids who need more time, and there are kids who need less. So if we can promote our identification and assessment, that will be very easy. So we inform the education system who needs more and who needs less. It's like a food at home. Some kids eat a little bit more and others eat less. You will see it at the serving tables. Some people will take a little more, others will take less. Thank you.
And I like you for using a very live example. But that is not to stop those who want to take more. Please, kindly do what you need. I also want to thank, as we thank Doctor, I want to thank Calvin so much. All that we have seen coming from him, that accelerated learning. We are eager to continue learning from you as a political economist. Many of us are still learners in that area. And as a talented writer, we are really looking forward to getting more from what you write. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen some few girls and boys after the lockdown jumping all the way from P6 to P7 and excelling better than those who are in P7. So I think what Doctor says about prolonged learning is really important. So yesterday when we ended the speech from the guest speaker, the keynote speaker, the chair then, who was Dr. Pamela, said, wow. And I remembered to also ask you to say wow. So can you say wow? That reminded me of a teacher who told learners to say strong, stronger, strongest. And so they said strong, stronger, strongest. And he thanked them. He said, good. But for them, they continued. Good, gooder, goodest. And then he was mesmerized and he said, wow. And they said, wow, 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 wowest. So we are also giving a wowest to Dr. and team. Thank you very much. And for our brother from Brainwave Technology. Is it Mr. Kasenene, Mr. Kasekende? Thank you very much, and we are eager to come over and learn more from you. Finally, from the keynote, everybody is very important. We shouldn't despise people because of a disability, because of just an imagination. And I just want to end with a story of a fisherman who assisted a professor to move across a certain lake in a ship. And the professor kept boasting how he knew a lot of science. He kept asking the fisherman, do you know pedagogy? Fisherman was looking Angas. Okay, do you know entomology? Fisherman looked Angas. Do you know psychology? Fisherman couldn't pick. Do you even know physiotherapy? And he became very confused. But then there came the moment for the professor. Some water began getting into the boat. And this was the right moment for the fisherman to also ask the professor, do you know swimiology? And could the professor have an answer? So let's take everybody as useful. Thank you, Professor. Let's get down together and hand it over to the MC to lead us in the next activities. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, thank you. Another huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Njoche and Semakura. Thank you very much for that wonderful and rich presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, as a teacher, there is nothing very dangerous and suicidal like teaching a class that is hungry. So allow me invite you for break tea, but kindly let's try to keep it a little brief so that we can also have other engagements. Remember, we have a show. Yes, because I've been told that a show team would wish to go to another function. So kindly, if you are ready, you can hit the stage as the rest of the members enjoy the tea. Please come and dine with us. Some DJ, do you have some cool music that you can enjoy?
My name is Blessing Casting once again. I know we are speaking the same language, and what I know with inclusive education, everyone counts. Thank you.
Carry on, show them the way, 'cause all in all, we're part of the family.
Kino kiyeri fefena abazadde n'abasomesa mu Afrika, buli mwana yenna waddemba okusoma ng'abalala bonna.
Buli we mutwesamba webule mu bwolaba, so buli we twegatta n'amaanyi geeraga. Inclusion is the way. Baleke basomere wamu
kuba ddembe lyabwe.
For a better future.
Inclusion is the way.
Baleke basomere wamu
baleke basome.
For a better future.
Buli omu yeetaaga munne era buli omu ayigira ku munne.
United we stand and cooperate as a nation. Faith, twetaaga tensioni okufuna pure education, practice inclusive education. Kuba tuli ba humani. Kino kiddane ku gavumenti essewo omusingi
n'ebitongole mu nsi yonna
bisewo emisingi. For the spin of the freedom society bagiteekemu amaanyi. Inclusion is the way. Baleke basomere wamu
kuba ddembe lyabwe.
For a better future.
Inclusion is the way.
Baleke basomere wamu
baleke basome.
For a better future.
Let's associate. Oh, oh, oh. Ffenna tusome wamu, lwaki tweyawulamu? Omuzadde n'omusomesa mwegamusa kimu. Kiba kya buntu bulamu ffe nga tuli bumu.
We also need the loving, protecting, guidance and caring for a better world. We also need the loving, protecting, guidance and caring for a better world. We also need the loving, protecting, guidance and caring for a better world. We also need the loving, protecting, guidance and caring for a better world.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I've been requested that we do encore for the inclusive education song for yesterday. Yes, so can we? But I would as well like the Commissioner, Ministry of Gender and Ministry of Education, Special Needs Department to join us. And thereafter, we shall have a group photo. Thank you so much. But yeah, we are running. The Cathedral of Buganda is waiting for us eagerly. So DJ, Inclusive Education. Mr. Prosper and Madam Sarah, please join us. DJ, Inclusive Education, as my him in the wheelchair, let him be supported to come over. Thank you.
kweyogerako abaana bammwe abalina obwetaavu obw'enjawulo inclusive education gye tuliko tusiima mwenna bavuddeyo ku lwaffe mwebale nnyo show mwebale butakoma kuba spina bifida bokka naye ne muvaayo n'eddoboozi ery'amaanyi buli mwana yenna aliko obulemu ayambibwa okusoma mutadde okumanisa mu lwatu nekituwanaffe okwongera abazadde n'amasomero na buli omutuulo ojja kumanya abaana bammwe abaliko obulemu ketufunye omwagana nga twogere lyemme lyaffe naffe okuba mu ssomero nga tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala naffe tusobola okuterewo embeera ng'etusobozesa abakulu mu salamanka triti bakiraba ti buli mwana alina enjawulo ye n'obusobozi bwe n'ebyanyumirwa bya njawulo ku mulala okufuna emikwano kyagala n'okuyiga okuzannya n'okuyiga okwogera ku binnuma kyetaaga okutegeera eddembe lyange zekiyayanira n'abalala jagala mutegeera okusingako wano tukulirwe enzigi tusomere wamu ne bannaffe abalala nebituyamba mu kusoma bituteekerwewo naffe okwanguyirwa abaana bammwe abaliko obulemu ketufunye omwagana nga twogere lyemme lyaffe naffe okuba mu ssomero nga tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala naffe tusobola okuterewo embeera ng'etusobozesa
Katongole producer.
ebizimbe bizimbibwa nga tusobola okwetaaya naffe nga tusobola okuvuga wheelchairs awatali buzibu washrooms zikolebwe nga ngazi sabbuuni n'amazzi nga gyebiri brails ku masomero zibeerewo n'atalaba ajja kusoma era atalaba wala mu muyambe mumutuuza wasooka kubalina obuzibu mu kuwulira sayini language ebeewo mu kukola lesson plan balowooza ku muyizi sekinoomu kyetaaga olw'okuba emisinde kwe tuyigira myawufu nga naye okusomera wamu n'abalala ddembe lyaffe bongere mu bikozesebwa byaffe tujja kuba wamu tusoma awatali buzibu abaana bammwe abaliko obulemu ketufunye omwagana nga twogere lyemme lyaffe naffe okuba mu ssomero nga tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala naffe tusobola okuterewo embeera ng'etusobozesa obuntu bulamu peer to peer support approach enenkola gyetukoledde tugiweera bujulizi mwattu batica bawangana amagezi ku ngeri y'okusomesa abaliko obulemu n'okutuyamba mu ngeri zaffe ezitali zimu obuntu bulamu peer to peer support approach ekyusisa abazadde nze ndabaga kibasitukiddemu ne batutwala ku masomero ku kino ne bawa ne bannaabo amagezi abalina abaana be bamu laba mindset ekyuse ku ky'abaana b'obulemu obuntu bulamu peer to peer support approach naffe abaana ab'obulemu etuyigiriza okuyambagana ebirungo bitadde ku bbali waliwo obukiiko obuyitibwa SIT obujjuvu school inclusion lyaffe tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala tusobozesa abaana bammwe abaliko obulemu dembe lyaffe naffe okuba mu ssomero dembe lyaffe tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala tusobozesa.
Thank you. Before we go, can we have a group photo, please? Thank you. Maybe we carve in. Good, thank you. Hope the cameramen are ready. Good.
Yes, I think men behind the cameras are doing what they understand best. Okay, I think those are enough. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap these people once again. Thank you, Shao, for those sweet words and the good message. I believe the participants have got it all. Thank you. God bless you. And where you're going, please represent us well. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want us to dive again to the program. Time is not our best ally. We are already behind the schedule, and kindly, the session chairs, make sure you control our presenters very well. I remember we have a team of rapporteurs the other side. I believe they are capturing the most salient points that will, of course, inform us onto the position paper. I hope the team is doing that work very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to waste much time here, and yet the session chair is ready and the presenter. It's now my pleasure and honor to invite Madam Esther Akwi from UNICEF to come and guide us. Is the next session chair. And now I hand over this microphone to this formidable lady who is going to chair the next session. And of course, considering in mind that time is not our best ally, I believe UNICEF people are very good time managers. Madam Esther, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much. I don't know, it is morning already? Okay. Good morning once again. I'm called Akwi Esther. I'm a teacher, an education officer at UNICEF. And I'm humbled to be the one chairing the session that we are having now. I think my role is very simple. It is really to usher in the next presenter, who is none other than Hoshi. I hope I will sound your name well. Hoshi Osawa, who has a 20-year period of leadership. And this includes the community work she's done, both nationally and internationally. Of course, probably part of it not in Uganda. And I think she is here to take us through the work around education in emergencies. And most importantly, she's taking on the lens of education in emergencies under the Education in Emergencies Sector Working Group of the Ministry of Education and Sports, they are co-chairing, that is between humanity and inclusion, and back up Uganda. So I think her presentation is just not as a person, not as humanity and inclusion, but I think really having the umbrella of education emergencies in the picture. And I think this comes in really to broaden our inclusion. And I think the question that they are asking, who needs to be included? And how do we have everybody included? So those are the kind of answers to the questions that she'll be responding to in her presentation. So I do not want to attempt to go into a presentation. I'm quite sure that she will come in and elaborate and take us through. And I think we are willing and will commit to make sure that we keep time. So please, you're most welcome.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. My name is Yoshi. I'm a program coordinator of Association for Aid and Relief Japan, in short AAR. AAR is a member of the Inclusive Education Task Team under the Education in Emergency Working Group. So on behalf of Inclusive Education Task Team, I would like to discuss with you, all the participants, to come up with the minimum standards for the inclusive education in emergency. Due to the time constraints, let me focus on just one particular topic. Yeah, that one. In the Inclusive Education Task Team meeting, we have actually 12 members co-led by Backup Uganda and Humanity and Inclusion. We found out that member organizations, they have their own approaches, they have their own interpretation on the inclusive education, and then our practices are not always aligned. So I would like invite all of you to discuss at the moment in this symposium to come up with what's the minimum standards be at least in the emergency context. So yeah. So I would like now divide you all into 4 pillars actually. Let's make it just like one table as one group. So could you go to the next slide? Yep, so let me quickly do this way. The line, that one, could you focus on the facilities? And then the center, the line on the center. The lines on the center, could you focus on the teaching method, please? Then thank you. Hi. And then the tables on this line, could you discuss on policy? And then the tables at the edge, both ends, here and there, could you discuss what the minimum standard would be about the community participation, for example, like parents, children themselves, or neighboring residents as well? So, and then each group, could you discuss, let's say, 8 minutes to come up with 3 key minimum standards, so what should be done at least in emergency context. And then please remember that emergency is not only about the refugees, right? We have like pandemic or natural disasters, so emergency matters for all. So in terms of facilities, what should be done in emergency, and in terms of the teaching method, what should be done. Okay, and then please focus on the Uganda-specific context, right? Do you have any questions on how to proceed? Is that okay? Yes. Uh-huh. So brainstorming is fine. So let's regard one table as one group, and then those groups in this line focus on a teaching method. So yeah, it's discussion / brainstorming. Is that okay? I will take this silence as an agreement. Okay, and so again, please come up with 3 key minimum standards on the pillars that you're assigned: facility, teaching method, policy, and community participation. Okay? Right, let's start the discussion then. Sorry for interrupting your discussion. After the discussion, I would like to invite at least one person from each line to share your ideas. Thank you. You're gonna have another 6 minutes. Could you share the presentation, like the pillars written?
So,
Hi, I know it's the middle of the discussion, but maybe some groups are a bit confusing. So is any group ready to share at least like one minimum standard? That will be really helpful. Could I invite everybody? This is an example.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Eyalo Isaac from Hill Preparatory School. We are trying to discuss on the minimum standards, and what we're discussing on is facility. So among the facilities, we have infrastructures. So on infrastructures, we broke it into, three. We have classroom-based. So one have to have a spacious classroom to accommodate a number of, certain number of pupils or learners within, Then we have laboratory, where we keep the equipments, maybe computers and other apparatus. Then we have washrooms, and we talk about washroom, the toilets and so on. Then we also have sports facilities, like the courts, swimming pools, and many others. Then we also have learning materials, hands-on learning materials. Okay, this is when you have, for us at our school, we always have practical lessons, where maybe if you're learning about a skeleton, you bring a structure of a skeleton, then the name parts and so on. Yes, so those are some of them. We also have equipment. They're also part of the facilities. So thank you. The accessibility, Okay, yeah. So we should, these infrastructures also should have the accessibility like the ramps to enable people with disabilities to access them freely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. All right, we're listening to the wonderful presentation. The discussion time has been done. So this group presented a facilities minimum standard. We need a disability-friendly facilities such as toilets, sports ground, a classroom of course, and teaching materials will be needed. Thank you very much. Could I move on to this line? And these lines was in charge of the teaching method, right? Anybody, like one person, could you share the ideas in your group?
Thank you. Our group, the teaching methods, we suggested to dwell much on learner-centered approaches. With this, you can engage in every learner, and it can also help you as a teacher to identify their capabilities so that you can come in, help them, and reach your evaluation goals. Thank you. Maybe another person can add on.
Thank you. Just one more. Let me go.
Our group came up with, still under teaching method, we looked at the Trini-track approach. This is where the school has to adjust the activities planned should suit the needs of the learner rather than changing the learner. We only change the activities so that a learner can fit. Then the other part of it is the individualized education plan or program. We should know that a learner should be dealt with as a learner, not as learners, because we have diverse educational needs. Then the other aspect under teaching method is the differentiation. As we plan, we need to know that a certain learner A, we have to modify the methods of teaching by differentiation. I want to go back at the other place. One point in class, the classes must have enough light. Why light? Some benefit from sign language services, and when there is no light, enough light in the class, somebody who is benefiting through sight may not understand what is going on in class. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your all ideas, like teaching skills, methodology, how to be student-centered and individualized. And thank you very much for the lightning suggestions. Okay, let's move on to this line. It's about policy. Okay, great. Could you share just one minimum standard, please, due to the time constraints?
Thank you so much. Still good morning, everyone. My name is Fiona Chasimire, and we are supposed to look at the policies. We have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, which talks, Article 26, that talks about education as a human right. Then we have got the Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability, 2006, Article 24, which talks about inclusive education. We have got the Salamanca Statement of 1994, which talks about education for all. We have got the Constitution of Uganda of 1995, which has got the Universal Primary Education Policy, which as well talks about education for all. Then we have got Persons with Disability Act 2020, Article 6, which talks about inclusive education as well. However, the challenge we have here is that some of these policies are not put in action. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much for listing very comprehensive policies, and then indeed how to put these policies and regulations into practice is another very important challenges. Okay, let's move on to the last pillar, the community participation. Can anybody, anyone from like this line? Okay, sir, could you just raise one minimum standard, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Ephraim Mwesije, the head of special needs at Uganda National Students Association. Me and my team, we looked at one minimum standard. We are looking at the community. And here we brainstormed and looked at what community should do to ensure that there is inclusive education, and if so, which standards should be set for it. One, we looked at the philosophical orientation of the community, whereby the community is required to have an ideology, to have a comprehensive kind of thinking which thinks the education program should cater for. For example, we are saying that in this case, the community should be ready to say that inclusive education first before other programs. We looked at another role or the pillar which the community can have, where we said that it's the community to come up with a strategy under this inclusive education program, a strategy that should always cater for emergency situations. For example, the pandemic. It is the community to help to develop a strategy
which can cater for inclusive education in emerging circumstances. Then we also looked at where the community should be used as a tool to develop the education policy, most especially inclusive education. For example, we said that development of inclusive education programs should be based on the environment and more so the community. In other words, it should cater for the community needs. Then we also said that we observed that the last pillar actually, it should be the involvement of community leaders in management and leadership of educational programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all of you for your great ideas, even in such a short discussion time. Again, like I know everybody in this room are very enthusiastic to promote inclusive education in Uganda, but probably under your organizations on mission and interpretation of the inclusive education. So I really hope today's discussion became a good opportunity for you to discuss with other organizations members to seek for some ground and to be on the same page of the inclusive education in emergencies. Thank you very much, and then I'll pass the microphone to Chair.
Thank you so much, Yoshi, for keeping time. I'm sure she's kept time. When we came to the stage to present this, it reminded me about a previous question that somebody asked Yoshi, that what should an inclusive school have? What should you use to base to ensure that this is an inclusive school? And I don't know if this was an attempt to answer that question. But also this took me back to the basic requirements and minimum standards for schools. Do those requirements impede or integrate the element of inclusion? Maybe this is the time for us to think about it more broadly, because I remember even days then was trying to revisit these indicators, because the way they are, you cannot use them to measure. You know, there were statements. You cannot go to a school and say, okay, this school has a management system functioning. What do you need to do or to use to base to value or to qualify the statement? So maybe it could be an element we want to consider in terms of mainstreaming inclusion and ensuring that what should a basic have so that learners are included in the teaching and learning process. So members, I think that brings us to the end of our session. We hope we've delivered on it, and we welcome later on any further comments. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the presenter, all the way from Japan, right? Are you from Japan? Wow, wow, wow. You presented us very well in the World Cup, and you are very good at penalty shoots. God bless you. I hope you watched. It was a very exciting and interactive session. I believe you don't need to have any other issue observation. All was handled. I now invite Henry to take on the mantle and invite the next group of presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yoshi. Yoshi, the other name is, where is the profile now? Yoshi Osawa? Yoshi Osawa. Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for all that Japan does with Uganda. We have a lot of cooperation. I was more used to the shorter names. I think the shorter names are from Korea. The Ho, Hing, Ku. And those from China or Korea? Even China. Okay, thank you. We want to get moving into the next session, which is about testimonies. And the testimonies are supposed to come from a group of people that I may not really know, but I know they know themselves. And VVOB, I think, is leading this team. May I know who these people are that are going to testify to us? I can see that on the program they gave us 5 minutes, and I want to imagine that we have about 2 speakers. Where are they? Before we get into the next session that will now be chaired by Mr. Charles Mugisa, this one is chaired by MC. So where are these 5 minutes? Okay, there was a request made earlier that from Mugisa's session, we deduct some 10 so that he stays with 20 and this session could have 15 minutes. Invite those people who are going to testify to us. May I see their hands up first of all? Are they in our space? Oh, they are here already. Hey, I was counting something like 2 or 3. But I can see there are about 5. Okay, all the same, we can make use of the 15 minutes. You'll use 10 and leave the 5 for me. So you can come and use the platform if you don't mind. And I know that testimonies are normally short. I see them happen in church. Somebody tells us, I was formerly a thief, now I'm changed. And it's done. But this one is not about theft anyway. This is about testimonies concerning disability issues. Kindly hand over that mic so they can talk to us very fast. And as you share, you'll tell us your name and what you do.
Yeah, thank you, the director of ceremony. Before you, the team from Germany, supported by VVOB Education Uganda. Before we give out our testimonies, we are going to perform a very short play. We call it Cell Booster, or you can call it an energizer, because since yesterday, there was no energizer. So, are you sure? You will be following us.
You didn't sing yesterday. You didn't sing with me yesterday.
Thank you so much. And it will be led by my colleague here, who will take us through. Then later, she will give back to me. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Marutia Jeniowole, a teacher from Ajuman District, Rende Primary School. We are coming to present how VVOB is working in the schools, how they are including the learners with special needs in their activities. Because of time, we are just going to show for you the a cappella, and then we go to the testimonies.
Okay.
Let's go. We are going to present a play that is a chikogwe. A chikogwe in Imari means fire is burning. So when I say fire is burning, it will be moving around. When I say fire has stopped burning, they squat. Okay? A chikogwe, a chikogwe, a chikogwe, a chiozira, a chiozira, a chikogwe, a chikogwe, a chikogwe, a chiozira ini, a chiozira ini. Okay, that is the a cappella.
Okay.
Actually, if time could be there, we would have done it to the expectation. Yeah, now we are switching to the testimonies. I'm going to start giving the testimony. Being a person with disability, I usually have things to say. I don't need to prepare what to tell, but I always have what to say because I am a person with disability. Personally, I grew up a person with a low self-esteem because of my disability. That's what some people are also feeling. That's what they are going through also in the community. But when I joined school, my teachers were able to encourage me in groups. They encouraged me to perform, and through their encouragement, I was able to perform better than other learners who are not having disability. They encouraged me in also sports. I played netball, and I was the best.
Oh.
It was through their encouragement. So, what I'm telling us now is that inclusive education needs combined effort. If a teacher puts effort here, but at home the parents are not caring, this inclusive cannot work. Therefore, let us extend this to the communities so that they will support the learners with these special needs.
Thank you very much. Oh, you are still testifying, okay?
What I want to tell the community here and the outside, that for me, I don't know where disability has originated, but what I know is it will not go back to where it came from. And it is going to stay within people. My parents are not disabled. They gave birth to me. I'm a disabled child. And my children are not disabled. This means you who is not disabled today can give birth to a disabled child in future. Or you who is able today can become disabled in future. Therefore, if you don't like in them, how will you care for them? If you who is not disabled today, tomorrow you become disabled, how will you like yourself? Will you like yourself if you have negative attitude toward these people? So we need to have a positive attitude towards these people. And then lastly, the learner besides me is a learner from my class. She left her previous school because of lack of care. So she joined our school, Rende Primary School, in second term this year. She stayed for 2 years in P4 without promotion. But when she joined us this year in second term, we helped her through VVOB. You know, they provide extra lesson. After the normal lesson, we collect them and teach them. It is through VVOB. So it helped her to pass, and she's now promoted to P5 this year. Thank you very much. I wish VVOB school continue so that we support them fully. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you once more. My name is Anyama Dominic.
Dominic, we have limited time.
Yeah, I am a mentor to TAL. TAL is teaching at the right level, which is supported by VVOB, and we are grateful today we are here. The first activity we did is, we call it Cell Booster. It's very good for promoting active learning at school. It's normally bring at the beginning of the lesson, or in the middle of the lesson, or at the end. But its purpose is to boost the morale of the learners, to improve their performance, and to encourage active participation, and finally to break boredom. Sure. Today we are here to give a testimony, and my testimony is about Ishudu Solomon. Ishudu Solomon is a child who has been catered by the grandmother. And he has a hostile environment at home. Because of that, he dropped out of school. But when VVB came in, we started following him up. And when I got him, he narrated for me a story which has really affected him so much. He said he collided with the mother because of the grandmother. Since when he lost the father in domestic violence, the mother took him to her grandmother when he was still a baby. and he was nurtured by the grandmother, while the mother has got married to another husband. So when the mother came back, they conflicted with the grandmother. When Isudu came in, he said, what the mother is doing was not good. The mother became annoyed and decided to chase him away. So from there, he said he reflected. The father died in the hands of the mother. And at the same time now, the mother wanted to kill the grandmother who cared for her. So from there, 2 weeks, he was not at home. I made a follow-up, and I shared with him, I shared with the parents, I bring the parents together, and we engage also counselors. As I speak now, Isudu is now living in harmony with the parents. Thank you so much. I beg to stop there.
And we pray that that harmony continues. Okay, let's listen from the final speaker. Actually, the 15 minutes are done. We are now acting in bonus.
Okay.
And the bonus is only 3.
I observed the protocol. I'm called Dima Robert, the District Education Officer at Germany. I want to thank all organizers to enable us come for this symposium. Germany is not now new to inclusive education. We want to thank the Department of Inclusive Education, the 3 ladies, Madam Sarah, the Commissioner, and Dr. Pamela, for always being there in Germany, and also the MC, to encourage us have inclusive education. And as we talk now, we have a fully fledged primary school as an inclusive education center with over 200 children with disability there. And they gave us a task. Why only primary having an inclusive education? They told us to have one for ECD, another one for secondary, so that there is transition. I must say, your advice for secondary, soon we shall call you to open a secondary school, inclusive school in Germany. We want to thank you so much, and want to say that there is a learning crisis in this country, as alluded by the study of the doctors who are here for the key addresses. While all governments in Africa have tried to increase enrollment in schools, there remains a challenge, because the enrollment, that is not a guarantee that children learn in school. And we see that in our schools today. There is a need for us to have learning taking place in our schools. For now, there is that gap. And in Germany, we are a refugee hosting district with 244,000 population of the refugees, out of 490,000 population, the total district. And 63% of these population are children under 17. We have challenges still with the numeracy and literacy levels. Like we are at in the range of 30 to 31% in terms of numeracy at P3, and then between 40 to 50% numeracy in P6. P6 is doing much better because there is only emphasis in teaching in upper classes, and the lower classes are ignored. And because of that, many of them find their way out of school. So with the help of VVOB, when they did a scope visit, and the findings found out that we need to look at having numeracy and literacy rates increase in this district. And they are looking especially on children who are over age. the age of 12 and 13 in P3, 12 to 17, P3 to P5. And you'd imagine these two girls, these two students here, one is at 15 years, still going to P5. The other one is 17, going to P7. So there is a big challenge in having our children start school early, and also the numeracy rates and those foundational skills must be improved at the lower level.
Mr. Dio, you've summarized it so well.
Yes.
How I wish we had more time to get more and more and more.
Oh,
But we appreciate the story of Germany.
Yes.
Our dear son and daughter, thank you for being resilient and pushing on. Madam, I didn't know whether you're a teacher. Did you say you're a teacher? Thanks for the personal testimony, but also for the work you are doing. And my brother, we continue wishing you well. Mr. DEO is right to say that myself, I've been to Germany several times, and I've been there on issues of adolescent health. One time we came to find out why the teenage pregnancies were that high. I don't know whether they've gone down now.
They had gone down, but because of COVID again, they have gone high again.
So we need to come back again and
Yes,
talk.
yes, yeah.
But I remember that when I came, we enjoyed the participation of cultural leaders.
Yes.
I know that cultural leaders in that district are highly respected.
That's right.
Involve them in the discussions of disability as well.
Yes.
Okay, let's kindly just conclude your last word and then we get to another session.
Yeah, so we have the TAL, which is teaching at the right level, and also there are a lot of mental health issues. So the issue of social-emotional learning is also incorporated in the teaching and learning process, so that we come out of the
Okay.
social-emotional issues.
We will actually continue sharing more around lunchtime.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much for that testimony.
Please.
Can you join me to clap for the team from Germany? Those who don't know where Germany is located, it is in the West Nile region of Uganda. It is one of the 11 districts of West Nile. I've visited all those districts and I've enjoyed them. Actually, the time I was in Germany, I was meant to sleep in Moyo, but I went late for the ferry and I was forced to stay in Germany. Yet I'd already booked a room in Moyo, but that is the past anyway. Thank you very much, VVOB. Where are the VVOB leaders? Do we have them in this space? Our VVOB leaders at that level. We don't have them here. But I know they always... Oh, they are up. Thank you very much for all that you are doing for the education sector. We know that you are not only on disability issues, but I also hear you when you're on pedagogy issues. So thank you. About now, we are heading into another session. And allow me to invite Mr. Mugisa. When the Germany DO was talking about special needs, he mentioned the 3 ladies in the special needs department. But I know that that department also has gentlemen. And one of the gentlemen there is the one I'm calling now, Mr. Mugisa. Mr. Mugisa, kindly come and chair this session, Charles Mugisa. I also know there's another one, and Mugisa will help me mention the men in special needs department. Okay? Oh, okay. I've just been reminded. From the testimony here, we have another very live testimony from one of us. And she's just coming to mention a few things in a minute and a half. And I know she can do it. And this is none other than Dr. Pamela. At a later moment, I'll also allow one of us from Chambogo University, our young lady from Chambogo University. Where is she? Yes, I'll also allow you at a later moment. Let's first hear from Dr. Pamela here. And, oh, you prefer? Okay.
Thank you very much. When they were giving the experience, I talked to the people I am seated with, that every person with disability has a story to tell. And I told them, for a woman with disability to get a man to marry her, people will begin saying, why do you marry a disabled woman? And they will also begin saying, if you marry from that family, even you will produce children with disabilities. So the attitude in the community, it keeps haunting persons with disabilities, and including myself. The first time when I was going to give birth, I kept thinking maybe I will produce a child with disability because of the attitude people have towards persons with disability. So when I get, the first thing I asked the doctor, show me the legs. So the doctors, all of them laughed. I said, of all things you are asking, the legs. Because my feeling from the community attitude, I thought I would produce a child with disability. So the doctors showed me, they were laughing, and they held their baby like this. And I was very happy. I said, oh, wow, my child is not a child with disability. So attitude is a very bad thing towards persons with disabilities. It affects their self-confidence. It affects their self-esteem. And when they come to school, teachers need to do a lot to build confidence and self-esteem among children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pamela. And if we had space and time, we could say a lot about Dr. Pamela, because she also has many other stories around school time. But all the same, she made it all the way to become a doctor. So those with special needs can. Mr. Mugisa, take over, and please make good use of your 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chemakula. Chemakula Henry from Sebei by interest. From Kapchorwa by interest. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you Mr. Joseph Walugembe. Mr. Joseph Walugembe is going to present to us experience of the Bonga program in Palorinya refugee settlement and host communities. Mr. Joseph Walugembe, are you present?
Oh,
Mr.
I
Chemakula,
thought I'd seen him, but maybe he excused himself. I thought I'd seen him. Okay, well, we can make an adjustment and get him when he comes, at that time when he'll come. I kept the confidence that he was in and handed over the session to you, but I'm sorry to announce that I'm again taking away the session from you until he comes. Unless you want to say something. Mr. Mugisa, just say something as you now in a minute or two.
Oh.
Then we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Semakula.
May I also request my daughter from Chambogo to come over after Mr. Mugisa? I'll give her some 2 minutes to also just add to the previous testimonies.
As she comes, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for coming to this symposium, the second National Inclusive Education Symposium. In the Department of Special Needs, there are also men. Many people think that special needs department is for only ladies, but at least these days we are 3 men, the officers. 3 officers in the department. We have Mr. Sanya Jackson, he's around. We have Mr. Gerard Othieno. Yesterday, he communicated to us through, from Europe. And I'm called Mogisa Charles. Henry said he's MC, but I thought I'm the MC because I'm Mogisa Charles. The other one is Chemakola Henry, CH. So,
okay.
This is the other man. So at least we are confident.
There's a gender balance in the department.
Sanya Jackson Obale. So at least the equation is balancing.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I know there's another gentleman who must be pursuing studies somewhere.
That is Othieno Gerard, who talked to us yesterday. Henry, take back your microphone.
Okay, yeah, thank you, and I have it, and I'm preparing to hand it over to my daughter here, who is trying to access the podium so she can use a minute. She speaks from there, or you want her to speak from there? Okay, I know that her testimony also gives us a number of lessons because she even had to transfer between universities for purposes of reasonable accommodation. Okay. Okay, I'm hoping that my daughter will really be able to share very briefly, because we are now simply trying to. You prefer that? Okay. Is it on? Okay.
Hello. Let's get this. Praise God. I am Awino Mary Hope, a student of Chambogo University, doing community development and social justice. On issues of disability, I've just learned to have a larger heart. For a part of it to be broken, for a part of it to be stronger. Because I've lived a life of no one believing in me, beginning from family. So, all I can say about inclusion, it should not start only in the education sector. It should go and down onto the issue of family. Because now, even if I want to have education, and my parent is telling me I am the reason she's having no other children, it's still hard for me. It is quite still stressing. I'd been in Makerere University for 3 years, but the only name I left with was I was a ghost student, and yet had finished there 3 years and done everything other student would do. And what I request again from this very podium, let it be that when it comes to issues of persons with disabilities, it is still handled in a special way. Why do I say so? Because most persons with disabilities go to school, but they are not supported by their own people. And things we have sponsors that come from abroad. These people always want to see results. And that means if results delay, then we lose the sponsorship. But all I want to say to persons with disabilities is we are warriors. That is why you see if you're sitting on a wheelchair, a part of it is a cushion and a part of it is a metal. So that is part of you. That is what you're meant to be. Fight for you as God fights for you as well. Thank you very much.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you very much, Awino. The other name is? Awino Mary Hope. She said they are warriors. And indeed, she looks a warrior. Despite all circumstances, she's pushing on. If we had time, we would have had a longer story, because some of the lecturers told me that she even had to switch from Makerere University to Chambogo, because in Makerere, the accommodation was not so easy. So we pray for you, Awino, so you can conclude your course and get into the world later to serve humanity. Thank you very much. I still have 2 other people who will testify later. One will be the Paralympian I showed you and then the other one will be the gentleman from ONSA. But about this time, Mr. MC, take us to that other part. We first finish it before we can get more testimonies.
Thank you once again. And thank you, Hope Mary Awino, for that testimony. It's all about positive mindset that I mentioned in the morning. And from here, members, we should be change makers in our areas of operation. Dr. Wisdom. I hope you are having a good time. The interpreter, please do that. Very good. You know, when you are naming your children, also, you must be very, very careful. I believe the parents of Wisdom named him so, and their son became wise. But some of us here, we name our children, and we get problems with the names. A simple one, you name your child Kurazikurabe. You grow and face them. What are you trying to insinuate? So we thank the parents of Wisdom.
There are also some names that disturb me from your region, Mr.
Hey.
Some names from your region are very, very long and scaring. Tukashabaruhanga Munonga. A name
It's
for
all
one
about
person.
God, and of course, it's all about praising and worshiping.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not doing well in terms of time management, but we are remaining with 2 presentations, and thereafter we shall have lunch. May I now invite the next chairperson, Dr. Peace Bwamasko from Chambogo University, to come and guide us. Is the person in charge of this session. And kindly, if Dr. Peace, you're around, come and walk us through.
Okay, and in case he's not around, you are going to do what I did and promote yourself to the moderator.
Thank you. In the event that Doctor is not around, allow me now chair this session. I'm going to invite, this is MRC, stroke UV, I think this is Uganda Virus Research Institute. Elizabeth Kawesa, Obuntu Buramu. So if you could check and look at the biography. I hope this person is around. Right.
Yeah, the person is around and is getting close to the podium.
Yes, you can check on page 14. And of course, the whole of that page talks about her. So I will not read much about her. She will tell us more about Ubuntu Buramu as we proceed with the discussion. You're most welcome, Madam Presenter. So kindly take your seat.
What I remember, Mr. Burnett, is that previously she had been given 30 minutes, but in the circumstances, I think she can make use of the available 15.
All right. So I hope you've heard the instructions. So kindly pick the microphone from me and begin right there. Thank you.
Hello, as we wait for the presentation to be set up, my name is Elizabeth Kawesa. I work with Medical Research Council, Uganda Virus and Research Institute, and London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. I work on the Ubuntu Buramu project at the MRC, which we are going to present about. It's about inclusive education. We are working in government schools to promote inclusive education. Anyway, as we wait, we've been working in inclusive education, working with different schools in Uganda since 2017. We are using the Ubuntu Bulamo intervention. It's a peer-to-peer support model that promotes inclusion, participation, and uses a peer-to-peer support model approach. Yeah, thank you. This is our research team, the different people that we've worked with. Ghent University, under the Disability Studies, MRC, Chambogo, Shine, who are implementing partners. We have Katane Mwakosu and Ministry of Education that we worked closely together with. So again, like I said, Ubuntu Bulamo is a peer-to-peer support model. It's a research intervention. Excuse me. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's not working.
Something wrong? Get stuck? Moves, then get stuck. Some support, ICT. I'm a geography teacher myself, and I don't know what my sister is. We need some ICT here. Confirm, where is our challenge?
And it's going the other way. That's so nice. Okay. Thank you. So again, Ubuntu Bulamo is a peer-to-peer support model, like I said, based on an African philosophy of belonging. We have all used the word Ubuntu Bulamo, especially as Ugandans. Without intending to, we are known as, for many visitors that visit Uganda, I will say, we are very hospitable people. And this is from the notion of Ubuntu Bulamo. So we use a peer-to-peer support model to improve disability inclusion in families, schools, and communities. Our phase started in 2017 to 2019, where we had a pilot study in 10 schools in Wakiso district with 32 children, their parents, their friends, peers, and teachers. This evolved later into a randomized control trial that is looking at schools in Masaka and Wakiso district. And we have over 20 schools that we are working with in this randomized control trial. We are looking to test for attitudes of peers, parents towards children with disabilities, participation, and also improving the quality of life for children with disabilities in schools. So in our Ubuntu Bulamo, the peer-to-peer support model works with the entire, so we are looking at the children, but not children on their own. So we work together with the parents, the children, and the teachers to use this model. So for example, here we usually conduct trainings over a school year, and then the peer-led interventions by the teachers, the children, and the children with disabilities and their teachers. So each group is set up in a way that we will pair the parents to have peers, and that the children also are able to choose a friend from the class that is their peer, and the teachers as well. So our training is cut through a school year. We conduct trainings for teachers. We have 2 trainings in one term that are then followed up by other peer support activities like on-job mentoring supervision, parent-teacher meetings. And after that, we are followed up by another day of the training using manuals that we've developed to conduct our interventions. The teachers are also involved in exchange visits. Our parents also go through the same, so our trainings all happen in one location. We have the host schools, the different schools that we work with in the intervention. Maybe I need to first explain a little bit. So the randomized control trial is, we have an intervention arm. So there are schools that fall under that arm and they receive all kinds of intervention, the training, on-job mentoring, supervision. And we have other schools, another half, that falls in the control arm. That means that we just observe them. They do not receive any intervention. So that at the end of the day, we are able to compare and see if the Ubuntu Bulamu intervention is successful. So our parents are involved in the same trainings. Then they are encouraged to develop action plans where they are able to go into the community, conduct awareness raising. Then they also get home visits, and they're encouraged, facilitated to go to schools and attend meetings with their children and their teachers. Same thing, the children are also trained. So when we're in a school, then all the children within that school, the children with disabilities that were selected from the school, are invited with their parents and teachers to have these trainings. Then the children also undergo, we observe them in classrooms. The observation happens between both the control and intervention schools, so we observe them in their classrooms to see how do they participate, how are they included, and how they interact with others. Then they're also encouraged to create awareness, maybe do assembly programs where they talk about the different things they've learned during the intervention. So this, for us to do the intervention, we had to develop training manuals that worked, that we developed after the pilot study in 2017 and 2019. We worked very closely with the Ministry of Education. We involved the children, and their peers, we involved teachers and parents, where we had meetings to discuss the different inputs, give feedback, what should go in the manual, what should not, and the like. So it was a whole multidisciplinary team working together. The educationalists, researchers, community rehabilitation workers, and our participants. So we had consultation working groups that we were meeting with between 2020 and 2021. And then we trained facilitators. These are the people that some of the teachers we worked with in our previous study that are now trainers of trainers. And parents of children with disabilities that came together. So we trained over 16 facilitators to be able to conduct trainings, the interventions on our behalf. The training manuals have been tested in 8 schools in Wakiso and Masaka district, and you can see the numbers on the screen. We've had 85 teachers trained, 124 parents, and 125 children in this year of 2022. Feedback meetings have been held also to, the first time we did the 2 days of training, we had feedback meetings that then would inform us other things that need to change, what needs to be improved on, what should be added. And recently we had our last feedback meeting with our facilitators to also discuss the next steps forward. The dissemination happened online mostly because of the Ebola outbreak. We were not able to have a gathering to disseminate our results. And we'll share links where some of these manuals are and can be found. So our training manuals are in 3 parts. We have the Ubuntu Bulamu training manual for children that consists of a facilitator's manual and handout materials. Then we have the parents' manual that has a manual, training materials, and a handout as well. So every facilitator gets a manual they work with plus handout materials, and then we have laminated materials that are also shown as we work with the different groups. And then we have the teacher's manual as well with handout materials, participants' manual. So when our participants do come for these trainings, they also receive a manual that they follow, but they can also go back and look through or share with others. So our final manuals were printed in English and translated in French. They were translated in French because one of our funders are French, and that was a requirement. And we are working towards being able to translate them into some of our languages like Luganda. They can be found on the Ubuntu Hub. It's easy if you type in Ubuntu Hub or follow the link, you're able to access these manuals. You're probably required to register before you're able to download the manuals. So next steps, we plan to conduct inline data and an analysis of the randomized control trial in the new year, disseminate our randomized control trial findings, and then also conduct training in other primary schools, roll out the use of the Ubuntu Bulamu manuals and the training manuals to all the other schools. And hopefully we look towards, I know earlier there's a presentation of someone who talked about that inclusion shouldn't stop at only the primary level. And in a study we found that a number of interventions have been focused on the younger children, and once they transition to secondary school and higher level education, there isn't much Ubuntu Bulamu planned for them. So we hope to go into Ubuntu Bulamu for secondary school and higher education. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Elizabeth Sharom Kawesa, for that wonderful and rich presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join hands together and give her a very big hand clap for the rich presentation. She has said it all. She has talked about the interventions, the roles of teachers, parents, and children, you know. I think you have been following. But my appeal to all presenters is that you share your soft copies so that also the team responsible, especially the department, can do the needful and share with the participants. Now, any issues, observations, or questions?
Like one or two. There's some corner I've not been to. Let me go to this corner this time.
But again, as if we are not engaging so much our participants online.
Okay.
ICT.
Okay, let me get there and see who is there and what he's telling us. Meantime, is there any hand up as far as the Ubuntu Bulamu presentation is concerned? In Luganda, Ubuntu Bulamu means what now? Forget my Luganda.
You claim to be one. Look for the word, the best one.
Okay. If you are telling me to look for it, let me look for it. Oh no, the head teacher here wants to help me say it. Head teacher, our Chiso School for the Deaf is helping me translate Ubuntu Bulamu.
Humility.
Humility.
Humility. He
Wow.
actually has summarized this so well, and I've given him 110%.
Humility.
Humility.
There
Humbling oneself.
there is one hand behind you.
I have a question for you. My name is Nibizi Consolata. It's my first time to hear about that project, Ubuntu Bulamu. So I'm asking, is it only based in Kampala areas or the nearby, or it also goes further to other areas?
Thank you. Consolata, you are in which school and which class?
I'm a senior for VACIST. I'm from St. Thomas Aquinas Secondary School, supported by Girls Education Challenge Project through Share Services Uganda.
Share Services, thank you. I can see the students you support seem to be very bright. Where is the other one? Okay, Ubuntu Bulamu, kindly respond to that. and we move to the next session. Madam, yes.
Yes.
You could get to the one that Burnett is using. There seems to be a problem with that mobile mic, so we can use the other.
We are based in schools within Wakiso and Masaka district.
Okay, and so do you plan to widen the scope?
Well,
At least reach Masaka, where I come from?
Well, it depends. We need to first see, get results from a randomized control trial, and that will inform our next steps.
Oh, okay. Burnett, you can thank Ubuntu Bulam presenter so much. We can engage more at lunchtime.
All right.
Let me check online as you said.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on
any
online?
Message online?
Any message?
Okay, somebody by names of who now? Who is this? Our Eve is saying, hopefully there is not only inclusivity beyond by around 5, which will be okay.
Thank you, MC. Members, now I'm back as Joseph Walugembe, according to the program. Mr. Joseph Walugembe was supposed to chair this session. Now that he's not around, I'm making myself Walugembe.
That mic is off. I think from the source. Could it be battery? Could we borrow any other from here? I think we can borrow any other. As long as you switch it on and it is functional.
I think the whole system is...
Oh, isn't that one on?
No. Okay.
It is on.
It is on now. Members, allow me to invite the Directorate of Education and Social Services, Kampala Capital Authority, to present to us on education assessment and resource center. And these people are Mr. Idi Mubarak Msimami, Inclusive Education Officer.
We welcome him to the podium, platform.
And Madam Julie Kamia, I don't want to talk much about them. They will tell us what they do and the details about themselves. So, Mr. Mubarak, you are welcome.
Mr.
Madam.
Chairman, what I know about KCCA officials is that they are very good in enforcement, especially enforcement of time management. So we expect the best from them in regard to the time that we have.
I'm told you also have a testimony to give. So all the 3 people have 15 minutes. If you can use less than 15 minutes, I will be the happiest. So, Madam Julie and Mr. Mubarak, a hand over to you.
Thank you so much, MC. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Idi Mubarak. I'm the Inclusive Education Officer, KCCA. And we are presenting this, we are making this presentation.
Idi wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi tahara wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Now, we are going to talk about assessment, which we conduct at KCCA. First of all, we have an assessment center, located at Natural Blue Primary School. It is a government facility supported by CRANE, that is Children at Risk Action Network, and Ministry of Education and Sports. This assessment is a free service. I call it a UPE assessment. It is a free service. We don't charge even a coin. Our intention is to have everyone, every child assessed and supported. It is only after assessment that we shall be in a position to provide reasonable accommodation and assistive devices that are required and any other services. So at the assessment center, we do two things. First of all is identification. We have a tool that we use for screening, and this tool was developed by Ministry of Education with support from CRANE Services, CRANE Network. So after screening, then we assess. To assess is just basically to confirm whether the person has a disability or a special needs or not. Sometimes there's just other issues. So we use this opportunity to assess and then confirm that this person has this particular disability. According to the World Health Organization, mental health disorders are one of the leading causes of disability worldwide. And we actually know that many of these children, or many people with invisible disabilities are not normally identified early. Sometimes it's after that after seeing the severe conditions that we begin suspecting. It is very easy to identify a person with a hearing impairment because it's not hearing, it's not talking, or it's a person with a physical disability because it is easily seen. But those invisible disabilities, such as dyslexia, such as dyscalculia, we take so long to identify. In fact, many people with dyslexia who have not gone to school will not be identified as people with disabilities because their challenge is basically a learning disability, issues to do with reading and writing, spelling. These children, after we have identified, we find ways of supporting both the learner and the teacher, and sometimes the parent. For example, children with autism, we train the parents as in how to manage or how to support this child. And then we also train the teachers. How do you teach this child? We also, for example, right now, as KCCA, with support from Cheshire Services Uganda, we are training 629 teachers in development of individualized educational plans. As I talk now, there is a training going on in the Lord Mayor's Parlour. And this time today, we have invited special schools. We have, among others, we have Salama School for the Blind from Mukono. We have Kampala School for the Physically Handicapped. We have St. Kizito in Vaise, and then we have Gatwe Primary School. We invite just very few. But for now, we are training 25 teachers at a time because it is a hands-on activity. And we believe that after this training, our teachers will be in a position to develop individualized educational plans for each child who finds difficulties in remembering and self-care. This particular area had been forgotten, I want to say. Many teachers were struggling, and they could still ask you, now this child cannot do this. She cannot remember even what I taught her yesterday. What can I do? So we have come in to support them. And we have actually been training them on a quarterly basis. So we are doing this, and CRANE also trains some teachers. We also have Our partners, Katalema Cheshire Home, they also train, and in Kampala for Katalema, they are looking at much needed vision. We have also KOSU, they have come on board and they are supporting some schools. The assessment center, as I said, it is supported by Ministry of Education and Crane. Ministry of Education and Sports gave us the machines, auditory machines, to test the hearing loss. And then Crane supports the personnel in this center. We have a coordinator who coordinates all issues of assessment. And then we also have rehabilitation services down there. We also have different specialists who come in on given days to offer specialized assessment. We thought we needed to engage these personnel to support us in the assessment, because as teachers, we normally do education assessment only. But now we brought in the medical personnel to support us do this, a thorough or a comprehensive assessment, so that a child is supported, is assessed, and we understand all the issues behind his disability or that are affecting his learning, and then we appropriately support them. Sometimes we also get support from other partners. For example, sometimes we get wheelchairs from our partners, Mother's Heart Ministries, and so many others. Now, our challenge, ladies and gentlemen, is one. Like I said, the specialists are medical-based, because we have physiotherapists, occupational therapists, we have clinical psychologists, so they are medical-based. And our budget as KCCA is actually limited. We have a very small budget to support all these people, and yet we need to support them so that they are able to support our children. So our only challenge is the budget constraint, and we believe that the world out there who appreciate the services that we are offering can come in to support KCCA in this budget area, so that we are able to support our learners.
Please
With
remember
those
your
few words,
colleagues.
I want to invite my sister to come in. Thank you so much.
As Madam Julie comes in, the person who has been talking didn't tell you what he does. He's a PhD candidate of special needs at Kiambogo University. He has a master's degree from Kiambogo University, also has a bachelor's degree in special needs from Kiambogo University. So that is Idi Mubarak.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
good afternoon.
My name is Julie Sebi Dekamia. I am currently the programs manager for children in education at Children at Risk Action Network. And I have the pleasure to help you know what Children at Risk Action Network is, but also help get my director to stand up for recognition. That's the director for Crane, Children at Risk Action Network. We work in partnership.
Could we
with-
know her name as well?
She's called Miss Faith Kembavazi.
Thank you.
Yes, Children at Risk Action Network is a network of different organizations that work to see that children are safe, that they are well, and that they're thriving in God's plan. So we work with CBOs, but most importantly, we work with the government to see that the efforts that we have initiated are sustained throughout the process. And for purposes of this symposium, we're here to demonstrate the work that we have done with KCCA over the years. And since my colleague Eid Mubarak has shared a brief about the center, I will basically go to, I think it's slide 4 that has the methods. The center was revamped in 2019 with support from Crane. And he talked about, if you could kindly go to the slide that has methods, because this background now, it's going to take us some time. The slide that has methods, it should be slide 8. Okay, these are the different allied health professionals that work with the coordinator of the assessment center, and Crane supports their work there. Make sure that everything about their costs is catered for. So we want to appreciate Crane, but also more importantly, appreciate the management of KCCA, especially the Directorate of Education and Social Services. So these offer psychosocial assessment support and reports that enable different learners to access appropriate accommodation, especially those that are aspiring to complete national exams. In the earlier sessions in the morning, Mr. Alenyo from UNEB noted that there was an increase. If you remember the figures he shared with us, there was an increase in the number of children with special needs actually completing national exams. And we want to attach ourselves to that success, because we have seen my colleague Eid Mubarak and Annette, who is attending online, as running always all the time to Mr. Alenyo's office. And we want to appreciate Mr. Alenyo as a person, that him being placed at UNEB has made it very easy for the children who have approached the center late to have reasonable accommodation. So we can't have reasonable accommodation without identification. So what are we seeing at the center? Remember, we started 2019, but 2 years were at lockdown. But we will show you exactly what is happening at the center. The picture that you see there is a beautiful girl who has hopes renewed, with a smile brought back to the mother's face because of the services that are offered at the center. If you could just go to the next slide. It has a total of 774 children who have accessed services at the center. And we didn't pick the number of those that have the cumulative number for rehabilitation, but just November alone only, we had 59 children accessing rehabilitation. So we also do caregiver training as well. And we see that the center provides services to all children, not only Ugandan children, but all children of different nationalities. But of course, we have percentages. Next slide, please. The percentages for Ugandan children are, of course, higher than all the other children. But please note that there are also other children of different nationalities accessing the center. So what are we saying? If you can just go to the next slide for purposes of time. You see that intellectual disabilities are ranking the highest. They are ranking the highest of the conditions assessed from the center. Then we have autism spectrum disorder, cerebral palsy, hearing impairment, speech and language delay. Of course, the others are there, but they take a smaller percentage. So my question to this audience would be, if we want to include everybody, what interventions are we putting in place to include children of intellectual disabilities? If you just go to the next slide, please. So the next slide has at least majority of the children who have been assessed at the center have a common disability. But please note that there are also children who have comorbidities. There are children who with more than 2 disabilities. So if you're talking about inclusive education, are you putting that into consideration? If you're training teachers, are you putting that into consideration? So we want to quickly run, to the learning needs identification tool. We said you cannot assess, you cannot include, you cannot do reasonable accommodation. You can't think about all those other considerations without identification and assessment. And in 2019, our Crane supported the Ministry of Education to develop a basic identification tool that can allow everybody at least to identify a child and refer them for assessment. And we're happy to record that We took a sample of a few districts and of a few districts where this tool had been utilized, and we have a sample of 555 children who have been identified using that learning needs identification tool. Those districts were Wakiso and Mukono and I think Lugazi, but you see that there are disparities in the districts. What are the common diagnoses we are seeing? We are seeing more of social-emotional difficulties, autism spectrum disorder, dyscalculia, hearing impairment, speech and language difficulties as the most common conditions. And the least common conditions, we're seeing motor impairment, Down syndrome, sensory processing disorder, deaf blindness, hydrocephalus, dyspraxia, spina, and then epilepsy. But of course, please note that some of the conditions that have a medical bias, at least those are identified at birth. But most of the conditions that are cognitive in nature are hardly recognized at early stages. So there is need for assessment. We have seen that there are no common differences between the males and the females. There's equal access of the services at the center between the girls and the boys. And, okay, thank you very much. We see that, of course, there are significant differences in the learning needs between districts, as you could have seen from that chart, but this was a targeted sample, so there's need for more work to be done to confirm really the different disparities in the different districts. We know that some of the districts may not have ably understood how to utilize the learning needs identification tool.
Chair, I know that my sister is trying to wind up.
Yes.
Because, was it Pavlov? Who is that psychologist who told us something around this time? When you get a coupon for food, there is a way you begin thinking in terms of, So let's just respond like that psychologist reminded us.
And remember, we have somebody.
Thank you very much. I'm trying my best to really summarize. In conclusion, we have a multidisciplinary team that supports identification and assessment at the center, as you could have seen. Assessment may not produce results for meaningful accommodation without this hearing from each other from this multidisciplinary team, and that's what we do at the center. We see that intellectual disabilities, speech and language, ASD are common conditions at the center, so please prioritize interventions in that area. Many of the interventions we have heard about this morning and previously are more on the physical disabilities, and yet they are silent ones, keeping many children out of school. We see that learning needs identification tools suggest socio-emotional, ASD, dyscalculia, hearing, and speech as common conditions. I think there is need to support these children to access further assessment. We said this assessment center is in Kampala. It can't be accessed by anybody who is out of Kampala, but stakeholders here can also support other children elsewhere in other districts to access this. Of course, there are no gender differences for those that have used the learning needs, but there are significant differences in the learning needs between districts. We do want to appreciate Crane and KCCA for supporting the center. It takes approximately 218 million shillings to support the center annually, and that is all the costs together, human resource, utilities, and things like that. So it's a cost that if we all put our candles together, we can light up this foundation stage of inclusive education and let the center run. We need to extend the services to other regions for inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. We have special programs, interventions that are needed to address the common learning needs. But of course, we need further research an assessment on the reasons between different variations in that district, and a need to include interventions in education curriculum for neurodevelopment disorders such as ASD and ID. We do want to appreciate the Ministry of Education for the support. This center would never have opened if it was not for the tireless efforts of the Ministry of Education, especially Madame Sarah Ayesiga and Madame Pamela and Madame Bugosi Sarah. Well done. We want to also appreciate KCCA, Eid Mubarak, and the entire directorate of KCCA. And Madame Florence, I saw her walking in previously, but she did a big job in trying to make sure that the center reopens. We would not have done this if it was not for the UK government. So we want to appreciate the people of UK for the funding that they have provided to make the center operate. And of course, Viva Africa, our partner with Children at Risk Action Network. And previously I mentioned that we are a network of different organizations, and we have made accelerated learning possible for children with different special needs. Please allow us to share very briefly a testimony from one of the girls who have benefited from creative learning, accelerated creative learning, and intervention of Children at Risk Action Network. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Madam Julie, I request that that testimony takes like 3 minutes.
Yes,
is that okay?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ushindi Zawadi. I'm a Congolese, and I'm one of the girls who have benefited from the inclusive education. I'm a refugee. I live here with my parents, and at some point I dropped out of school because my parents were not able to provide the school fees. But through the intervention of Crane, I got into a creative learning center, and this was able to occupy me with skills instead of just being at home, because there are many high risks for a child girl. When you're just at home and you're not going to school, there are many things that you may face outside, maybe getting pregnant at an early age. But I was able to get into a creative learning center, and from there I was able to go back to school. And this was all done because of Crane. Yeah, I finished my secondary, and then right now I'm pursuing a bachelor in human resource management at Makerere University Business School. And I'm grateful to Crane because all this has been possible because of them. By including me as a refugee into the system, it's really been a great journey to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can come and sit here. Now, these people at the KCCA and then Education Assessment and Resource Services, they do assessment for learning. They identify learners with special needs so that they can see where to start from, so that they can be able to learn. And we have been told that assessment is free of charge. So I feel people should bring those learners for assessment. Now, if there is any comment,
observation. By the way, as we get these comments, I heard in their talk they mentioned a lot of Cheshire. Now it depends on where you went to school. Cheshire, I think
Cheshire
is the right
services.
one. And I know that we have a team of Cheshire supported learners who are going to usher us into lunch with a small entertainment of about 4 minutes. I want to request them to get to that corner so that immediately after these observations, they perform. Please get to that corner there where Mr. Bennett is. The first hand is here.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Okello Edwin, and I work with an organization called Refugee Law Project. For my case, it's more of an addition or a testimony to the KCCA Inclusive Education Assessment Center. And I would like to echo out Madame Madam's call, Julie's call, in regards to assessment. We do a lot of identification, but for us to be best able to support children, our understanding of the conditions is very key to the kind of support we will give. As Refugee Law Project, we have benefited from the KCCA Assessment Center, sending children. We work with refugees to improve access and retention to inclusive education, but we are a key beneficiary to the KCCA Assessment Center, and I would like also to take this opportunity to thank Crane for taking on this initiative to support children with disabilities.
Thank you very much. Just testimony, that is good. I
Right
wish the
here.
next one is also a testimony so that we don't have
Semakura, there is here.
questions.
Thank you so much. Jamal Abdi is my name. I work as a senior education officer, Yombe District Local Government. I want to thank KCCA for the good work they are doing. I followed their presentation with a keen interest. And when we look at the Inclusive Assessment Center, other regions, other areas stand at 13%. Most of the services have been consumed at Kampala, Wakiso, Jinja, and other areas. And I see that what you are doing is very good. Now, the question is, what are you doing to create demand to ensure that other districts also benefit from this service?
Point well noted. The final one. UNSA has really submitted at this event, and I pray that is very, very brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Semakura. My question goes to the Special Needs Inclusive Office at KCCA. He has made a very good presentation, and I actually appreciate you so much. But
Then
my
the
concern
question is,
you have not mentioned anything to deal with the National Disability Council in as far as you test our people to declare them disabled or special needs. Yet, we know that under the Disability Act 2020, which I am so sure is properly gazetted, it is the one which is supposed to declare a person disabled in a case.
Point well noted.
Thank you very much.
2 minutes to you, Mr. Mugisa, to have us round up that session by having any quick responses. But we also have a lot of space as we enjoy the lunch. We can also have more responses made in the dining hall.
Mr. Mbarak, can you start with you? Can we start with you?
Yes, thank you so much.
After answering the question, you wind up and we go to another person.
Thank you so much. One, my brother from Yumbe, what are we doing to ensure that other districts benefit from the services? Our assessment center is located in Kampala, but it's not limited to the residents of Kampala. Actually, we assess people from different localities. The only thing we do, we require you to seek appointment, because we don't want to have very many people at a time. So in a day, we normally assess 8 students. So what we do,
Mr. Mbarak, that is well answered. Any other?
Then the Disability Council, it is true. However, according to the World Health Organization, even medical personnel have the duty to confirm a disability. And that's why we normally use our colleagues from the medical personnel. And sometimes we even refer these children. When issues are very complicated, we refer them to Mulago Hospital, we refer them to Mutabika Hospital. Thank you.
Okay. Julie has any other response? My neighbor here, I want to ask on his behalf. He wants to ask after the assessment, so what? That is it. After the assessment, what happens next? And he's answering us.
Thank you so much. Like I said, after assessment, when we identify this is what is required, then we go ahead and support. For instance, you already talked about UNEB.
Okay.
We normally recommend our students who need as reasonable accommodation to UNEB. And actually, I think Mr. Lynn might have mentioned it. This year only, we had over 300 schools from Kampala.
Okay. Thank you very much. Julie, I think your answers have been taken care of. Well, you have one?
Just one more.
Okay.
And Julie, as you wind up, tell us what you are, then we end with that.
Okay, in terms of intervention, we have benefited a lot in directing teacher training, assessment being informed by the formation of the content of teacher training. So we do a lot of differentiated teacher training because of the assessment that we have done at the center.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mugisa, thank you very much for that session.
Let her tell us. He did not tell us what she does and what she is. Let's end with that.
You told us about your boss, but not yourself.
Oh, I said I am the programs manager for children in education at Children at Risk Action Network.
Okay.
And I'm very passionate about inclusive education and promoting lifelong learning.
Thank you. There's a team I lined up here, which I don't want to again.
Thank you very much, people. Can you help us to?
Yes. Can we clap for that team? Thank you, Mr. Mugisa. Thank you, our Congolese sister. You said Congolese. Yesterday I was asking you about names of people from different countries. Whom did you tell me? Which countries did I ask? Cyprus and Barbados and now from Congo they are Congolese. How about from Bangladesh? Bangladeshis. Okay, let's have our team come over and usher us into lunch. This is a team supported by Chelsea Services Uganda. I keep mentioning it my way. But these are the people who have been part of the sponsoring team. What I remember most is that nice bag, one of those nice bags. Okay, my colleagues, do you need the mics on or each one needs a mic or something? I don't know.
Yes,
those mics are there for you. Just switch them on. And I know that the team here has switched them on. We have not more than 5 minutes for that activity.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Today, I'll begin with our title for today. It's about the beauty of creating, promoting, and maintaining an inclusive learning environment for all learners. As you see us here, we are here to share with you and to sell to you, to the rest of you ladies and gentlemen, the beauty of sustaining an inclusive learning environment. But before that, allow us introduce ourselves for you to attach a name to the face.
Okay.
I am Nivizi Consolata, a senior FOVACist. I have difficulty in walking and I use a clutch to move around. I am under the Girls Education Challenge project by Share Services Uganda.
Okay, now I know how to pronounce it.
I am Maguti Florence Faith in Senior 4. I have difficulty with seeing and I use glasses to see clearly. I am under the Girls Education Challenge by Share Services Uganda.
Okay.
My name, that's my sign name. My name is Mojuni.
Mijumbi.
Mijumbi. I'm in Senior 1. I'm deaf. I use sign language to communicate. I'm under the Girls Education Challenge, the project that's managed by Share Services. Thank you.
My name is Nionize Divine.
Divine? A minute.
I'm from Wachiso Special Secondary School for the Deaf. Thank you.
I am from St. Justo SS Bogolovi.
I'm Nionize Divine from Brunei Secondary School. I'm in senior for vacation. I'm a little person. and with the difficulty in seeing, I use glasses. I'm under Girls Education Challenge project by Sheshia Services Uganda. Thank you.
My name is Watum Emmanuel Cohen. I'm in senior 6 at Chireka High School. With difficulty in walking, talking and writing, I am under Girl Education Challenge project by Sheshia Services Uganda.
Thank you.
I'm Wasere Divine from Rune Secondary School. I'm in senior 4 vacation, and I'm a little person with difficulty in seeing, so I use glasses. I'm under Girls Education Challenge project by Sheshia Services Uganda. Thank you.
Okay, our commander, we've so far used 5 minutes, yet I thought we had 5. So now work accordingly.
Yes. Having introduced ourselves, kindly allow us to proceed with our conversation about inclusive education. For starters, let me ask Florence to briefly share with us what she understands by the term inclusive education.
Well, with inclusive education, all students, regardless of any challenges they may be having, are placed in a regular education class in schools accessible to receive quality, equitable, and support that enables each learner to meet success in the set curriculum.
In addition, with inclusive education, all schools welcome students. Welcome students by neighboring. They welcome, schools welcome students in regular classes, regardlessly of who they are in abilities or talents.
After that, Collins, please tell us what would be the beauty of studying in an inclusive school?
There is commitment in supporting children with disabilities, and furthermore, all children are welcome regardless of their or who they are.
Enrica?
Inclusive education, it's where we are learning together, supporting each other. We benefit together because we belong to one another.
This is our call for action. As of 2009-2010, only 5% children with disabilities were able to access education in a regular, inclusive setting in regular schools.
While in primary level, enrollment for students is at 9% and 0.6% for secondary.
As we proceed going in schools, our numbers keep reducing, and our honest questions remain. Where do our friends go? Why do they fail to continue?
And those are questions we can continue answering as we enjoy lunch. Yes. I know we are winding up that session, my daughter.
As I'm concluding, the call from our panelists simply is a reminder to all of us. Let us fight to ensure the realization of inclusive education in Uganda for a sustainable environment. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Chel Shire. Thank you very much. We are heading into lunch, and as we get there, I see Commissioner coming over here to use a minute just to explain something that came out of this interaction. But I want to continue reminding you that if it were not for everybody here, this symposium wouldn't have been. And Commissioner, just allow me to just repeat for emphasis. This billboard here has everybody that has supported us so seriously. Led by Minister of Education, that's why they're on top, the Norwegian Association of Disabled, and Nodipo. But all these others have supported. And just a quick repeat. We have Amaziba Ministries, we have Squammy, we have Finchurch Aid, we have Shah, we have Inabel, and Inabel gave us the t-shirt that was in our bag. Norwegian Refugee Council, Site Savers, USDC, UNICEF, thank you very much. We have Sense International, Korean Children at Risk, Rising Above Disability, Chambogo University, you've been here, Tunaweza, Save the Children, Refugee Law Project, Back Up Uganda, Hill Preparatory School, Strome Foundation, International Aid Services, and many others. But we also know that in that corner we have exhibitors who also been part of the support. And among the exhibitors we have Ubongo, the cartoon specialists, and then we also have Vabetoria, and I don't know who the third one is. Sir? Amaziba, which I've already mentioned. Have I forgotten any other? No. I think no for now. But I also know that Mother's Heart has been mentioned. Inabel has been mentioned. Who else now? I think that is really all. Commissioner, we are into lunch and you have 1 point.
I know the sugar levels are high, but I just needed to talk about one or two things. You know, we've been talking since yesterday. We are talking about inclusion, and all that. I just want to make a small clarification. Yesterday, the little girl there said, we need inclusive schools because this is where we're going to be with the people, so keeping us alone. Then Diana again came up, that's Diana, then came up and said something. But I just want to re-emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about inclusive education, it is beyond what the eye sees. And as a technical department in the Ministry of Education and Sports, we are the ones mandated to give the guidance. When we talk about inclusive education, we start with preparing the schools in the form of accessibility, in the form of materials, in the form of resources, in the form of funding, and in the form of everything. The schools must first of all prepare themselves before the learners get into school. Not a learner getting into a school and then a school starts preparing itself. And if I can pick it up from Diana, under the category of people with sensory impairments, we have the blind, we have the deaf blind. When you look at the category of learners with visual impairment, not even those who are totally blind, not all of them can use Braille. The other day we had somebody coming from Kenya who was also creating something around Uganda, which we call iSave. This guy, actually in our meeting, we first of all, I think Esther, you were there, we emphasized, yes, we have done a lot as Uganda, yes. But when the guy came down to unpack, we realized we are not even half the journey. And this is where he emphasized, not everyone who is blind uses Braille. Sure. And that is the reality. So we are just starting. However, the beauty with Uganda now is that we have started the journey in a crude manner. That is the only beauty we have. But as in terms of the real inclusion, we are not yet set. If you followed Dr. Wisdom's presentation yesterday, he said in Ghana, their children, they start with the specialties. And it is at higher levels after they have acquired what it takes. Tertiary university is when they do the inclusion. So for us to wake up and say, any child can go to which schools around here? to Batty Valley, to where, no, that's not what we are speaking about. But for a start, we can begin from there. But we should do better and better and better. And from the same Dr. Wisdom, if I can pick up what he said for them in Ghana, they have a national committee implementing the inclusive education. That is a takeaway for us in Uganda.
Sure.
We want to see in the next symposium, we want to come here and introduce to you the national committee that is coming up to implement the policy. Because for us as education alone, I can assure you we are not going to implement that policy alone. We need the Ministry of Gender, we need the OPM, we need the Ministry of Health, we need the Ministry of Public Service, because if we are talking about recruitment of teachers, who is there to support us? Where are we here if we are talking about inclusion? If Ministry of Education and Sports is recruiting teachers, do they recruit 10% of the teachers targeting children with learners with special needs? And if they don't, is that inclusion?
Commissioner, we hear you loud and clear.
That is where we start from.
Sure.
If you're building your gifted schools, you're building 117 schools, do we have 10% of those schools targeting inclusion particularly? We are still talking. These are just the statements we are making here.
But yes, when the conversation
we want
starts.
That, exactly. We want the next symposium for us to come here and each department tells us what are they doing in the area of inclusion. Commissioner Secondary Education, tell the gathering here, what is that you have included? Tell us.
They'll surely
Commissioner
tell us.
Bitivet, or Tivet, whatever, Tivetom, tell us how you are including the 10%. Because if we are saying 10% of the population are people with a disability, so where is their 10%? We do not want that money as a special needs and inclusive education department. But we want in everything you do you have that 10% considered in there? Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Enjoy your
Commissioner.
lunch.
And I know that we can continue getting a lot from Commissioner, even when we are enjoying our lunch. Bennett, the last one from me here is a reminder that where Vabatoria and Ubongo are, there's some information displayed that is important for us. Let's make use of it. I know Bennett has something to say as we get into lunch.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for lunch, but immediately after lunch, we shall have Save the Children. I think somebody to give us the testimony is here. So after lunch, immediately get ready for that. And I believe all of you have been given coupons. It's an indicator that, of course, after here, we shall go and get served. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we pray in our own religions and enjoy the food? Oh, there's a sister.
There is.
Okay, I thought they would pray in their own, but we can have the sister lead us.
Let's have a prayer to avoid the choking accidents, just in case.
Okay.
Sister, please give us a short prayer for the food. Thank you.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these are the gifts you are about to receive from your goodness through Christ our Lord, amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Sister, you've done us so well. There's a time I requested a certain religious leader to lead us in a prayer for lunch around this moment, and the prayer went for 45 minutes. Thank you very much. Can you enjoy?
So the time is now. Please come and dine with us. Bon appetit. as I mentioned earlier, before lunch break, we should have the children to give us the presentation. I think they have a testimony for us. And thereafter, we shall roll to the program once again. So kindly, members out there, let's get back the room and we have this program started. But I want to welcome you back from lunch break for those of you who are already in the building. Meanwhile, waiting for others to join us. And I believe in a minute or two, they'll be here yet for another segment. You're welcome.
Ola's son, who is 14 years now, who is living with autism spectrum disorder. So my son Matthew is now 14 years. I'm Dr. Prosina Kanraji. I'm Dr. Prosina Kanraji. I'm Dr. Prosina Kanraji. I'm Dr. Prosina Kanraji. I am raising a child, Ola's son, who is 14 years now, who is living with autism spectrum disorder. So my son Matthew is now 14 years old. His formal diagnosis did not come until when he was 2.5 years. So after getting the diagnosis, we were in therapy, in and out, but it was until he was 3.5 years when we actually went full-blown into therapy. In this country called Uganda, the cost of therapy is very expensive if you happen to get it. It was difficult to actually get all the therapy that Matthew needed, but we were very determined parents. So we did everything that we could. We exposed him to many, many things, uncountable things. However, it was difficult to say this is the one thing that he could do. And with time, I could tell that the education system that we have in Uganda or in Africa was not actually, he was not fitting in, simply put. However, I did not know what else or what was out there that we could introduce him to. So this year, that is 2022.
I'm Zebed Mwijuche, principal trainer. Formerly, I was the head teacher of Going Central Primary School, and with introduction of inclusive education, I helped to map out children that were out of school, including Lynette. So I came here and found her busy praying all over the compound and doing some other jobs. Seeing how intelligent she was, I picked interest in enrolling her in school. I convinced parents, and fortunately parents accepted. We enrolled her at the beginning of this year, and she's busy doing well in school. Teachers at Bugonyi Central School, where she goes, have been taken into training in 4 modules. Unfortunately, the community have been involved in helping these learners. The school, as well as learners, appreciate how teachers treat them. Equally, their fellow learners have developed a positive attitude to their colleagues.
I'm so grateful to the initiators of this program in this school, because ever since it was started, we have seen tangible successes as far as the enrollment of children with disabilities is concerned. The enrollment of the school has so far raised from 221 in 2020 when this program was brought in to 372 so far that we have in the school currently. Out of those, 123 are children with disabilities of different types. It's so unfortunate that some of our children here are not here in school because of the nature of their disabilities, and we still have them under our home care system, where we go on and visit them in their respective homes, give them the necessary attention they need.
So they may have difficulties, moving from one point to the other. So Save the Children has been able to go to their homes and teach them in their different communities to ensure that they are at par with the different, with their colleagues in school, and they're able to do the examinations by the Ugandan curriculum. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Mugasha Marita from Save the Children. Thank you very much for that wonderful communication. I believe the department, particularly for this symposium, special needs and inclusive education, have taken note of that. Yes, somebody has misplaced his or her, I don't know how to call this, but from what I'm seeing inside, I don't know, it's not a makeup, it's just a container. I can see some marriage certificates inside here. So kindly the person in charge come and pick it from me. So please come for this. Ladies and gentlemen, remember we are now in the 21st century, and you should not forget about the 21st century skills. Skills like creativity, innovativeness, stress management. Some people have failed to manage their stress and they end up committing suicide. Communication, and above all, networking. So after this symposium, make sure at least you go back home with 2 or 3 or more contacts of people who matter. Are we together? Networking. So ladies and gentlemen, now allow me embark on the program. We are going to move marathon. Marathon, and I'm going to invite right now Madam Sarah Esiga, Assistant Commissioner, Special Needs Education, at the next chair, to come and invite the presenters, and kindly be mindful of time as we invite these people. Then from there, we shall move to the next group of presenters. You most welcome, Madam Sarah. I kindly hand over this mic so that you can walk us through the next discussions. Thank you.
Has brought me here, I want to answer one question that has remained unanswered. I know yesterday it was asked and today it was asked, that is about the policy. Where is it? The policy is now at cabinet level. It is at cabinet secretariat. We have even the cabinet memo. And what remains is Mama to tell the cabinet to say, this is the time I'm ready to come and present it to you. So that's where we are. I know last time when we were for the same symposium, it was at top management level, and there it went very well, and now we are at cabinet, and just we are keeping our fingers crossed. It's a good level, and I know Mama will present it very well, and it will be passed. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call the presenter for this afternoon, I want to usher you in. I want to tell something very briefly so that we can invite that person to come. By the way, I didn't tell you, I work as an assistant commissioner in charge of inclusive and non-formal education, in the Department of Special Needs and Inclusive Education, Ministry of Education and Sports, and we sit at Legacy Towers, first floor. Please don't look for us from anywhere. We are at Legacy Towers. 2 years back, ladies and gentlemen, as I was attending a party somewhere, I came across a very beautiful young girl, and this girl was totally blind, and this girl was being served food when she was behind the others, and people were scooping, and then I got concerned. She's an older girl who can get food from the plate for herself. I got concerned. Very quickly I went in, I moved away from my table, and tried to inquire, and the children told me, oh, she's blind. She can't see the food. That's why we are putting it into her hand, then she eats. Then she puts it again. That one, I can't to go more than that. I picked that girl. Actually, I left the party that evening and went to look for the family. I managed to get the family, and I explained to them. They told me the level she was at and blah, 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 blah. I cannot go into that because of time. But I assured them that, yeah, this girl is going to learn. And I'm promising that I'm taking her on. The question the grandmother asked me was, where are you taking her? Which school? Who will be there to give her food? Who will be there to wash for her? Who will be there? Because she's blind, she can't see. I always do everything for her. Even the toilet, you know, I clean the toilet knowing that Vero is going to go there, because for us she will just touch. She will use her hand to touch to find out the hole of the latrine. Who will do it, madam? Then I promised, I said, no, don't worry. And will she read? I said, don't worry. I am taking her on and she'll be okay. And that question, those questions, there are very many questions, I can't ask all of them, but it was a convincing, it took me time to convince the grandmother to hand Vero over to me to take her to Salama School for the Blind. And she was, is she going to be okay? What about the holes and the ditches and the sticks and the whatever which can knock her? I told her, don't worry, I will be always informed. And time came, I picked Vero, took her to Salama, and unfortunately, you heard what happened in Salama, and Vero perished in the fire. And actually, when Mugisa told me the news, I was in Rwampara doing monitoring of UNEB exams, and then he told me, what, something has happened very bad, and I said, what? That it is a fire at Salama, 11 children have perished. I said, what? I sat down, I said, what? Just ask for me, a child called Vero Nasari, has she survived? And when he called again to tell him, oh no, Vero is gone. Why am I saying all this? The topic we are going into now is about safety and well-being. And leaving out that, the grandmother asked me, how is she going to fare? Who is going to be there to take her to the latrine? Who is going to be there to clean for her? The topic we are going into is about safety and well-being of these children. We have talked about all those things, convincing the parents, creating awareness. Now they have come to school. I want to thank Cheshire Services Uganda for carrying out the study. The study that is going to reveal to us what is happening about these children with disabilities in schools with regard to safety and well-being. Many parents just give up. We just let them come, but we have not thought deeper to find out how are they going to be safe. So I'm pleased to invite James Kabuye from Cheshire Services Uganda, who is going to present to us what they found, the voices of the children about safety and well-being, what they wanted us to do. James Kabuye, as he comes, is the head of the monitoring and evaluation and learning at Cheshire Services Uganda. I have to put on my glasses because I'm struggling. Okay. James provides strategic oversight in the field of inclusive and safe monitoring, evaluation, and learning, and he builds capacity in the performance and impact measurement. James identifies performance indicators, develops quality assurance strategies, trains program employees, and maintains contacts with, I cannot finish all the biography, but James, you are coming to tell the people the importance of safety and well-being, right from the parent level to the teachers and the ministry and others, and then we get to understand it doesn't stop at bringing the child, but can we think deeper? Can we dive into the safety? You're welcome, James. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Sala. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. She has mentioned my name. And earlier there was a challenge with our name, Cheshire Services Uganda. I wanted to give that clarity. But I also would want to introduce our ED, our directors in the house. Yeah, Mr. Peter Etabu can wave to the members. Yeah, he's up. Yeah. So as we present to you about safety and well-being of students, more so students with disability in schools, would want to acknowledge the support that we get from government, especially SNE department. Yeah, that support has enabled us to do what we do. Yeah, we also get a lot of support from KCCA, the Directorate of Education and Social Services. So we want to really acknowledge that support. So I will briefly talk about CSU and our program. Then I will go into background. I will talk about the methodology that we use, and then I will talk about the findings. So Cheshire Services Uganda is a local non-government organization. Our offices are opposite Inter-University Council for East Africa in Chambogo. So our work targets persons with disability. Yeah, we support children, we support young adults with disability, and our vision is to see that our society, our vision is an inclusive society where the rights of persons with disability are fully respected. And we work through 5 thematic areas: inclusive education, sustainable livelihood, disability advocacy, and also emergency response. So our education program today will concentrate on that. Touches pre-primary, primary, secondary, and TVET. So this program is funded by FCDO, and we are currently supporting over 2,000 children with disabilities through the Girls Education Challenge program. Now, majority of these beneficiaries are girls. Yeah, I've provided the numbers, but you need to know majority are girls, as the name of the program says. So currently, majority of these beneficiaries are in secondary school. Over 50% are in secondary school. We have about 30% in the primary schools, and about 15% in the TVET. And we have about 74 beneficiaries who have completed vocational training. Yeah, these demographics show that there has been a transition, as the name suggests. Yeah, because when we started this program in 2017, majority of these girls and boys were in primary. So when we started, the majority were in primary, but they have been able to transition. So what we are saying is that transition of children with disabilities is possible when they are supported. Because we have seen them transition after P7 to secondary school. Yeah. And I thought I should also talk about this. As the year started, when schools reopened, we did not record the 100% return to school. Yeah, 5% of our cohort did not return to school. Yeah, and these girls and boys, we are supporting them to learn, to transition, and we are also working to ensure that our program is sustainable as much as possible. So, yeah, before I go into, I thought I would also share this. I've checked information which is available generally on enrollment. I know we have talked about it, and I've seen enrollment data for 2010, and I've compared it with that of 2017. Now, this data shows enrollment of children with disability, primary, pre-primary, primary, and secondary, reduced in that period by almost 40,000. So while general enrollment for everyone increased by about 700,000, for students with disability, reduced. I know one of the girls earlier asked, where are these people? Why did they reduce? Is it that the prevalence has also reduced? So I thought we would look at that. But also when you compare this information for girls and boys, you see girls are persistently less than, the number of girls is persistently less than that of boys. Yeah, this information, I got it in the educational statistical abstracts. So when you check for pre-primary, you see the girls are persistently less 13% at pre-primary. At primary, they are persistently less, even secondary. Although secondary, the gap in a way reduces. So I've also checked and seen that the number of primary schools with boarding increased during that period. Boarding sections. Yeah, 2010, about 7.8% of the schools had a boarding section. Yeah, the statistics don't tell us whether this section was legal or not illegal, but at least they show boarding section. And the percentage increases to 10% in 2017. So, thank you, Madam Sarah, for giving the background, where we are coming from. Yeah, from 2008, almost 40 schools, I think there should be more, have caught fire, with the most recent being Salama School. So, and in these schools, children, lives are lost. Yeah, and I also want to refer to the basic requirements and minimum standards indicators, which were last reviewed around 2009. Good enough, these indicators, these standards, touch based on issues of disability. There are quite a number of indicators that touch based on disability. Yeah, so that is good enough as we talk through disability and education. But also these indicators, I should say, touch based on issues around safety in schools. I've picked just a few of them for emphasis. Yeah, they talk about a prefect in charge of safety and security. So, how many schools have this prefect? They talk about a safety and security committee, and the composition is also given, those in the BRMS. So are these committees there? The qualitative data that we got, qualitative findings, the issues that largely come out. Yeah, many children complained around non-teaching staff in schools. Yeah, children say Askari is always drunk, or matron does not understand my issue, matron abuses me, matron ashames me, cooks call us names, things around non-teaching staff in schools. And since we got this, we have further known that there is no standard code of conduct for non-teaching staff in schools. Of course, there are many arguments that code of conduct is for professionals. If you are not professional, you don't need the code of conduct. And we think there is something there which needs to be addressed. Yeah, there are also risks on the way to school. I know I hinted around that. The students in the day mentioned around risks around their journeys, issues around moving very early. Some schools really start school very early. I know somewhere a child said we start studying very early and we end studying very late. So issues around timing for studying, we think there are issues there.
Kindly try to summarize. We still have more presenters. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, as we did the observations of the schools, we see issues like around health and sanitation. We found 73% as making progress or having progress around health and sanitation, having things like sick bays if a school is boarding, separate wash facilities, having accessible facilities. We found issues there. but also around security, and I hinted around it, 63% is only what we would find to be almost secure, with the needed facilities, especially if that school was running a boarding section. There are very many, but time. Yeah, this was around teaching and learning. A child in boarding, girl, told us, Metron wakes us up at 3:30. 3:30. I don't know how many of us manage to wake up at 3:30 very early in the morning.
Can you summarize, please?
Yeah, so
James?
this is the last one. So, yeah, our recommendations, we have 2 recommendations for Ministry of Education. We still think a code of conduct is needed to bind the support staff, because these are in schools, they have interact with the children, and we think that is something that needs to be done. We also have recommendations for schools to prioritize safety beyond or before other things. Yeah, we have also a recommendation for parents, because as we engaged with the head teachers would say, it is the parent who does not send the child on time. The parent does not provide for this child, so we think a parent needs to do more. Yeah, and for us, development partners, we also think we need to do more, we need to be more intentional around safety, going beyond enrollment and learning, and also look at safety and well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. James, thank you very much for that highlight. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, you will bear me witness that issues of safety and security are really a very critical issue in our society, in our education system, and everywhere. This has been just a drop. You and I, you know very much, ranging from waking up so early at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. child is at the road, and you hear the taxis at 4, and some of those are 2.5, 3 years going to school, and then you wonder, up to the extent when they go to school. Some of schools have even put in place disciplinary committee. St. Agnes, Kasese, like recently, found them, they have a disciplinary committee of students, and the students were caning their fellow student for abusing the other. Caning thoroughly well fellow student, the defense. So those are security, safety issues in our schools, but children with disabilities are affected more. Thank you very much, James. And the time is now, I mean, our time is over, but MC, do you allow to have 2, 3 questions?
Thank you.
And then
Could there be any issues, observation, question? All right. We have one right here.
Yes, I'm again Stephen Momza from Community Based Substitution Alliance. Thank you, the presenter. As you are aware, in the era of fires everywhere in schools in our country, and it is a new brand today. Can we get that the assessment form of somebody who says that we can guide us to take to our schools? Because when you go to school, the metron does not allow us to go to the dormitories. So, is there anywhere that we can get those forms we can use in our areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you, the presenter, on the issue of safety and well-being. Members, when I hear about safety and well-being of children, I have to testify to you that I personally survived a bomb blast that caused me to be totally blind from northern Uganda in Amuru district. I have to share with you that nowadays, children who are living in poor affected areas are still at risk or suffering from unexploded ordinances. For instance, recently, we even had 3 boys who died due to bomb blast in Bulko village in Gulu district. Again, in July, we had 5 children who survived a bomb blast in Pade district. Another scenario happened in Arua, where almost 8 children also were subjected to explosion from a grenade. What does that mean to us? It means that we also need to design some safety safeguarding messages that will still continue to help children, because you know they are very curious. Whenever they see objects, sometimes they want to touch. And when they realize, before they know it, they are dead. Thank you.
One more.
Thank you very much. The presenter, my brother James M&E. My question or my concern is about your opening remarks, where you said from COVID, 5% of your beneficiaries cannot be traced, or you don't know their whereabouts. What strategies have you tried to put in place to ensure that the 5% can also be accounted for? I submit. Thank you.
I think those are the questions. Kindly respond to those, and then we move to the next discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. The first question, what I understand is that it was around the basic requirements and minimum standards. Yeah, this is not our document, it's a government document which is available in hard copy, but should also be online. Yeah, should be available on the Ministry of Education's website. Yeah. I think the second was a testimony, and also calling us to engage parents in the safety of children. Yeah, but I think we need the parents, but also the children. Yeah, the children need to be empowered to understand the importance of one, their safety, but the role of parents in ensuring safety of children, I agree, is also critical. Yeah, the nanny return and what we are doing. Yeah, we are still positive, not that we cannot trace all of them. Some of them are traceable, but they have not yet come to school. As schools reopened, for example, government allowed girls who were pregnant to return to school. But the girl will say, I want to fast. I feel I want to fast weight. So these are some of the girls, and we are still supporting them, and we are optimistic.
Yes, I think you have ably answered those questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join hands together and clap these people. Thank you, the session chair and the presenter, for the wonderful presentation.
One word, MC.
Please.
Thank you, members, for this, and I want to really urge every one of us to take this as our responsibility wherever you are, to ensure that safety and security of the children is important. If we all don't make noise, we are going to fail. Then two is about the policy. I coordinated the policy, but I know there are very many challenges, but keep asking these questions wherever you are, at your university, at your district level, at your department level. Ask, what is the inclusive education policy, so that we can have all these things. When you make noise there, and here, we are going to have it done.
Good,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Yes, of course, that implies that we should now break silos as we move together and promote synergies. Mindset is very key in this. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me invite Apollo Unapidi to come and take the floor as the session chair. If he's not around, then we shall get the dangerous substitute. Henry, please come and hit the floor if Apollo is not around, and then you walk us through the next discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are the presenters available? Mr. Chinji Paul, Amaziba Ministries. Amaziba? Okay, they are present. Thank you very much for that session. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Sarah. The name Sarah is also as famous as the name Esther. I need to know the secrets around those names. All important people I've seen, many important people I've seen actually have those names. So my brother, Mr. Chinji Paul, is coming to make some presentation from Amaziba Ministries. Something to do with the symbolic universal notation. Appears very abstract, but I know that it is quite as simple. As he comes to take over, may I again request those who can stand to stand, just a minute, to have that food moved down properly. Can you ask that neighbor of yours what good thing they picked from the lockdown? Ask your neighbor the good thing they gained from the COVID lockdown of those 2 years. Okay, it seems you had good stories, you people. But many of us had more dangerous ones. Okay, I've learned that if I don't cut you short, people had many good things. Okay. Okay, let's get seated again. I can confirm that you enjoyed the lockdown. Mr. Chinji, kindly come and take to the podium. And in the next, how many minutes had been allocated for this? Yes, they were meant to be 30, but remember that we cut the 30 long ago. We are now operating around 20. So that floor is yours to tell us more about Amaziba and make that presentation.
All of protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chinji Paul. I work with a ministry called Amaziba, and we are based in Rukunjiri. We are a church-based organization. Okay, do you hear me? Okay. We are a church-based organization, and we do a number of things. Among them is church planting, leadership development, Bible translation, and we have this program called the Symbolic Universal Notation as one of our thematic areas. Sun
SUN is an acronym and simply means Symbolic Universal Notation. It's a new universal language which is developed by one of our partners from Orlando, Florida, United States. And that partner is called Wycliffe Associates. And Wycliffe Associates is an organization which supports Bible translation for the last 30 years. After doing research for a number of years, they discovered that there is a category of people, being a scripture translation organization, which cannot access scripture. And those people are the deaf, blind people. So they decided to develop a language called universal, symbolic universal notation, initially to teach scripture to the deaf blind. And we are now in 26 countries as I speak. But later on they realized that actually this program had done so well, and they started, different CBOs and organizations started adopting it as a learning and a communication methodology. Just to give you a bit of a background, there was a lady called Emily Wang. She was a staff of Wycliffe Associates. Originally, she comes from China. She took on this project and did quite some good research, and developed this language called the Symbolic Universal Notation. And as I speak, the Bible has already been translated in Symbolic Universal Notation. When you realize the beauty of it, we approached the Ministry of Education and told them about it. And that's the reason why we are here today. Next slide. One of the pictures is not seen here. I just wanted to take you through some of the symbols so that you know what we are talking about. And you realize that actually we are already using some of those symbols in our day-to-day life when we don't even know. When you look at the first symbol, it shows like a drop of water, and on the other side you saw a tap, and that symbol means water. When you come to the second symbol, which I just shown, that one in red, that means a pen. Now, one thing we need to realize here, that each symbol represents an idea or a concept. So here, when you look at this symbol of a pen, it means to write. Okay? So, when you look at a symbol, you've gotten to imagine what you do with it and what it does. Now, when you look at this symbol, it means fish. Okay? And you see it is almost made in the form of a fish. Move on. This symbol means a book. And I know many of us have seen this one before in our day-to-day lives. This one represents water. You can even see, it means a cup. It means a cup, but it also means to drink. Okay? This one is a symbol which means a hand. Okay? This symbol means a door. Who can guess what this one means? So this one is a crown, so it means a king. It also means Lord. It also means master. This one means a cross. That one all of us know. This symbol means Commissioner wants to try. It means a mouth. Very good. Let me clap for you. Uh-huh. This symbol means a person. Okay? Who can guess what this is? That means a face. Okay? Then this symbol means the ear. Uh-huh. This one means a fruit. This one means I or me. And this one means a nose. Okay? This one means the eye or to see. Now the one which shows the nose, it also means to smell. This one is a bird. Okay? Some of the symbols have not come out clearly from the projection. I don't know what has happened, but I wanted to show you how you can construct sentences using those particular symbols. Like when you have this person, in the middle here, there was the symbol of a nose, which means to smell, and then we have the fish. So who can read for us that sentence? A person smells fish. As simple as that. In the three symbols, you already have a sentence. And this is very simple, and being pictorial, we have realized that our learners can easily understand it. Uh-huh. The other one is, I think these symbols have been flipped up a bit, but it was person, then it was ear, and then the bird. Okay? And we said the symbol of ear means an ear, but it also means to hear. So it means person hears a bird. Okay? Can we go on? This one is supposed to be a pen, which also means to write. In the middle here is a book. And then this one. So, what do you think would come out of that sentence? It was the other way around. The king writes in a book. Okay? Can we move on? This symbol has been tilted a bit. But it was I, the symbol of I, and then this one was C, the symbol of an I, and then this one is a fruit, which means I see fruit, which means I see the fruit. Okay. Now, from just looking at those different symbols, you can see how easily we've been able to construct sentences, and you can imagine how easy it can be for some of our learners to be able to learn and easily communicate through these languages. Like I've said, initially, symbolic universal notation was created targeting people who are deaf and blind. We've been talking about inclusive education, a journey to sustainable development. Unless there is a mode of communication for people who are deaf and blind, unless there is a learning methodology that is befitting people who are deaf and blind, it's going to be hard for them to participate in the sustainable development of their individual lives, of their families, and for their country altogether. The picture which was above there, it is not coming out well on the projection, but it was showing one of the learners. We had trained trainers, like we trained them to train other people who are deaf and blind how they can read symbolic universal notation, and they were guiding this young man who was deaf and blind to read the tactile books where those symbols are embossed. Let's move on to the next one. There was another picture. I don't know where it has disappeared, but it was also showing some other man who was also deaf and blind, and someone was teaching him symbols but using sign language. One thing that we have discovered, much as we are bringing symbolic universal notation to see how beautiful it is to teach people who are deaf and blind, but we have also discovered it has been liked so much by deaf learners, because as you are teaching them symbols, you are actually teaching them sign language. When you teach them that this is a mouth, you also do a sign to show them this is a mouth, and actually you always want to see them picking a pen and beginning to draw the symbol. So as they learn the sign, they're learning the symbol, and the communication becomes very, very easy for them. What are some of the benefits that one can get from learning sign? Number one, like I've earlier on mentioned, it is pictorial. So even when you are teaching children, it becomes easy for them to understand and remember. When you show them this is a fruit and this is the sign, they can't forget that. When you show them the sign of a bird, since it looks like a bird flying, they can remember that for a longer time. When you show them that this is a door and it really looks like a door, it is easy for them to understand.
Yes, okay. Mr. Chinji, let's make use of the next 4 minutes to wind up.
So it is also, it can be written. One thing we should remember that it is a written language, non-spoken. It's universal. Once the learners get it, they can actually speak it all over the country and even beyond. And it can be easily learned and taught. Who are our target people? We are mainly targeting learners who are deaf and blind. One of our facilitators on the team, Oliver Chibuika, she teaches in Berkeley High School in Iganga, and she's been teaching people who are deaf and blind for the last 27 years, and she can have a lot of stories once you visit our table. What is our major objective? Our major objective is to make sure that symbolic universal notation is adopted and included in the learning system of Uganda in all-inclusive and special schools as an alternative learning and a communication methodology. Thank you so much. May God bless you so much.
You can take that seat, Mr. Chiinji. Thank you very much for the symbolic language. I really took lots of notes around the symbolic language. Let me see how many have learned. Yeah. I want somebody to draw me the symbols for just the statement, I love you. You said you learned properly. Somebody give, just draw on paper and bring it to me. I just want it because that is one statement we often use wherever we interact. Okay, that table you have my assignment. I'm waiting for the symbols to represent those three. So are there any issues from what Mr. Chinji has told us? Any observations? I see by there's some people behind there. Mr. Chinji referred to one Chibuika Robina. Robina, where are you? Oliver Robina, where are you? Where? Where? Me, I felt like seeing her because she's been doing a lot of work for so many years. Oh, she's somewhere behind there. Yes, we appreciate the 27 years. It's not small time.
Henry?
Okay, yes, please, Bernard.
Can you also, let's check what these people online are saying.
Okay. Meantime, there's also a hand there. A hand somewhere behind where you are.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Chinji. My name is Ronald from Nudipu. I think what we have heard really is the tactile sign language. And of course, for deaf-blind people, their language is not pictorial. Because a picture is something you will see, but they will not see. So meaning it must be something tangible, even if it's not colored, as long as it has a shaping of what you want. In fact, the representation of tactile sign language must be solid things. You say if this is a person, he must touch, not in form of a picture, because it will take you very long. What we now understand is the degree of deaf blindness. You might find somebody has some residual vision and as well as having some residual hearing, or the reverse. One would be, there could be some kind of an imbalance where that one can work.
Okay.
But for totally deaf blindness, it can't, in terms of visualization.
Thank you for that observation.
Secondly,
yes,
of course, the innovation is very good. We can translate it into the solid things. Secondly, we need to...
That must be thirdly.
No, I had said only pictorial. This is second.
Okay.
So, secondly, we just need to try to interact with the deaf-blind people. I think we have had little research into issues of deaf-blindness to really understand in the depth of what exactly needs to be done to engage them in the academic nature of learning. Because in most cases, the stages would be getting this person into understanding things, into orientation, some of this rehabilitation before you get into the mainstream learning as we work towards that. Then thirdly, and I will not speak again because of time.
But that is fourthly, me I'm counting.
It is third. I didn't talk about the issue of having the safety of these children. The call I have, I think now gets to the ministry which regulates even education and learning for these children. All of us have even taken these children to school at 4 and the parents are the ones taking them. And some of us are even working with the ministry. But our children, our real children, go at 4 to school or 5. I think something needs to be done so that these children, it now starts from a directive. Just the same way we would say children shouldn't, the term should not close on 25th or any other time before government, before. We could also say no child should be seen
going to
with
school,
immediate effect moving to school at 6 a.m.
Okay.
And I think that will be done.
Thank you very much. The commission has heard, and I know that is information that can be related to the minister as well. Bernard?
Yes.
What did you get online? What did you get online?
In the chat room? I think you can proceed as
okay, my brother
ICT
from
people.
Nodipu, we've heard they are going to say something. Madam Oliver, why I called you was just to appreciate. They told us you've been working for around that business for 27 years. That is very, very good work. Thank you so much. And we encourage you to continue. Would you like to write for me that statement, which I challenged the other table? I saw you coming with some symbols. I'm still looking for that symbol, by the way. I love you. I want to tell somebody this evening that I do. Using that sign language. They have written it. Okay. Okay. Oh. Somebody has tried to write a real letter I and then the heart to represent of our love now. And then the letter U to represent you. Okay, so symbolic language can really be disturbing a bit. And I remember that different symbols could mean different things. I don't know what this one means. What does this one mean? Yeah? I already hear some people say FDC. Others want to say Peace. Then others? Victory. How about the color yellow? Color yellow? Sunshine. Okay, not the other one some people run to. How about the other one, the red? Okay. Okay. Finally, the table has drawn what I called for. I don't know whether the camera can show. They have put that symbol there and the heart in the middle again, and then something at the end. Let me give Mr. Chinji to confirm whether this is the statement I wanted. Okay, Mr. Chinji, respond to this and what the Nodipo colleague also submitted.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator.
First of all, is that statement right?
No, the statement is not right, but Madam Oliver is going to correct it.
Okay.
As I'm answering this question, then she can bring it. Going straight to the question from my brother from New Dipu about tactile. In symbolic universal notation, we have actually taken care of that. We have what we call the 3D or three-dimensional cards. When you go to our table over there, we have quite a number of the three-dimensional cards which are tactile. So all of these symbols that we've been talking about, they are imprinted on those cards. Some of them are plastic, some of them are rubber, some of them are paper. Of course, taking in consideration the safety of our children. We don't want to print them on hard materials which are going to hurt them. So we have those three-dimensional cards where those symbols are imprinted. So when we are teaching people who are deaf and blind, we don't show them pictures because we are aware they can't see. But we give them cards which they can touch and then feel. They're called the three-dimensional cards.
Okay, Mr. Chinji, since we have a table where we are displaying all our symbols, then I'll implore other people to kindly check that table and get more details. Okay. Finally, Madam Olivia is struggling with my answer.
Henry, there is this gentleman here who is. Please, let's listen to him.
Pick that in 1 second.
As
he comes to talk, yes, Madam Oliver. She has brought the real signs I need. Okay.
Now, here, these ones I'm holding, we call them tactile symbols. Now, to teach a deaf blind person, he needs something which he can feel and then understand.
Okay.
Now, this one is the eye.
Okay.
Is the eye. And this one is the love.
Okay.
Now you can come with this sentence.
I love so far.
I love you.
Okay. Thank you very much. But I don't know whether the story will be very simple for me. I may show somebody that wanting to assure her that I do, and she may just chase me away. There's a group that has done it well. Thank you very much and congratulations. Congratulations. Okay. We want to cut this session here, after him, and then call upon the next chair to come and present the second last session.
My name is Karunji Joseph, the LC5 of Kamwenge District. I want to commend those ones who are able to come up with the signs and the symbols. I hope these are universal symbols that we can communicate with across the whole world. And then too, how I wish that also through the ministry, we would be able to popularize these symbols and sign language. Possibly even at primary, we needed to advocate either through parliament that probably P1, P2, P3, it's part of the curriculum because we now live with the blind and the deaf.
Okay.
Even us in the politics, in office, if the gentleman came without an interpreter, what would happen? Because this person is completely depending on the interpreter. So possibly, we can popularize, we can teach basics through the newspapers, we can do it even to the leaders. Like I am very grateful for this symposium, but we can have like this for the leaders.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and we get a brief. How do I communicate with these people when they come to office? That would be great.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much for coming all the way from Kamwenge. You remind us of the many things we have to learn. You said even you leaders need this. I heard His Excellency said the other day you also need Swahili. First take that mic to him. I need to hear how much Swahili he can speak. Chairman, I want him to speak some Swahili and interpret in English. I just want to see if he has started those classes. His Excellency said, you political leaders must learn some Swahili. Let me hear.
Abale, Mr. Chebukati.
Meaning?
How are you?
Oh, okay.
Unasemaje?
Oh, okay. Bennett, also tell us your Swahili as you get back here.
I don't normally speak Swahili during working days.
Okay. I know you have a bad tooth.
Over the weekend.
He has a bad tooth. He can't speak Swahili comfortably, but he can speak the English. So thank you very much, Mr. Chiinji and Madam. That session can be kept at that. We now want to invite the next chair. We shall pass around the Amaziba table to find more details. Do we have Dr. Joseph Odeke in the space? Dr. Odeke is there and is coming to take us to manage that session of Claire Wavamuno from Hill Preparatory School, who is going to share about inclusive education, experiences gained since 1988. Is Claire available also? Okay, and I know that Claire must be a teacher, and the teachers know that if you plan for a lesson, a single lesson, you have 40 minutes. If it is double, how many? 80. Triple, 120. For now, we have 15, Madam Claire, as you come to deal with the doctor here. Doctor was just trying to caution her on your behalf before you take the mantle, but over to you.
Thank you, MC. The MC has mentioned my names, but mostly I prefer writing my name the opposite way. Dr. Odeke Nato Joseph. I'm a special needs education teacher and a teacher educator. I've come here just to welcome the two ladies who have come to present. If you look at the program, there is a Madame Claire. Then there is a Florence Insanji. But in the program, there was Anna Muhums. I think they will explain why she's not there. What they are coming to present is, before I go into that, Claire is a Ashoka Fellow, a worldwide body of leading social entrepreneurs. This is in recognition for her establishing the pioneer integrated special school in Uganda. That's Hill Preparatory School. I think it is found in Naguru. That was in 1988. On academic side, she holds a postgraduate part MA in investment appraisal and management from Harvard University. She is a chartered secretary of ICSA, majoring in administration and finance from the London School of Accountancy, has the professional microfinance training, both part 1 and part 2, from the Economic Institute of University of Colorado, Boulder, USA, and International Labor Organization Training Institute, Torre, that is in Italy, and has a BA in Economics of Makera University. She has a long career of over 25 years in banking and microfinance in the Bank of Uganda and Finger International, whose country program became the first microfinance institution to operate under the license from Central Bank. Claire, you are welcome. The next one is Florence. Florence has been in charge of the Special Needs Center at the Hill Preparatory School for the past 5 years, she has seen it evolve into a separate center to give extra assessment therapy, skill development, and functional academic to the special children not mainstreamed in the school section. She is a specialist teacher, therapist, counselor, practical trainer of interns, transcriber, and a sports coach of Unified Sports, certified by Special Olympics Germany and Uganda. She loves children. She has a bachelor's degree in community-based rehabilitation of Chambogo University. You are welcome, Florence. Without taking much time, Florence, I welcome, one of you can come and give and talk to the participants. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
All protocol observed. We'll try very hard to work within the 15 minutes.
And since you are two,
and if it doesn't work, then it will be 7 minutes.
Then it means 7.5 for each. Since
7.5 for me, and 7.5 for her.
Thank you.
But we promise that if you want more, you can come and visit us at Hill Preparatory School or read on the website and get to know more. So thank you, first of all, really and truly to the chairman, the commissioner, and the whole team for inviting us and making us feel part of this establishment. We are very, very happy to have worked with you all these years. I'm, using my time sparingly. So I've been introduced, but I would like to introduce myself as Mama Nachanzi. That's the lady who's just sat down there. Nachanzi, wave to the people. I'm Mama Nachanzi. And her friend also, I'm also a mother, godmother of Yvonne, who was sitting next to her. She uses sign language. But these are the children that inspired us to start Hill Preparatory School. And I'm going to talk about my story as Claire, but that story after a while becomes our story. That's the school story. That is where Florence comes in. And then to reduce on the number of things that we talk about, I have a little clip about the school and also another little clip about the Ashoka Award. Just explaining how a small seed can enable you to grow very big when you work with many people and you make an impact on society. Yes? Oh, it's not
Just
clear.
a small pause to recognize the arrival of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, represented here by none other than Dr. Egao, the Director, HTVET. Director, you're very much welcome. Madam Permanent Secretary, you're very much welcome. You phoned when we had just begun a presentation here. We welcome you to listen to it. We'll find out more details about your stay from Commissioner, and then we'll adjust accordingly. Thank you. Please proceed.
Welcome, Mrs. Guest of Honor. Thank you. So, can we have the clip?
Global X interviews social entrepreneurs who tackle some of the world's biggest problems. They are pioneers of innovation that benefit humanity.
My name is Claire Wafamuno. I'm based in Uganda, in Kampala. And my project is called Hill Preparatory School, which was inspired by our firstborn who had learning disabilities. The project is a pioneer integrated special education school that integrates children with learning disabilities alongside their regular counterparts. And to do this, we have to do it in ratios that are appropriate so that both categories of children excel. In fact, our motto is excel through integration. The inspiration to do this project was at the age of 3.5. My daughter was discovered to have had speech and language disorders, and at that time it was difficult to get proper diagnosis and understanding. And after that, one thing led to another, and we realized that integration would be the best thing for her. We didn't think it was wise to go to the United Kingdom where we were referred, because we wanted to do things homegrown and to be able to have the family and community support. And there were generations of children who are in a similar situation. To do this, we have to take the syllabus of the country, not only modified, but start with assessments and referrals and proper placements and counseling, and also helping the parents to overcome the difficulties. One time in 1999, one of our children got a gold medal in swimming in the Special Olympics, in the World Special Olympics. And a few years later, last year in fact in Shanghai, two of our children got silver medals in the World Special Olympics. And we feel that the confidence they have built in that regard helps them to leap into a future for themselves. My biggest challenge has been not to give up. And in fact, Ashoka has come in at the right moment when I was just thinking enough is enough. And they came in, and somebody out there understood what it was. So if there are other people who have ideas and ventures, just keep on, keep on. We've waited 20 years and it's not too late to learn and refresh and energize. We had deaths up to here, and Ashoka came in as a godsend. And I'm learning that you don't have to give up. Just go on and on. And in between, somebody comes out. And in between, there are individuals out there. It is wise to invest in an individual. I never knew that there are people who are out there coming.
Okay, thank you. So it doesn't matter. It tells you the inspiration. So the next picture just indicates, can we go to the slide? Yep. The first one. The next slide. Okay, so the picture on the right-hand side is Nachanzi at age 3.5. And then this other one is when she has grown up and gone through the education cycle and an accomplished librarian in our school. I shall tell you on another occasion the obstacles that we went through, because all this was happening before there was any affirmative action, before there was any teacher training college, before there was any assessment, and everybody was lumped together as either you're hearing impaired, visually impaired, or physically impaired. If you are anything else, there was nothing. So I will skip the rest of the story, but it's a fun story. I'd like also to thank friends of mine who said, Claire, we are tired of giving you money. Can you please formalize your project? They would see me from an angle and say, there she goes again. Begging, begging, begging. So my point is that after 34 years, there are over 1,000 Nachanzis from our school. And from the statistics of this morning, there are many, many, many more children. Some have disabilities and some do not have. I give an example. Apart from Nachanzi excelling so much, the poor girl had to do her exams without any help. P7, there was nothing. We had to first sensitize the S4s, secondary school head teachers, where they were going. That was 1996. And then to sit and try and do so many exams, so many papers in secondary school. In the end, we just told her, just drop all these subjects, and when they teach those subjects, go into the library and sit there. And when the exams come, just fill in your name and sit quietly until the examiner says go. That's how we have gone through the obstacles. But in the end, she has done well. So, and we had children who have excelled, who are regular children. Some are bankers, some are doctors, some are lawyers, some there's an electronic, what is it? An engineer, aeronautic engineer. So there are many, but we had to fight obstacles because children who are regular, their parents would not want to integrate with yours. So that was our biggest challenge, number one. They can bring the child who has a problem to the school, but they will not bring the brother and the sister. They will drive them somewhere else. And this problem continues, the stigma. So the story of Nachanzi is intertwined with Hill Preparatory School, and I think I'll close there and let my colleague talk about our story. That's when we become bigger and bigger. Thank you. Am I 7 minutes up? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I salute you all, protocol observed. Can I have the next slide, please? Because of time, we wanted to see, just to check through the importance of having children in an inclusive classroom. The next, please. Because some people out there think the regular ones can't benefit in an inclusive setting. Yes. Because of time, when we have children in an inclusive setting, there is reduction, barriers and stigma to develop social skills in all the children. You know, when you're together, everyone benefits from the other. Life skills or job-related skills. This promotes competition between the two. If you see Florence, maybe it's the one with the learning difficulty and is excelling. It will actually, the other one who is a regular will work hard and see that they compete in all areas. It improves communication. We all know this. Self-esteem is built. It strengthens the capacity of the education system on soft skills. Here, teachers are well equipped with skills of teaching different learners of varying abilities. Then teaches children and teachers to respect diverse talents and nurture them to benefit the wider community. Let's go to the next slide. Then hear our story from Claire's, then to Hill Preparatory School. We grouped these into decades. This is the second decade from 1998 to 2007. Managing stigma, she has already talked about it. Despite all the challenges, stigma has been existing, but the school remained firm. We never gave up, and we realized we moved on. There is a time, actually, the school administration had to put some laws, rules. If you bring a special child, you have to bring a regular one. All this was done to promote inclusion. But now, we gave it all, and the numbers are rising. Then further engagement in sports, music, farming, and vocational activities to expose all children as much as possible, and particularly to identify where special needs children blossom. The more you expose them, the more you find their areas of interest, and hence it leads to skill development. Teacher and specialized training, IGI Uganda National Institute of Special Education, Makerere University Speech Therapy degree. You realize it is between this time the first bunch of therapists from Makerere could come in to carry out their internship from school. Actually, our therapist is among the first bunch. So these institutions also used the school as an internship center. Uganda National Examination Board, UNEB, for the first time allowed oral exams at Hill Preparatory School, transcribing exams, and extra time for students with special needs. It is between this time, actually that was November in 2003, and we didn't have any expert to do this. The person who transcribed the exam for that special child was got from the neighboring country. But in the morning session, Mr. Lenyo gave us the numbers of primary living examination candidates who sat this year. It is in thousands. Hope you see where we are going. Then long-term relationship, like Student for Students of Austria for 18 years. These are students who could spare the little they had to sponsor special needs children within the school. Then draft policy framework of inclusive education by the Ministry of Education 2007. This happened, but HEAL was still in existence. Let's go to the next slide. This is our story theory. Yes, this is the third decade between 2008 and 2017. We managed to meet the statutory obligations from inception, talk of the license, talk of the registration, whatever it takes. Then opened the half Olympic size swimming pool. This actually, it has been the training ground for many great swimmers, local and international. Kids have developed their talents, special needs, and regular under Special Olympics Uganda. So we are seeing many talents being developed. Then refining the products based on societal needs. We realized before in the beginning, they were all in same classroom setting, but realized to meet every learner's need, we had to do some adjustments. We focused on regular primary education and national curriculum for regular children. We had to mainstream the education for mild and moderate learning disabled children, whereby they are given care, more time and techniques in the inclusive setting. And then we realized there are those who couldn't manage the curriculum. Actually, we had to create a center, basically to meet their needs at a personal level. While in the center, we give them, we teach functional literacy, self-help skills, we give them therapies, and so many others. Ashoka, we can go to the next slide. They've talked about Ashoka. Then services we offer.
Okay, and you are doing very well, only that you have 1.5 minutes to wind up.
Thank you, let me wind up. Several services with that Hill Preparatory School, mainstream teaching, whereby kids are given remedial classes, one-on-one, transcribing exams and assessments. Actually, we empower them, we start transcribing exams as early as when they're in pre-primary class. By the time they reach P7, they are well conversant with the exercise. Skill identification and talent development. Then parent and child counseling, internship, we give therapies, and so many other areas. If we look at the outlook, the next slide, please. The achievements so far, this is the fourth decade, between 2018 and 2021. We marked 34 years with a grand event with testimonies from former parents. Many parents benefit, actually many children with disabled and those ones without benefit from the inclusive setting. School maintained the original reflection of society across social backgrounds. We had to, it's like a pyramid. There are those ones who are extremely rich, medium, and then the poor one. We really try hard to see that we balance. Then a daycare was established in 2018, which doubles as a training unit for younger adults. There are those who, actually all of these are opened up to open opportunities for special needs children to have skills. And so many, as you can see. If I go through the challenges, there is still gap in services. Parents of regular children shunning away from the integration and the danger of academic ghetto. This one, we all know this. Then limited funds, stroke financial resources. There is an increasing number of children who need the services, yet limited and inadequate facilities. I'm really worried by the numbers of special needs children. You can see the statistics, everybody has been talking about it. Then maintaining dedicated staff for a difficult job. I would say this is really calling. You need to have the heart, you need to be patient, you need to have love to maintain. With this, I believe when we combine our heads together, the sky will be the limit. Thank you for listening.
Over to you, Chair. And Chair, we are in a very dangerous moment when the brains are getting tired. Yeah. So we need to really expedite this part of the day and wind up.
Thank you, MC. I think my group has kept time. If it was in the World Cup, they would have got a trophy. Thank you so much, presenters, for that. I think the presenters have been very knowledgeable in what they have said. And in case there's any question from the members, there's a question.
There's
There's something from
Commissioner has an
Claire.
observation. Any other?
Thank you so much, Hill Preparatory School. Mine is not a question as such, but to appreciate. When I look at the presentation that they've just given to us, I see, I find it very appropriate with what we are doing now. To me, it looks like it is from their efforts that some of the things we are seeing today are being done. Because when she talks about UNEB doing this, doing the oral what, I believe it's from that hard work that some of the things have changed. And this is what we want to see in everyone. That when there is a challenge, kindly speak about it, propose a solution. And maybe this is when all of us can pick it up and see that certain things change. We may not blame anybody for anything, but some of the reasons are obvious, that because they do not know. The awareness creation has not been made, so it remains a challenge. Thank you, Hill Preparatory.
Chair, are you allowing any other, if it is there, the last one from Dr. Jok?
Thank you. Two very quick ones. What is your current enrollment standing for children with special needs? And lastly, taking your school as a light in terms of best practice of inclusive education, do you have any plans for making this light shine and scaling it up for other schools to learn something?
Okay, Chair, let's wind it up from there. Chair, take over, we wind up. We have a big session ending the day. Actually, we have two big sessions. There's a panel discussion, but there's also a closing ceremony, which also has speeches.
Thank you, MC. I think before, I've been requested by the presenters that before they get off the podium, they have a clip which they have to present to just a small one. But also
incidentally, sometimes the request indicates it's brief. What's the time by your watches? We need to be a little democratic now. 4:30, and we had planned to end by 4:30.
Yeah.
So we are already behind schedule. Maybe that clip can be shared later. Let's manage these official events.
Okay.
We want to thank them so much. Let them respond to the issues and then.
Okay, thank you. You are welcome, Claire or
Thank you very much. Is it on? The enrollment currently, we have around 124 special needs children in the school. 39 in the center, the rest in the mainstream class. The general one, all 560, yes, 66. Yes, the total population.
Thank you, presenters. I think if you need more information, especially for me, I had a question for them, but because of time, I will not ask. I will have to consult them. Because one time I was called, I was somewhere, then there was a technical question about the management of both, whereby parents want their children to follow the regular school curriculum. Thank you very much, presenters, and thank you for answering the questions.
Doctor, for being a chair, you ask your question, and they'll struggle to answer it later, but you ask.
Okay, thank you, MC. My question was, I went to a school, an inclusive school, whereby as parents, they wish their children with the intellectual impairment to get the marks the other children get. Now there's a struggle between the parents and seeing that their children are not performing well. And I've seen that with you, you are managing it. How are you managing these children and convincing the parents accept their children to take that curriculum that you have said, the additional curriculum? How have you convinced your parents to do that, to accept that?
Later? Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Deke, Joseph Nato, I want to imagine you're from Chambogo University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, our two sisters from Hill Primary. There are many lessons from there. We'll continue to interact. I think you'll be able to share the website so that we can get there as requested. Around this time, I want to call upon Burnett to welcome for us that other team getting into the panel. And then I'm thinking that after the panel discussion, we should be able to officially close with the getting a word from the PS as well as the closing remarks.
All right, thank you, Brother Henry. We are remaining with only one group of panelists. And of course, these are teachers. These are the people you know, the friends. And they are very good at timekeeping. May I now invite Mr. Mugisa Charles on stage. Sorry. No. I'm going to invite the session chair, Madam Ferista Apio from Guidance and Counseling. And this beautiful lady is going to invite
those are in Central. Then in the East, we have quite a number. I will not mention them. Those are the people who work with in fronting inclusive education here in Uganda. I submit.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you later, but I'm very glad that you have been here for 50 years. Therefore, we are sure that the program will be sustained for the more 50 years and beyond. Thank you. Let me move to the parent, representing the parents, counselors, and everybody who should support the cause for inclusive education. In all our discussions from yesterday, the community involvement is key in promoting inclusive education, because without the parents, we would not be here. I'd like you to share the best practices as a parent that we can scale up to other parents all over Uganda so that inclusive education can be sustained.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Dr. Mrs. Ojok, no relative of Dr. Patrick Ojok. We've never met. But I am a parent. I'm a parent with Hill Preparatory School. This was a long time ago when I think people did not even know what that word meant. And my son is not very different in age from Claire's son. So it has been an adventure for us. And what I can share, I think the whole of this story for Uganda or for any nation begins with the first stakeholder, the parents. And among the two parents, the principal one, I believe, is the one that carries that child in the womb. The first thing is the mindset change that a parent has to have when they discover that a child is not regular. In fact, the language, regular is now the polite language. The child is introduced as abnormal or not normal. The first thing that has to happen is for that parent, that mother, to know that, is this a problem? Is this a burden? Or is this a blessing? So that mindset change is key for the first stakeholder. If this can be understood, and if the parents can be encouraged and supported within their communities, and then later on being picked up by the educational system that understands and appreciates that this is not a burden group. This group affords a possibility and beyond the education system to be picked up by the bigger entity, which is the government of the nation. With that mindset that you are elected in place to take care of your citizens, to provide for all. And it should be your concern to have certain minimum goals for the benefit of your people so that they now begin to include it intelligently in all of their policies and legislation so that these persons can be equipped, educated, and empowered to become positive members and contributors to the society, rather than a burden for which monies will have to be set aside to look after them until their creator receives them, with all the attendant casualties that will have to be accompanying such a system. So, yes, I will start with the parent. The community helps. We were in Makerere. Very quickly, the community began to understand what was happening with our child. And we never stopped him from going anywhere. But anyway, we sent prayers behind him and angels. And we didn't try to lock him up. We did not stop him from investigating the world. But anyway, it certainly meant that my own aspirations academically had to be put on another shelf and forgotten, maybe, so that I could have time to concentrate on this. I thank God that the Makerere community, that very intellectual community, quickly picked up the understanding. They looked after that child along with me. I didn't have to do it alone. Within the family system, he was firstborn. Whether he was understanding what I was saying or not, I would tell him, you're firstborn and you're responsible to set up the standard for the others following you. The younger ones, hearing that he's firstborn setting standard, respected him automatically. So we never differentiated in our home. Any issue would say he's first. They understood that. We took our next child to the same school, Mrs. Wavamono's school. She passed from there. As I speak now, she's a brilliant person. But I think part of the brilliance is that she understood that people who are differently abled you can live along with them, and you mind and you care for them. It stimulated, I think, greater intelligence in her. If we pay attention to such persons, innovators are going to come forward to see how they may engage such persons, to see what skills they have that can be used to enhance our own national development. My belief is they are not a burden, they are a blessing. They are not a problem. They present possibilities. The nation that knows how to engage, empower, and include them is going to come out so blessed, because there are many undescribed, uninvestigated giftings that these children shall have, aesthetically, commercially, industrially, innovatively. You harness, you empower, you include them. The nation will not be the same. And the nations that have done it, they have not been the same. So Uganda, let us not be left behind. Jump in there and let us run. So that's what I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajok, for that elaborate input to our program. I would like to move direct to Dr. Ajok. So today we have two Dr. Ajoks. So I think this symposium, I don't know whether by coincidence or by God's blessing, that in every session we have either twins or triples. But we thank God for that. Okay, Dr. Jack Patrick, I would like you to cite key issues on assessment, measurement, and evaluation that can promote inclusive education in post-secondary education. Because that's where we still have issues to do with assessment, measurements, and evaluation.
Yeah, thank you. I am from Cambogo University, and I think it is fair that I start from there before I tackle the question. For those who don't know, Cambogo University is the lead academic institution and the only university with a statutory mandate to train personnel in the area of rehabilitation, special needs education, and inclusion. We have been doing this for 34 years now, since 1988, when we started as a department in the former Institute of Teacher Education, Cambogo. And as a faculty of special needs education in Cambogo University, we have had 19 years of work. And going forward, within Cambogo University, we have our own assessment arrangement. We have a small assessment center, which for some reason we have not grown, called ECLAC. And then we have also passed a disability policy, a standalone disability policy for the university. And now in the last 5 years, we started what we call a Disability Services Resource Center. Now, the idea of the Disability Resource Center is that there was a concept in Cambogo University that issues of disability inclusion was for the Faculty of Special Needs Education. But we have dismantled that and created a center which will coordinate support services for all staff and students with disabilities on campus, so that it is a campus issue, not a faculty issue. So how do we do assessment at Cambogo University? So this support center, every beginning of academic year, organizes a campus-wide assessment of disability, so that students with disabilities are identified across all faculties. And then their functional needs, their functional difficulties and educational needs identified, and then that will form the basis for designing necessary interventions. And then different departments are informed of the existence of different categories of students and their support needs. So this is so far what we do at university level. We are thinking, it's a dream, that in the next few years, we want to combine the ECLAC, or the Assessment Center, with the Disability Resource Center, and then we have what we could call the a National Universal Design Center of Excellence. That will be a referral center for assessment and technical services on disability inclusion. That is our dream. We don't yet have the money, but when you have a dream, the dream finds the money. So specific to your question about how to promote assessment at secondary level.
Post-secondary level.
Post-secondary?
Yes.
Okay. One thing we have to recognize is that post-secondary institutions have a semi-autonomous status. But we are regulated by the National Council for Higher Education, but most of our practices are autonomous. So how do we improve assessment, therefore, at tertiary level? I think the first and most important thing is that the institution itself needs to come up with an internal mechanism of disability inclusion. Because another university is not going to come and tell you what to do, because you are semi-autonomous. You are answerable for most of the things that you initiate. So how do you come up with this? There must come a institution level champion, a flag bearer of disability inclusion at university level. From what I know, most tertiary institutions lack expertise in disability inclusion, specifically assessment. So I think that sharing of expertise with the Cambogo University and other universities that are already doing something will be one of the starting points. Because Cambogo University is really ready with all the expertise we have to support any other institution that is willing to engage our services. For example, we have supported Mbara University of Science and Technology in the process of coming up with their own university disability policy. And I think we've worked with the Makerere University. The School of Law started a disability law and rights center with a lot of engagement with some of us, including myself. So that kind of partnership is something that we would encourage. We are willing to share our assessment model, how we are doing it as Cambogo University with the rest of the institutions, specifically on examinations. So Cambogo University has had 19 years of providing accommodation to students during examinations. So we have a small resource center at the faculty where we provide customized, reasonable accommodation for students with different learning needs. If they need a reader, if they need somebody else to type for them, if they need a separate room and long extended hours to do exams, we do all these things. And those who, I mean, I see you impatient.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jok. You have ably answered that. And I think other institutions, tertiary and all the others should benchmark with Cambogo University. Why I asked this question was that some of the institutions, these students have intellectual abilities, but the motor skills, they can't write. An assessment is that you must write. And you give them 3 hours, they will not finish even 2 questions or 1 question with that. And yet, when they are taken to mark, they use core-based system, and they do not remember that there were those who had those challenges. That's why I'm bringing this so that they find a way of assessing them in a different ways than putting them in lump sum with others. And they have been getting retakes, and eventually they drop out. So where is inclusion? That is it. But I think Dr. Jok, thank you so much. He has also given 2 very important ways forward. Institutions to develop internal mechanisms that can support these children or students, then sharing with other institutions that are doing well in assessing and evaluating these students.
Dr.
I think we
Felicitas,
shall continue to...
I'm just reminding you that by my clock it is 5 p.m. Just
MC, you know...
work accordingly.
MC, we have been patient, so give us 2 more minutes. Okay, let me go back to the house, our home now. Yes, my brother, the question is, how can government, or what can government do to ensure that inclusive education is effectively implemented for sustainability?
Thank you, Chair. Members, I'm Mugisa Charles. That is my spoken name, and this is my sign name. I work with the Ministry of Education, Department of Special Needs, as a Principal Education Officer, non-formal education. Chair, what can government do to properly implement inclusive education sustainably? I'd like to tell you that we have already started. We are doing something. We are not at zero. From the beginning, you will realize that there was the system was not catering for learners with special needs. It started with a desk in the Ministry of Education long ago. But right now, we have a full department headed by a commissioner. That means that government has gone a long way to implement inclusive education. what we can do now, first of all, we have to accept that learners with special needs or persons with special needs are part of us. And it is our responsibility to ensure that all persons benefit from education. If I can borrow a leaf from the toffee model, at school level, we are involving everybody. It is not a responsibility of only the school, the head teacher, but everybody, the teachers, the learners, community, leaders, or religious leaders, political leaders are all involved in implementing inclusive education. Partners, we are working with partners.
1 second to summarize.
Yes, all these partners are working with us, but they are helping us to implement. But they are not the owners. They are just helping us. We should know that anytime they are withdrawing, the programs are ending. But how do we ensure that it continues? How to ensure that it continues is to involve everybody to accept that we are all responsible to ensure that everyone benefits and no one is left behind.
Thank you so much, my brother. I think the point is all stakeholders, we have to get on the foot to see that inclusive education is promoted and sustained. Thank you very much. I'd like now to request you, in the interest of time, just in 1 second, to say the last remark to our friends. I start with Dr. Ojok.
I will choose the issue of evidence. We need to improve the evidence base in the country because evidence informs policy, evidence informs practice, and evidence informs advocacy. Therefore, we must take the issue of research financing very important, and we should seek to enhance the capacity of our academic institutions, because the academia is your arm of inclusion work. So we should empower us, we in the university and other research centers, to be able to generate reliable evidence that you and we can use for advocacy, for policy reforms, and for intervention. In most cases, I think stakeholders, the education actors, tend to work in isolation, and then you find that instead of evidence informing intervention, then you have intervention-based evidence. We should have evidence-based interventions, not intervention-based evidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ojok. Let me move to my sister, Juliet. Your final remarks in 2 seconds.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at the cultural mindset. When we talk about inclusive education, when culture is discriminating against children with disability, we have a big battle. So it has to begin with parents first appreciating that every child is a child and not just lock them away in their homes, but have them accepted, bring them to school. But also the multi-sectoral approach. Here we're talking about resources. When there is poverty, the child will suffer more, she will be neglected in preference to another person. When children do not, parents do not value the rights of children, someone has to come in and handle that. When they come to school, someone has to be there. So it's a whole multi-sectoral approach if it is going to succeed. Thank you so much.
My sister, I move to my brother in 2 seconds. Give us your final remarks.
Thank you very much. Now, for the case of this topic on sustainability, I would say that we need to look at different innovations. We need to come up with different innovations amidst the cries of limited resources that we are always saying, or the excuses we are giving, because we've heard from all the presentations that where we have successful stories is because of innovations. So on this note, I would like to say that as Katale Mwachesha Home, we came up with an innovation of We Ring the Bell campaign, and this is a very cost-effective innovation that is trying to call upon children with disabilities to join school. You just need to ring the bell. On that very day, you invite the ecology. There is someone who talked about the ecology of the child, the environment of the child, where we have the family, we invite the parents, then we invite the teachers, we invite the duty bearers from the district, and on that day, then they give success stories. We have also scenario activities, blindfolding, to show people that the environment in which these children with disabilities are studying are not good enough for them to continue with education. So at the end of the day, involving children, then the next week, you find many children are brought to school. In fact, Commissioner here said it is a rude way, but we've done it. It has worked. It has attracted many children with disabilities in schools. One school is Bukeka, another one is Ruero Boys. Many children with disabilities have been identified by fellow children.
Thank
by
you.
just finishing.
Thank you so much. I think we have got so many lessons to learn and take notes. I go to my sister, Dr. Ojok. I wanted to say Ajok. Okay? Joke.
Thank you very much, moderator. So these are my words, and I will rush through them. The first thing is just have a mindset change, please. From a problem to a possibility. Are these special persons a burden, or do they present an opportunity for development goals for all of us? Revisit the entire educational system setup, please, from nursery, pre-primary, right through elementary until tertiary, and innovate with new methods of assessing, of finding ways of relevantly educating, empowering, and examining the same persons. Can we go to non-conventional educational methods? Can we teach them vocational, agriculture, IT, mechanical engineering, art, MDD, not the non-conventional ones that we push our children through because it will attend to them? And finally, can we involve corporate society as well as corporate responsibility? Can industries and corporations have quotas set aside that will be for these children to come and do their brilliance and express themselves there? Who are these stakeholders? Family first, government, religious institutions, innovators and educationists, and the general civil society.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That is, let me reserve the comment for now and call my brother, then we shall give all of you flowers. My brother.
Thank you, Chair. My words are that all of us, let everyone ask himself, is my home inclusive? Is my language inclusive? Whatever you do, are these actions inclusive? If you answer your own question and you say, yes, it is inclusive, continue doing it. If you find that the answer to that question is no, please think before you act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my great team. We have enjoyed you. If we had enough time, we would have even enjoyed more. I want us to give them flowers, not hand clap, flowers.
I thought people would pick the flowers first. They had them already.
MC, as I conclude, I'd like to say that yes, we have been here like about 300, and if all of us picked a point or lessons, how many souls would we change? That is the question I would like to leave with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our very, very wonderful chair. I want to begin calling you doctor in advance so that I again don't struggle when you're finally there. So, Dr. Felicitas, thank you very much. The doctors who have been in the panel, thank you too. Mr. Mugisa, you were in a panel that had 3 doctors. You need to think about it as well. He is. Hey, I didn't know he is. Then what am I waiting for? I think I need to get there. After this symposium, we need to find a way of me becoming a doctor as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost getting there. Just a few activities to go. Very quickly, there's a young lady I put on hold yesterday. She had wanted to make a testimony of just about a minute about her involvement in sports. And yes, at that time I promised her that you'll talk when the big people are here. Is it a Simwe, a Singwire, something? I want to give you this minute now as you prepare to come. Hill Primary School also had a clip. They'll play the clip after the guest of honor has spoken and closed. And then we continue to recognize people who arrived moments later in the day. We have Dr. Lawrence Aaron, Dean Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation, Chambogo University. Dr. Aaron? Okay, thank you very much for coming. We have Scovia Nansua, Program Coordinator. All we see is possibility. Thank you very much for coming, Scovia. And Scovia came along with Chebagada Binasidi, Program Technical Officer. Program Technical Officer, all we see is possibility. Where is Chebagada? That must be a name from around Busoga. Thank you very much for coming. And then they are saying that their main activities, empowerment, quality of services, and access to affordable services. Thank you very much. Our daughter here, yesterday I mentioned, is a sports lady, an Olympian, but living with a disability. She wants to share with us in a minute a few things, then we can get to the closing ceremony.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rita Simwe, Paralympian. I know it disturbs us a lot. There is a part of Olympians and then Paralympians. In my case, I'm a Paralympian because I play games under people with disabilities. So we are called Paralympians or para-athletes. The other ones with the able-bodied are Olympians.
So is that you on the screen?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, we shall continue to enjoy your talk as you also see.
Thank you. I'm here basically not to talk about so much. I'm here to fundraise for the next tournaments, which are 2023, 2024, as the road to Paris 2024, because we need to qualify as a country and myself as an athlete. I'm not doing this as a person. When I qualify, the country qualifies. So I'm at a limit of fundraising. That's why I am basically here. I'll say the game is very expensive for me and for the country, yes, but I need your hands, I need your support for me and for the rest of the athletes that will have to qualify. I'm not alone, we're a team, but I'm glad that at least I've been able to represent most of my other athletes. So please, if you're here, an organization, an institution, a corporation, please take us on. Do not shy away from para-athletes. We are valuable in the country. Just the same way you see the other able-bodied athletes, we bring the same joy to the country when we qualify. Please lend a hand, don't give a deaf ear, no closed eyes. Please, we all need your support. Because I realize every time para-athletes or athletes go to the offices request for funds, the first thing they think about is what is a para-athlete going to do for the country. Most of them come to us as tourists, and that is something I've heard from officials, and it's very annoying, because officials use wrong language to describe para-athletes. Personally, I've been told you are going to tour, so they don't expect anything from para-athletes, which is very wrong. And that is why I've been persistent in playing, even when I cannot afford, even when I have nothing to rely on. I had to make sure I do it for the rest of the generations that will come after me. I'm not here to just kuisa bivuru, no. I'm doing this for the generation behind me and those that are less able to come and have a platform to talk to anyone that is capable. So please, I need your financial support, whether it's an MTN company, it's an individual, it's anything. The game is very expensive. The game starts, the qualifying year starts February. That will be mid-February, so meaning by January, mid-January, I have to have paid the dues. Most of them are off-continent, that's why they are very expensive. So please, in case you're called upon, my contacts are over there. I'll leave them behind. Please, we need your support. Thank you.
Rita Asime was actually directly appealing to all those organizations you can put them on the screen again. All the organizations on the screen and on our board here, which exist at this symposium, I know if they had the heart to facilitate this symposium, they could as well have a heart to support Rita and team. Rita, I know they've heard, and I'm sure somebody is going to act somewhere. Who wants to show that they are going to act first for Rita? Which organization? UNSA? UNSA is going to act. UNSA is Uganda National Students Union. This is Reverend Kato is going to act. Afotech International. Okay, Korea. Can you pick those contacts right away? UNSA, Afotech, Korea. Share.
But does she only need financial support or also spiritual?
You want to offer the spiritual? Okay, spiritual is badly needed. I know, yes, Chelsea. Dr. Pamela is saying she can, and they want you to go and take that list. Dr. Pamela is from Ministry of Education. I'm talking about these wonderful organizations here. Those ones normally don't make their declarations at such a forum. You go and engage formally, and then the processes happen, and the meetings happen, and they decide. Otherwise, they are all at your disposal. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, not doing well on time at all. Since yesterday, UNSA had requested for space, but we kept giving UNSA a chance to hold the mic. And now we are getting very late. How I wish, UNSA, we share that later. Okay, give him that very mic, UNSA. UNSA, talk from where you are. Tell us what you want to say. The mic is with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I am so glad and happy today. For the 2 days I have been here, because whatever we have been discussing, the people we are talking about, they are all people who are from our constituency, UNSA. They are the direct beneficiaries according to the Education Act 2008. UNSA is in charge of all students' leadership and affairs in this country.
Yes.
Me who is speaking, I'm a teacher by profession, and I am the head of special needs at this very organization, UNSA.
Okay.
However, at UNSA do not take us to be doing the same role with the ministry, but we come following the ministry, or we move along the same line with the ministry. One, we provide platform for mobilization of students for these activities.
Okay.
And then for the purpose of our role as UNSA, I think under Objective 3 of our Constitution, we are required, and it is our mandate to search, to participate in the search for the relevant education, which we
Okay, I can see that our brother from UNSA really has a lot to share. Kindly give us the website so we can get there and interact more.
The website.
I know that the office is based at Legacy Towers.
Yes.
First floor.
Yes.
The wing on your right.
Yes.
Good. The website?
It is www.unsa.org.ug.
Okay. And the phone contact of you, the speaker?
0788 MTN 334997. Then Airtel is 0703 9109 98.
Thank you very much, our brother. We'll continue to interact with WUNSA through you and the contacts you've given us.
Okay, thank you
Ladies
very
and gentlemen, our colleagues online have been saying we somehow let them behind. We have not considered them of late. And I know that my IT team, can we see who is online? Let's just see up here in 1 minute. But I know that one of the people online is Madame Chandiru of UNICEF. My sister Chandiru, are you there? My sister Chandiru, you are one of the people who have been following us since yesterday. Hello, Chandiru. Okay, I know that she's there. Only to report to our guest of honor that this particular symposium has been both physical and... is Chandiru there? She's not there, but there's a lineup of very many. I see Samuel, Thomas, Kephas, Harriet. Oh, Harriet is actually my commissioner, guidance and counseling. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for following from that end. Janet Lapat, and many others have been on. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting to the very last bit where we have to listen to the guest of honor, and I'm shortly inviting Commissioner Special Needs to help us invite the commissioner, the PS. There are a few questions that remained here now that the PS is about to talk. Let me just ask them generally. Somebody was wondering, salary disparities among the teachers continue to frustrate teachers' effort in the implementation of inclusive education. And his question was, why can't government consider special needs education teachers like our science teachers? So PS has heard that question. The other one was, why can't government revamp the former SNECOs? Which were these? SNECOs in the districts to help in the promotion of inclusive education. Okay, I know that that one will also be answered. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the hands of the commissioner now, who is helping us invite the guest of honor to close this 2-day workshop. Thank you. Over to you, Commissioner Sarah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before I go into my small speech, can you join me to thank the MCs? You know, like somebody said here yesterday, that many times we forget to thank the MCs for a good job done. Thank you so much. Our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education and Sports, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going through those protocols. Our chief guest, I know people here are tired. We've been here for 2 days, and it's already 5, so I'll go through my small speech in a very short time. Our chief guest, I want to give you some information as to how we have been here for the 2 days, so that you appreciate what Ministry of Education and Sports has done on your behalf. We've been here for 2 days. The symposium started yesterday, 13th, and today, 14th. We have had paper presentations and exhibitions. In addition to that, we have had entertainment in form of awareness creation about disability. We had children from different schools, and SHAU, that is the Spina Bifida and Hydrocephalus Association, has a whole music team that has been entertaining us, but at the same time giving us information, and other teams that have been brought from the different districts. Our chief guest, for the 2 days, we have had participants from different walks of life. We first of all have our staff from the Ministry of Education and Sports. They have been here for 2 days for purposes of our chief guest knowing you. Can you kindly rise up for her to know that, yes, you've been here for the 2 days? Members behind there still see you seated. Yeah, you're getting up in silos. Okay, but there have been more than that, and they've been here for 2 days. Can we clap for them? Then we also have partners. We have the education development partners. Maybe by show of hands. Education development partners. UNICEF has been here for the 2 days. Maybe they have also left. Then we also have the civil society organizations. They are in here. We have organizations of persons with disabilities. We have schools where we have head teachers, and students. Then we have political and technical persons from the local governments. And if I have, then we have universities. Our chief guest, this symposium, like you are aware, has been supported by Ministry of Education and partners. And when you look at the middle flyer, it has all the partners that have supported this symposium. And our logo the other side of Ministry of Education. So I'll not go through them, but I have thanked them time and again on your behalf for the good contributions they have given to make this symposium a success. Chief guest, again to add on, in this symposium we had expected outcomes. One of them was actionable strategies should be identified for improved inclusive education. Coming out with a symposium report indicating proceedings, photos, videos, and abstracts of papers presented. Then a position paper on inclusive education for action by the Special Needs and Inclusive Education Department and its partners. And in summary, our chief guest, these have been some of the actionable strategies or issues raised in this meeting. One of them is that the meeting has noted that the National Inclusive Education Policy has taken so long to be approved. They are also aware that right now it is at cabinet level, but their prayer is that if this National Inclusive Education can be approved, this will really guide all of us in the implementation of National Inclusive Education. The other one that the team, I think somewhere I jumped the keynote speakers. Allow me, Chief Guest, to go a little behind. We also had 2 keynote speakers, and one of them is an international one. Let him stand for recognition. That is Dr. Wisdom Mupara from Ghana. Kindly stand up so that, yes, that has been one of our keynote speakers. He brought for us the Ghana experience, and they have really moved ahead in the area of inclusive education. Thank you. Maybe we'll interact after that. So I had talked about the National Inclusive Education Policy. Then 2, we all agreed in this meeting that many times we stand up to talk about issues of inclusive education, we are lamenting. One thing that we agreed is that we do not have enough evidence to base our argument. And we have argued that this is something we should go back and work on. Because we were challenged in this meeting that if somebody came, we've been talking about our learners do not have adapted materials. But if someone came up and asked us, how many learners in P1, P2 to P7, and which schools, and what are their numbers? we shall not be able to say it. Because the data that is available does not cater for everything we are asking for. We are talking about training of teachers. And sometimes we say, we have trained a few. If the teachers have been trained, in what areas have they been trained, and how many? And how many more do you need, and in what areas? So we have agreed that one of the things we should work on before the next symposium, we should have adequate data to put up our arguments. The other one we noticed was the private partnership. We agreed that we have many partners supporting in inclusive education, but we seem to be working in silos. The collaboration and the coordination is not adequate. And the quick one is we have partners who have given out wheelchairs. This partner goes to this area, gives out this wheelchair. Another one comes, the same people will say we have never got, and you find that one person has 3 wheelchairs. And this one was also talked about loudly when you sent me to represent you for the International Disability Day. So we are all saying, can we have proper coordination and collaboration on issues related to disability? That takes me to the next one, and this one, our keynote speaker talked about it. This was about, for them to move the far they have moved, they have a committee, an interagency ministerial committee that is handling issues of inclusivity. And we're also saying, if we can also copy that, with your leadership, chief guest, we would want to see Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and other agencies coming together to work on issues of disability inclusion. But if we are going to stay as individual ministries and individual departments, it's not going to be possible. That will also take us down to the ministry departments. We would also want to see how other departments are also working on issues of inclusion. And we have agreed here in this meeting that come next year, as much as we shall have those abstracts, the academic papers, we would want to see the departments of Ministry of Education and Sports, through your leadership, coming here to tell us what they are doing or what they intend to do in the area of disability inclusion, and more so inclusive education. So we are going to do a report to guide the next symposium and then the inclusive education in the country. Chief guest, I don't want to take the whole. Then there was also another one which was talked about, where we do a lot and we do not involve our learners. I mean, we do not make the materials for learners with it. For instance, the sexual reproductive health materials. We have done a lot. We have a lot of information done. And we also forget that learners with disabilities also grow to adolescence, and they are normal like any other person here. But we do not give them the right information using the right materials. So that one is also a challenge, and we should go back and work on that. I don't want to take the whole day, but I want to sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know the members in this room have been waiting. The chief guest. You know, we've been seated like we're just on fire, but we are very happy that besides those many schedules that you had, you still found time to come and be with us. Thank you again, and may I take the humble honor to invite you to come and speak to us, and thereafter close the meeting. Can we clap for the guest of honor as she comes?
Thank you very, very much, Commissioner for Special Needs Education at the Ministry of Education and Sports. Our very distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I will not go into the protocols, just to express how happy I am to be here this evening. The few moments that I enjoyed myself, and I just wished that I was here because I think so much was discussed, but thank you so much for the summary that you have given, Commissioner. I bring you very warm greetings from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports, Madam Katie Lamaro. She really has you in spirit, but she wasn't able to come because of so many competing assignments that are on her desk. But she brings you warm greetings, and I've carried them with me. I'm happy to represent her and to step in her shoes and to close this symposium on her behalf. First, allow me really to welcome you to this meeting. This should have been done yesterday, but they always say better late than never, and we can always welcome even at the end of a function like this one. But thank you so much for coming. We welcome you to this second edition of the National Inclusive Education Symposium, and we really find it so exciting that you have time to spend 2 days discussing a single theme on inclusive education and the way forward for it. So we are very grateful. I want to thank the Department of Special Needs Education for keeping this symposium as a national event and as an annual event. Congratulations. I know how hard it is to organize this symposium, and it is so exciting that you have so many partners, and I think I want to congratulate all of you. Thank you so much, our partners, for joining this struggle and for joining the Special Needs Education Department to make this a reality. The issue we are dealing with, the issue of inclusive education, is so important if we are to say no one should be left behind our education system. And so when we see partners gathered here like this to discuss the issue of inclusion, it's very exciting, and we are very happy, and we know that now this is something that is coming on the national agenda, discussed at a national forum like this, and so we have many voices out there that will go and talk about inclusive education. So it's exciting to see all of you here, especially the very many partners. I did not even know that we have this amount of partners, in this area, and so we are very, very excited. I want to request that the Commissioner, you mobilize this team in a database so that we have a database that we know we can always fall on whenever we have issues to discuss. This is really, really a resource that we don't need to lose as we move on. I want to thank you for the theme. Very, very well chosen theme. It speaks directly to the desire to successfully journey towards sustainable development without leaving any child behind. The few minutes I sat there, I listened, and everybody was talking about, can all of us come in? Can we all, can we support? And someone said, can you support just one? And if you have all the southern people supporting just one, how many will those be? And that we have that multiplier effect going out there. So it's really nice, and thank you very much for the theme. Thank you for choosing such a theme and gathering people here and emphasizing the importance of inclusive education. And sensitization, I heard a lot of people talking about sensitization. Not many people know sometimes the kind of things that we are doing. As Mugisha was talking, as he was making his presentation, he said, with this department, we started from very far, but now we have a fully fledged department. And I think this is why we are now at this level, at national level, discussing the issues of inclusive education. So we are happy. It's also an opportunity when you gather people like this to get views, to get achievements, to get examples of what is happening there. And as I listened to the many presenters on the panels, you could see that a lot is going out there, which sometimes we do not know about. So it's only when we gather like this that we are able to see those things that happen there. it has been so inspiring to hear some statements here, and I took time to record them. These special needs kids, they are not a burden, but a blessing. And I thought that was very inspiring. They are not a burden, but a blessing. Out there, people see them as a burden. They have sometimes been abandoned. They are taken to, to some homes to just get rid of or something like that. But I really got inspired when I heard somebody say, these people are a blessing. And indeed, I have seen many of them come out as a blessing in families, as a blessing in communities. And I was inspired even by the Paralympian who came here and spoke. And you see, these are the ways in which we sell our country, but we do not know the amount of resource that we have in these people. So it was very inspiring to hear these people are not a burden, but they're a blessing. I was also impressed to hear that they are not a problem, but an opportunity. So can each of us go out of here and look at these people as opportunities? What can you do with them as you see them? How can you help them? How can you inspire them? How can you include them in your program, in your thinking, in your plans? And then they just become part and parcel of the family. But I was also very, very impressed with the person who spoke about the parental role. Sometimes it is parents that begin the whole process of abandoning these children and making them look as if they are different. But if we begin to look at these children as our own, as part of the family, as just one person who has a different type of character from another, and we take them all as our children, and we begin to nurture them and make them feel part of the family. Even when they go to school, they will feel part of the school, and even others who come from outside will look at them so. So thank you very much for emphasizing the role of parents in bringing up the children with disabilities, disadvantaged, and also making them feel included in the way that we work. Thank you very much for emphasizing the issue of data. I was very happy with that because without data you cannot plan. And Sarah, I'm happy you said that sometimes you keep crying, but you don't give us proper questions. You give a question which is blank and it can't have a response because it is not concluded, it's not complete. So when you have data, you can ably say, I have this challenge, and if you give me so much, I'll be able to do so much. But if it is not clear, it is difficult. So I'm happy that we have resolved in this symposium that we will focus on data, and next year when you come here, tell us how many special needs kids you have, where are they located, and what help do they need to that level of detail so that we are able to support the system to move forward. Thank you for emphasizing the issue of partnerships in silos, and that is a common thing that has been there. We do hope that now that you have spoken about it, we will begin to synergize and bring all these stakeholders together, and we together say, what is it that we want to achieve in this coming year? And so when we come back here for the next symposium, we are talking about one, two, three things that we have all agreed and we have all contributed to and we have worked together. Because when we talk individually, the input is looking so small, and yet if we had put all our resources together, we would do so much. So thank you for emphasizing the issue of synergies. So as a ministry, in collaboration with our development partners, we have definitely taken some steps, as Mugisha was talking about, and we've undertaken various interventions to promote special needs and inclusive education. Now you know that very many things you can't do unless you talk about special needs. It is very important that you include them in your thinking. So even when you are talking about departments working in silos, it's true, but it is now you as a department to really bring all these people together so that people, wherever they are, they have something to do with inclusive education, and we are able to bring them together. We have, of course, issues of infrastructure, not modified to the special needs, but you also know that as a policy of government, now you cannot build any infrastructure without thinking about the special needs. So that's something that government has taken up, and it is being implemented. Even the training of teachers, you know very well that we have started the training of teachers. Of course, they are not yet enough. We still have challenges. We have challenges of experts in the various areas, and all these are things that we should together think about. We have now begun the issue of adapting materials for the special needs and even the technologies that we have for the special needs. It's still a challenge. I know NCDC has been struggling to get these materials out, and we hope that that will continue. But we'll continue, and we'll continue the campaign on modification of structures. We'll continue the campaign to host learners with special needs in inclusive schools. We'll continue to sensitize communities on the importance of inclusion, and also enable them change their attitudes to accommodate the learners who have these special challenges. As a ministry, we are glad that inclusive education has been embraced actually. Many people are now talking about it, and as I have just mentioned, now, these days, there are certain things that you cannot do unless you have included something to do with the special needs, and that's important. And it's our desire and hope that inclusive education policy that Sarah talked about is endorsed as fast as possible, and it is enforced, because when we do that, we'll unlock very many opportunities for these vulnerable children. I want to thank you very much for coming. Really, thank you so much for coming and for participating. It's my hope and prayer that the many recommendations that Sarah was summarizing here will form the basis for our actions in this coming year, so that when we return here, we are talking about progress against each of them, and that will make us move in a concerted manner. Let's be inclusive. I like this saying always that is not inability, and we have seen it. And I want us to embrace that. Whenever we see them, we make sure that, so that we live up to our motto of quality education and sports for all. Members have raised a few questions. I had the MC deliver some questions from the participants. I have taken note, and I will deliver them appropriately to the Permanent Secretary. I want to thank you all once again for coming, and I really want to appreciate your presence up to the last minute like this. It shows how engaging the entire workshop and the entire symposium was. It's now my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to declare this symposium officially closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join us together one more time for Dr. Jen. Thank you for the rich communication. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our second National Inclusive Education Symposium 2022. And we want to thank all of you. You've been such a wonderful audience from yesterday up to today. We can't thank you enough. In a special way, allow me to appreciate all the participants. Thank you. The presenters, our keynote speakers, sponsors, we can't thank you enough. Media houses, all service providers, partners, officials from Ministry of Education and Sports, especially members from Special Needs Education, the sign language interpreters, we thank you. Exhibitors right there, thank you very much. Rapporteurs, I believe we've captured the most salient points that will inform us on the position paper. The ICT team right there, and many others. We can't thank you all. But we want to say thank you. And as the Permanent Secretary said, let's break the silos as we move together and promote the synergies. Before we leave this place, of course, we shall have the anthems in reverse order. Then the prayer.
We shall have the anthems while after a photo moment, I think. Should it be photo moment first?
Way.
Either way.
Yes.
We can have the anthems, then
and then the photo moments later.
No, but when photo moment comes, when the anthems sing, some people want to go. What is your view? Photo moment with the guest of honor first or anthem?
First. Anthem
Anthems
first. Very
Okay,
good.
Okay. But before we go anthems, had you completed the list of appreciation?
You can go ahead. You have quite
No,
many.
I
The
know
ash-
that you really mentioned the sign language interpreters, but I really want to thank them so much. Okay. May I just call the team of our sign language interpreters here? Just line up here, and we receive a thunderous hand clap. Our dear interpreters, come over here. Let's receive a thunderous hand clap. I know there are about 7.
Wow.
So yes, all these have been our interpreters, and I was very surprised that they can interpret anything. Even when we had people dancing, they were interpreting the dance. Even when we had sign language, they were interpreting the symbols, they were interpreting the symbols. So we thank you very much for the wonderful interpretation. We look forward to working with you in the future. For us as education, we are lucky when we have an event, we receive as many interpreters as 5. But many times I see police, when they are communicating to the nation, they have only one face. Why don't you go and support Bwane Nanga to boost that office? Thank you very much. We are going to have the photo moment, and the official cameramen say that the first official position is here. They've already taken the photo for the sign language interpreters. Thank you. Guest of honor is still touring.
Also, Bwana Henry, allow me appreciate the ushers. Ushers, you've done a great job. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Wow.
And they didn't only usher, but they ensured that whoever was ushered in had a bag, had something, some content in the bag, and so
True,
on.
yes. Then the university officials, members from Chambogo University and other universities, thank you for coming. Then the political leaders, we still have LC5 chairperson from Kamwenge right there. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and yesterday when those of Shema came, I spoke in Dunyankore and said, Twaba Shemererwa.
True, yes.
Even that one of Kamwenge and company, Twaba Shima. Thank you very much. Did you know the rapporteurs were there also?
Yes, I appreciated them as well.
Did you also know that people came all the way from the United States of Arua?
Wow.
Actually, beyond Arua, they came from Yumbe and Ajumani.
Ajumani.
Yes, we need to thank those who moved all that distance.
And it's sorrow. Thank you.
Okay, the head teachers, I know you've mentioned them, and the teachers. And if you forget your fellow Ministry of Education officials, I don't know whom you are going to work with.
Did?
You did?
Yes.
Whom haven't we thanked therefore? The children who sang for us.
The decorator. Those are the service providers.
Okay.
Thank you.
When the photo moment comes, there are different groups that will be in those photos. The organizing committee must be very close here. The funders must also be very close here. We shall mention the other categories. Definitely our keynote speakers and presenters must also be present. I can see that the guest of honor is enjoying a tour around Ubongo and Victoria and any others, and Amaziba.
But meanwhile, don't forget that we have tea right at the back.
Okay.
So don't forget to take a cup of tea as we prepare to hit the road.
Oh, anthem not yet. We are guided that the chief guest is still touring, and it seems like it doesn't seem to be in order. So let the chief guest first get back here.
So my son Matthew is now 14 years old.
Only
His
reminding
formal
Commissioner
diagnosis
Special
did
Needs
not come.
that in the interest of fatigue and tiredness, and the fact that we are closely getting into the night, and also the fact that some of us have to get on the bus to Yumbe this evening, we expedite the process of touring the exhibition, return the guest of honor, we get the pictures, and then get home. As the advocacy continues, NBS Television has a program named Kids with Special Talent, run by Pablo. So this Sunday, the episode is dedicated to special needs. You can help and inform people to tune in at 11 a.m. Special needs kids will be showing different talents. Have you heard that announcement? Don't you think we need to clap for it? The announcement is NBS, one of the leading television stations in the world, not only in Uganda, will be televising a program named Kids with Special Talent. This program is run by a comedian called Pablo. This Sunday, the episode is going to be dedicated to children with special needs. So you are informed to tune in at 11 a.m. The special needs kids will be showing different talents. We want to thank NBS in advance because we know that sometimes it demands a big cost to get such a program. So thank you very much. The time is 11 a.m. The channel is NBS Television. Thank you. Madam Commissioner, we are waiting for guest of honor to enjoy the photo moment. Bennett, can you continue appealing to the commissioner to release the chief guest?
Yes,
so that he can get back here. She can get back here.
Meanwhile, as you continue networking, don't forget to get contacts of those people who may be of help. Particularly, I'm going to get the contact of Dr. Wisdom.
Okay.
Because I think we shall have a discussion
very soon.
So I may get some good information from him.
I have been lucky to be in about 5 West African countries, but I've not been to Ghana.
Wow.
I've only been around it. I've been around Senegal, I've been to Sierra Leone. I was in a very small country called the Gambia, all on issues of education, by the way.
You're missing
Next
Ghana.
time, I think I'll be in Ghana.
I think I can say the guest of honor visiting the last stall, implying that in a minute or two, she will join us here for the anthems. Then a prayer, you'll be free to leave thereafter at leisure.
Okay. Anthems, prayer, pictures, home. Okay.
What is exciting there? Okay, you'll just announce that.
Madam Commissioner, we need to alert the guest of honor that one remaining event this side is a photo moment as well as the official closure with anthems. We had an opening prayer from a reverend, if I remember, pastor. But we can have a closing one from a sheikh or any Muslim leader available. Okay, Hill preparatory something. Get on as we wait for the photo moment. The Hill preparatory clip. I am only worried that Commissioner is not hearing us. So she's not aware of what is keeping us waiting this way. Because I've been to Yumbe and Germany, and I know that YY coaches takes off at 7 p.m.
And
those
how many minutes too?
and from here to Yumbe, you require a full day of travel.
Global X interviews social entrepreneurs who tackle some of the world's biggest problems. They are pioneers of innovation that benefit humanity.
My name is Claire Wavamuno. I'm based in Uganda, in Kampala. And my project is called Hill Preparatory School, which was inspired.
Where did the clip go? I thought we had the clip from Hill Primary School. Has it failed? We had promised that we shall run it around this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, DJ. So the PS and the commissioners are coming back right now for the anthems, prayer,
but before
and
the
then
anthems,
the
we are
photos.
going for photo moment. Oh, did we say?
The other way around.
Okay.
All right. Yes. Before I sign out, my name is Banet Birunje, and my sign name.
Oh, a mustache.
I work with the National Teachers Council interim under the Department of Teacher Education. Thank you very much. Wish you journey masses.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just manage this small moment of the anthems and the photos. Could we get set for the anthems? May all of us kindly stand up for the anthems. Reverse order, my dear DJ.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. Do we also have the disability anthem? Next year? Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading for a photo moment, and we would all like to have a picture with the guest of honor. But the first team to have a picture with the guest of honor will be the organizing committee. The cameramen are preferring that we come and use the platform up here for